never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Attention.
Hello everyone, welcome to Road to EWC EMEA Closed Qualifiers. I'm Impetuous Panda, joined by my good friend Stuart for the final day of this weekend, but we're back with 4v4 TFT for EMEA. Incredibly excited. I think it's the peak of strategy and depth in a game as complex as TFT as well. And there's so much at stake for today as well.
Yeah, exciting time for fans, players, and also us as well as casters to be able to see what's been happening in 4 versus 4, of course, with the new sets, with new teams, new players. As you mentioned, this is the final day to see who's going to be our 3 teams that we're going to send to EWC, and also our 2 teams we're going to send to the Open Qualifiers next weekend, or should I say the Global Qualifiers next weekend.
We'll look at the format really quickly now as well, but quick mention, this is not the first 4v4 tournament this set. We already had the Open Qualifiers in every region. From that Open Qualifier, 6 teams made it out and qualified to this closed qualifier across this 3-day weekend, with 2 teams already making it directly to this closed qualifier based on their event points. So the 2 teams that had the best individual sets for their roster of players across really the last 3 sets in EWC, in regional finals, and in TAC rounds as well. But coming into this weekend, Stuart, we're going to be going back into a double elimination bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a best of 3. We're going to have 3 BO3 matches today. We already have 2 of our teams that we know are already qualified to EWC, and today they'll be playing for seeding, and then we'll confirm our 3rd qualified team to EWC. And then, as mentioned, the placement of 4th and 5th place from today will qualify to the global qualifier that'll be happening next weekend, the 29th to the 31st of May, to see the final teams that are going to qualify to the main event.
That's right. And for today, we're going to look at the teams and the matches. We will be seeing the different series that we will have on display for today. 3 series total, all best of 3. The first of which will be Godlike Esports versus Mouse Esports. This is the winner's bracket final, essentially. And as you mentioned, both of these teams already did most of the hard work. They're already qualified to EWC, the main event, but they're still going to be playing for both the seeding, which could be very important what group you land in for the main event, as well as just a test of strength to see which of these teams has a better understanding on the format and on this set as a whole. And then we'll have Glorpgang versus Movistar Koi and FYNX versus Team Heretics.
Yeah, I think the second series is definitely going to be the most exciting one because it's going to confirm our 3rd team that we're going to send to EWC main event, whereas the loser of our second match will be going to the global qualifiers next weekend. And even the last series is just as important as well with FYNX and Team Heretics. The loser will be out and the winner will be going to the global qualifiers.
Let's check on the teams as a whole for this event. Of course, we just saw 6 of them here, but 2 teams have already been eliminated from advancing anywhere forward, both at main event and the global qualifier. And that's unfortunately going to be Ninjas in Pajamas and Gentlemates. I think Gentlemates in particular, we have to mention because in TFT, they have on paper one of the best individual rosters. 2 of the just S-tier French players in someone like the Coco and Jedusor formed this team alongside their longtime prep partners Experian and Opal, but they once again unfortunately fell yesterday to Movistar Koi and have been eliminated from advancing forward.
As you mentioned, Ninjas Pajamas as well, who had a great performance during the open qualifiers, actually knocked out G2 to qualify them spot into the closed qualifiers, but unfortunately for them also knocked out the tournament as well. So as you mentioned, we won't be seeing them 2 teams, but we'll still be seeing 6 others.
And we're seeing here the results. So M8, they were a lot closer last year in EWC. They fell out in the open qualifier, one of the biggest upsets in TFT. This time they made it to the closed qualifiers, but as we saw there, they weren't quite able to advance any further.
Yeah, exactly that. And you can see the journey that Godlike Esports and Mouse Esports, both of the invited teams to this event, were able to make it all the way through the upper bracket as well. And then in the lower bracket, you can see, you know, Ninjas in Pajamas, unfortunately, knocking out, as you mentioned, Gentlemates. But you also see that, you know, Movistar Koi and Glorgan was able to bounce back and make it to that decider match to see who's going to be our third seed going into EWC.
Especially that Heretic versus Koi matchup was interesting, not just in the matchup itself, but just both being essentially kind of Spanish orgs. So there is a lot of drama across multiple esports between Heretics and Koi anytime they face each other. In this case, Koi came out ahead with their roster led by Revan, one of the players who was at TAC Crown, one of the best sets ever for a Spanish player, and now in another successful position in 4v4. Koi actually made it to the close qualifier last set, so they were pretty much in the same position as they were now. They have a chance not to make it directly to the main event, so a lot at stake.
No, exactly that. Yeah, I think it's great to see that there are new players, new teams, but also returning teams, as you mentioned as well, with Koi, which is going to be, you know, really exciting to see how they perform overall and, you know, whether they can do it. But I loved watching like the social media of Koi yesterday as well, kind of like that team kill in a way, as you mentioned, the Spanish versus Spanish org. But hey, as you mentioned before, you know, high stakes for 4 versus 4 and a spot on the line at EWC on the line for Koi today.
Even Mouse as well, org that did really, really good in the main event last set or last year, but they have a pretty revamped roster. So we'll look into the rosters in a bit. We'll look into the different team formations as well for that very first match we have between Godlike and Mouse. But despite some of the orgs coming back, it's going to be some interesting changes to the rosters in particular. But Godlike and Mouse, as you mentioned, maybe both of the favorites coming to the close qualifier, direct invites coming into this event, and both now also in that winners bracket final. So maybe confirming that favoritism coming into this.
Yeah, and for the roster for Godlike Esports, very familiar names with the likes of Day6, Gobo, and also Raiko as well. Interesting to note that Gobo is actually the only player on this roster that made it to EWC. You might remember Aegis from last year in 2025. Actually made it all the way into the top 4 as well of EWC last year. So I feel like he's going to be really the staple point of this team coming into this, and has already qualified, of course, for this year as well.
Biggest surprise is Godlike Esports is a team that has made use of that 3+1 rule, bringing in a player from the America region, Dehua, to join this team. Just the point situation made it so that it was attractive for that to be the formation, as well as Gobo, one of the few times a French player has joined a non-French team, and they're not really being interested in communication. Gobo has really come out of his shell as a player individually after joining Aegis and after last year's EWC as well. So it's a really interesting formation on paper that makes a lot of sense. But let's look at Mouse as well, because this team is very, very different. Mouse Esports last year was fully German. Had Wet Jungler on their team, but Wet Jungler was joined by Sologosang, Usher, and Salvi. In between last EWC and this EWC, I think those 3 players I mentioned at the end there did not have the best individual sets with the start of TPC and regional finals and TAC crowns, whereas someone like Og and Kubikson and Travis did. These are players who were part of Navi and were upset in the open qualifier last set. So interesting formation of the team here, but I think all individually very, very strong players. They've gelled well together, which is not always an easy thing to say when there's someone like Travis on the team. He's a player who can be a little bit abrasive in how he works with others, but they have been working really, really well in this close qualifier. The results have been there, and I'm really excited to see what they bring forward in this matchup versus Godlike.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think Org and Kubi are 2 of the players that Kubikson have been together, you know, trying to play in the 4 versus 4 since 2024. Travis on the other side did actually qualify to the main event in 2024 with Zero Tenacity. So that's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic works. As you mentioned, last year was not able to make it to EWC, but this time around, you know, they've still got a chance to make it. You know, they've got a chance to make it through as one of the highest seeds for EMEA, which I think is going to be really important, because when it comes to the main event, when you have the groups that come around as well, you want to be that #1 seed for EMEA to make sure that maybe the competition in the rest of your group is not going to be as strong.
That's right. We're going to be waiting to go into that very first game. Quick reminders, it is a best of 3. Whatever team is able to win the 2 or just two games in general, 2-0 or 2-1, will be that first seed. But both of these teams are already qualified to EWC. So if you're a fan of either Godlike Esports or if you're a fan of Mouse, you know, there's not going to be a lot of tears for you today. There's just either a big success or a small success, but success nonetheless. And really, I think it's going to be the test of strength between these 2 teams. In theory, the strongest teams we have in this set for EMEA. So really looking forward to see what kind of strategies they develop on this patch that these players have been playing for so long, right? Stewart is in still 17.2B. We haven't moved on to 17.3 just because we wanted to have the most competitive patch and the patch these players have prepped the most on across this last month. And we're going to see 2 extra component ambles coming in, Pinky Poppy, for this first game, which means a little bit of an edge for reroll. You have a chance to have a 3-item parry just much quicker to pair along with your 3-shark spike and stage 3. And you have the chance, of course, for that best slot itemization for your tank or your carry.
Yeah, you can also try and potentially find that secondary carry as well at the same time. If I'm not mistaken, I did also see Varus as the god as well at the start of this game. So that also incentivizes, you know, for there you go. Thank you, Observer. You have Varus and Soraka as the 2 options for gods, with Varus being one of the best gods that you can pick up for rerolls as well, potentially trying to get the tiny duplicators, the lesser duplicators later on down the line. So you'd probably be seeing units like Leona, Lissandra, Teemo being held as one of the potential highest reroll lines.
Yeah, a lot of 1-cost reroll on this patch compared to the patch that's on live now. That was one of the biggest changes. A lot of the 1-cost rerolls were nerfed, and potentially for good reason, right? They're very, very strong. I think they're great for 4v4 in particular and for the meta in general to have a chance to play 1-cost reroll and have a very, very strong game plan around it, and kind of the mix and match of different timings in terms of how players get strong. Whether 1-cost reroll, 3-cost reroll, 4-cost, or Fast 9 makes for a very interesting game of TFT, especially in 4v4.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, though, you know, if we're not talking about like the reroll compositions, you know, we have Huntress as the Stargazer. I was just wondering what the Stargazer was, because we do have a early 2-star Jax, which can definitely help out as well. This is the attack speed, so can be very good for Xayah later on down the line. But yeah, talk about like the 4-cost in general. There's not that much flexibility in terms of 4-cost because we have things, you know, a lot of the AD lines like Corki and Master Yi are going to be very powerful, which these teams are most likely going to have one of Corki, one of Master Yi. But outside of that, the AP lines are not going to be something we might see too much of today.
There are spots to play into Fast 9 AP, but it's a little bit rare. It is true that AD Flex is the way to go, especially looking at something like Corki, which is completely unconditional as a comp. You can play it from any kind of angle, and Yi as well. Yi is, of course, dependent on her psionic items. So this is a pivotal round for every single player in this lobby, because they're all going over the psionic items, they're going over what their potential game plans are, and there has to be 1 Corki and 1 Yi player on each team. You cannot allow the opposing team to play an uncontested S tier 4-cost line like Master Yi or Corki, because it'll be too easy for them to hit all the units and take over the game stage forward. So that's almost going to be the de facto strategy for both teams. The interesting part comes in what the other 2 players on each team do, what kind of reroll spots they have. If a player is forced to tag along with the opposing player's reroll spot just to try and slow them down a little bit with something like Leona Teemo or Stargazer, for example. And then kind of that flex slot. What does the fourth player do? Do they reroll? Do they have a slot to play Fast 9? That's really the interesting position, I think, in this game.
No scout, no pivot in the end for day 6. So actually deciding to instead, with Huntress, as mentioned, you can go towards the Xayah. He did have the no scout, no pivot as an option with an early Jax too as well. There's a great start there for day 6. We saw a few things as well, like calculated loss, which is going to be really important. I think a great start for godlike Esports already. Realizing who their loss streak players are going to be, who their win streak potential players are going to be as well. With day 6, with that 2-star early Jax is going to be pretty powerful early on. And like you said, Panda, I think early stages in this game, you do get a lot of direction. You know, this patch was pretty much around that. You know if you're playing reroll, you know you're playing for fast 8. That's kind of where the 4v4 comes in. The communication is key to have a look and see what lines everyone has as a potential, and how you want to split that up amongst the entire team.
Doing your augment selection, I think we're seeing early learnings there. We saw those kind of pivot makes it very clear for your team who's in comms with you, but also the opposing team, what you're playing towards and what they can start denying or what they can start watching out for in terms of their spikes. We're looking at the Arbiter here. Going to be a chance to get an extra Leona potentially. So this is just a way to accelerate for Leona 3. You can play this around reroll, or you can just play as a way to not have to reroll. You're getting the Leona 3 for free, and you can play tempo instead, which is something that Raiko is quite known for. So we'll see if he opts to go down that line. You can even play Leona 3 as a main tank and play into really any kind of backline. It's just one way to play around having a very strong front line in stage 3 or 4 without really sacrificing much.
Yeah, I think Raiko's game plan in this game is exactly as you said. I don't think he's going to be playing reroll. You know, we see units like Kai'Sa, we got double Kai'Sa already. Potentially looking for the other AD line that we might be seeing a little bit. Darkstar, I think, could be like a staple if you can get that early Kai'Sa 2 and you can save a little bit of HP early on. Potentially look like Kai'Sa 3 later on down the line. But also if you get the Darkstar Darkstar emblem, I think that's going to be one of the strongest that we're going to see potentially throughout today. If you can get that +1, if you can put it on a unit like Xayah, find that 6 Darkstar later on, that could be something great. And as you mentioned, you know, that flexible front line with Leona 3-star can make it really important.
Yeah, especially will be an emblem check for Darkstar. There are 4-cost comps that can be played. They're just not as unconditional as both the qualification like Xayah as well, depending on the Stargazer. We did see Kubikson had picked up Warpath, which I think is a very interesting augment to pick up. Essentially, once you deal 80 points of damage to opposing players, you get a massive cash out, which is much more than a gold armor worth of value. There's risk involved. What if you're not able to tempo and win streak and take over the game and dominate and go on a warpath in stage 2 and 3? Then you're in big trouble. Then you fall behind, you have no augment essentially, and you don't cash it out and you go 8. But in a 4v4 setting, your teammate can purposely sack for you and they can make sure you're winning at least half of your fights on average. So it's a really interesting dynamic in terms of what you can do, especially if you scout their players and you see they have low tempo reroll spots, but they're not spiking in stage 2 at all. Where you can sort of get all these free wins by just 5, finding items do here. It's a really interesting dynamic and it opens up potential for winning up there.
You know, I think that's really, like, as you mentioned, in terms of like sacking for each other and playing as a team, I think that's really where the magnetic removers come in as well. We see them used a lot in later stages of the game, you know, kind of trying to understand, you know, who is in your pool for the next round. Am I able to save a bit of HP for my team? Am I trying to avoid that 8th place? We talk a lot about 4 versus 4, of course, with the point system being the same as a standard TFT game. First place gets 8 points and last place gets 1 point. But I think it's really about trying to avoid that 8th place, because as soon as that one team get that 8th place, they're kind of playing on the back foot a little bit. The standard way of winning 4v4 team TFT is if 3 people get into the top 4 of your team, then you automatically win that game. But there are a few other things as well, like if you get bottom 2, you can still win, and you know, if you need a 1st or a 2nd place to try and win that tiebreaker in the end. There are a few other scenarios as well. But that's a standard way. I think trying to avoid 8th place is going to be really important for these teams to make sure that they can try and tempo. But that's the early Kai'Sa 2 that I was talking about.
Big spike for Raiko, one of the best carries, not just in stage 2, not just in stage 3, in the entire game. I think even in Darkstar with a Jin 2, I'm pretty sure it's correct to make Kai'Sa your main damage here, because of how well you work with the train and how much you can do in terms of cleaning up, in terms of getting resets and getting more mana as well. But perfect, you know, fundamental TFT here from Raiko. You have a strong tank in Leona, you have a strong backline carry, and then you have an econ trade giving you money, and also just acting as a little bit of extra board strength with the Bel'Veth and the Briar and the Rek'Sai here. So this is where Raiko really succeeds as a player, especially. I think he's a great tempo player.
Yeah, I think overall, I think as you mentioned, you can try and push this to level 9 now. You can probably try and save enough HP, try and get to level 9. It is very risky because you might lose a lot of health in, you know, stage 4 if you're trying to go for that level 9, but it gives you that opportunity to try and reach the Jin. You can roll on 8 and try and stabilize your board, hit something like a Karma 2, which can be still pretty decent in the you know, in stage 4 and beyond. If you have Kai'Sa as well as that main carry, it's a good secondary carry. But really, as you mentioned, I think you need to hit that Jin to try and hit 6 Darkstar, unless you get lucky with your, you know, second augment being something like, you know, Spreading Roots or something that can give you these emblems and give you the opportunity to give you that Darkstar +1.
Yeah, he's meeting most of the checks for playing Fast 9, which is having a Rage Blaze Slam because you want to play around Vex on stage 5 when you go 9, and having a lot of tempo, having a very strong board. Ideally, you want to exit stage 3 at around 90 HP to really make it viable to play for Fast 9. Everything for Raiko is he does look very strong, but 2 of the other big win streakers are going to be 2 mouse players, Og and Houston. If he can dethrone those win streaks, if he can end those win streaks and stay healthy in the 4, he's definitely poised to be one of those players that can play for Fast 9 and win out.
Overall, Mal's on the other side. We just saw Wet Jungler rolling down for the Teemo reroll with the likes of Lissandra and Leona, but we also have Travis. So 2 of Mal's players going for a reroll, going for these. How'd you know? Was
no, Travis looked like tempo.
Was he able
Most
to
likely.
natural Briar 3? Did he have a Briar 3? Or am I crazy?
We'll see it now, but Zed is offered. This is one of the stronger augments in the game. Really, it's hard to bot for with Zed if you have the right setup for it, especially for playing Fast 9, especially with certain emblems, like Meeple emblem is insane. You can just slot in Zed on the Voyager slot in the core keyboard, and he can just go absolutely crazy, or you can play 7 Meeple even. Looking at Day 6 board, this is the board that we know for sure. He's going to be playing around exactly these units because he has no scout, no pivots. He is going to be playing the higher tempo variation, which is adding the Gwen on 6 and the Rost on 7, getting a ton of trades, a ton of attack speed, and resists on the board, and not playing for the maybe slightly higher cap, especially in 4v4. You can't really do it because there's going to be a player on your team. You don't want to obviously increase their chances of finding close to 2.
I definitely agree with that. It does look like we did get confirmation that Dasik did hit just a natural Briar 3 when he was playing Cluttered Mine. I saw the Briar 3 and I was like, is that going to be a reroll line there? But then I saw Cluttered Mine. I was like, hold on a second. He just natural to Briar 3 with the reroll line as well. But a lot of these players actually going for the augment that gives you the 3-star 1 cost, the next 1 cost that you're able to buy. Trying to play for more tempo here, it seems like, for Gobo. On one side with that challenger SPAC and try and not really the best spatula I feel like for like Musty later on down the line. Brawler I think is a much better option there, but can still be a good way to tempo early on and to try and save as much HP as possible to try and reach Musty.
Yi does end up being one of the better funnels for most of the emblems, both Brawler being the best, but Bastion, Challenger, etc. Is kind of the default line. Alongside Corki with like Rogue Emblem, for example, as well. But we'll have to see. Dayhua is going to be slotting in Anima for a tiny bit here. Has Calc Loss, so makes a lot of sense. I think with Anima, especially in 4v4, you're not really planning your entire game plan around having massive, crazy cash out because it's going to be a free point, obviously. But at least you force your opponent to do some weird things with their tempo and their instinct to try and stop you from going for the good cash out. And if you're Calc Loss anyway, I mean, you might as well, right? If you're Anima, you're trying to lose every round anyway. And just a big stage 4 roll down.
I think the big thing with that board as well, I think he had Timebreaker on, the earlier stage 2 as well. So he's been ramping up Timebreaker every single round, getting them free rerolls, getting potential levels as well. Most likely going to be the free rerolls, of course, with calculated loss, making sure that he loses every single round. But I think slotting Anima squad early, like slotting in Anima, during like this mid game when you're on stage 3 makes it difficult for the other team to try and grief you, because you've already stabilized your board, you already have your direction. Normally if you play Anima on stage 2, you might try and grief them early on, you might try and sell your board if you're playing on the other team, try and stop that big 400 cash out that you're really looking for. But because it's in the mid game, as you mentioned, we're not really looking for a potential big cash out, just try and look for some mid game spikes and just some extra boost of power to try and boost up his board later on.
Yeah, we'll have to check Dehua's spot coming into stage 4 for his roll down, but I think it most likely will be Corki from what is expected from the comps his team is going for, and the fact that when you have a lot of econ, you really just want to go for Corki, where you can guarantee you can hit and maybe even hold extra copies against your opposing.
Really interesting item slams here as well for Gobo. Going for the Gunblade slam, going for Kraken Slayer as well. Doesn't really look like Master Yi items in general, but I think just trying to win a few rounds, but obviously very difficult there to try and win that round against a Briar 3 with some really, really strong items overall. But I think when you're slamming, like Rageblade and, when you're slamming Kraken Slayer and potential Gunblade, maybe you're looking for something like Xayah out of that. But I know with Challenger Spat, I think that becomes more difficult. But I think just trying to play tempo, trying to play towards his strong item power spikes and trying to win a few rounds and trying to stop the HP totals from going as far down as what they are at the moment, which is, Godlike Esports currently sitting in the bottom 2. Of course, we know the Yahuwah has the loss streak, calculated loss, but when's it become a point where HP gets a little bit too low, Panda? When does it become more of a struggle more than anything else? Because Qualifier is looking pretty low already at stage 3.
I agree with you, but reminders, it's Soraka. Yesterday in game 3 of Movistar Koi versus Denovates, Koi looked in an even worse spot than this, and they got healed 12 HP, Soraka, on stage 4. Everyone healed, and they had enough time to scale their comps and their game plan, and they won because of it. So potentially that could be part of the story coming to stage 4 as well. The TF does finally get the win here. Dace against his teammate Reiko. Dace confirmed, I think not surprisingly, the strongest player in stage 3. Huge win streak coming out. Is about to hit the Jax 2 as well. So we're going to see some very, very strong board from Dace, at least for the start of stage 4.
See the anima cash out here. We just got gold, I believe, 1 item and a 3-star Briar on the board. So some extra units, but looks like defaulting towards the Corki rolling down on level 8. And as I mentioned, because he had time breakers in since stage 2, and he was able to lose streak pretty much the entirety of stage 3 and stage 2, he's able to get so many free rerolls, but unfortunately has still only two Corkis at the moment, trying to hit that Corki 2 Riven 2 power spike, and there it is.
He has to go fast, incentivized to use even more of this gold, get the strongest board possible, but also hold any extra copies he does find, and has to finish off these items before we start things off. Already has a Last Whisper, no need for Even Shroud. Can play for now just Riven items and that final Corki item. Potentially a BT or a Sterax on the Riven. We want to finalize this final Corki item. Could be, Giant Slayer and then BT. Riven looks good to me.
Yep. Yeah, and because he's in the bottom, I believe it's bottom 2 standings, you get the component anvils, if I remember correctly, with the new set. Yeah, the new set with the, being in that bottom 2, you get the component anvils, which makes it easier now that you can, as you mentioned, complete the, best in slot items for these units. Corki 2, Riven 2, a very stable board in this meta in patch 17.2b, where you just get so much damage from this Corki, but the Riven also helps out with Rogue as well, making sure that she doesn't get completely one-shot by any of this burst damage. And of course, you mentioned, make sure you get them AD items on Riven, so she has the AD form instead of the AP form.
Prismatic Augment on 4-2 for all of our players. For Daehua, the biggest thing now is he has to win every single fight in stage 4. That is his mission. He has picked up 1 buff, 2 buffs, so it's going to have both the red buff and the blue buff now to itemize his 4th unit, the Milio here. The Milio can do quite well. Duplicator is kind of insane. 5 Corkis right now. We'll have to see who's the Corki player on Mouse, but this could potentially be pretty tricky for the Mouse team if they're trying to play Corki as well, because if you can't hit Corki 2, you are out of luck coming into stage 4 and winning these fights.
I think some people might be surprised by that because he already had a Sunfire, so he thinks, oh, you got double anti-heal. That's something you don't really want, but a lot of people actually take it in 4v4 because of that duplicate, as you mentioned. You can try and play out for that win-out potential of Corki 3, but also you can help deny units as well from the enemy team, which I think is going to be really important. Of course, at the moment, only has 9 gold, and we see on the other side, the Mouse player who's trying to go for Corki and Riven only has a 1-star Corki and a 1-star Riven. That's all thanks to Dahua's roll down.
It is Og, and Og is going to have a very hard time stabilizing. He does have the HP lead compared to Daehua, so we're seeing 2 very different ways to play around this 4-cost flex. Or maybe not flex. I think it's only 2 comps you're playing for with AD. But the big thing to mention as well is just how strong Calculaus is. The guarantee of having the strongest board in stage 4 is absolutely huge in 4v4, even if you sacrifice a lot of HP to get to that
we
position.
got viewers to entertain.
I completely agree with that. Just a really, really strong spot in general, as we see. Travis here looks like might be trying to go for...
Ooh, did go for the Zed with the Primordian. Very interesting.
Doesn't have a Zed at the has a Zed, of course, from the augment, but doesn't have anything else. Looks like he might be with, Cluttered Mind, trying to go for potentially level 9. Could be a possibility, but this is a board I haven't really seen too much of.
And will be interesting to see how much Travis is taxed in this stage. Obviously, he was able to hit a Briar 3 here with Cluttered Mind, so that helped a lot in terms of preserving HP and having a board that just doesn't lose every single fight 8-0 in stage 4. As long as you're getting to level 9 with enough gold and like 2 lives, I think it's okay with your hero. So, and Zed especially, if we hit Zed 2, Travis automatically becomes the most likely win-out player in this game.
Yeah, I think the interaction with Edge of Night with all the Zed units that you get is just absolutely crazy because it makes it so difficult for these spots to kind of get in that spot. And there you said, you called it, Panda. There's going to be the
Soraka
HP
heal
being
12.
healed up.
It's not always the pick, obviously, but HP is much more important in 4v4 compared to individual TFT. And especially depending on your team composition and where you guys are in the standings, it could be game saving in some cases, especially if you are like Travis, weak right now. You just need to buy a little bit more time to get to that crazy board state. And maybe Travis will find more value from the 12 HP than he would with the forecast that Bears is offering.
Yeah, we could be looking at some people as well, like potentially Travis maybe looking for, you know, something else, trying to look for going to level 9 now, because everyone's going to be, most people are going to be picking up that extra HP. We did see some of the units as well that who was able to pick up. You did have the option of Master Yi, so you can use that as a, you know, as an opportunity to help you as well. Try and get the Master Yis or try and get these other high cost units that some players are trying to go for. We see Gobo already have 2 Vexes on the bench, already level 9. Still hasn't hit that Vex 2-star yet, though, to try and swap out some of the items. But in terms of the items, you don't have that much attack speed from Vex. Only really going to benefit from that Challenger spat once eventually he hits that 2-star.
And we did see Raiko from Godlike that was playing for Yi. So I think Gobo had to be a bit more creative where he was going with the Challenger spat in the end, trying to go for fast 9, playing around Nova and around most of the Kindred Fiora dual carry instead of a Yi. We'll see how it works out for him in the end. I think it's a little bit less of a traditional fast 9. You don't have that much gold. You're not playing around the full 5 cost roster. It's mostly just Novas plus 1 or 2 5 costs that you hit.
Still a really good win, though, to try and reduce the HP total there of the Riven player as well. It's going to be pretty nice. We see a group hug here for Raiko in a really, really strong spot. Master Yi 2-star in there, as well as the Kindred 2 as well. Hasn't really been holding on to any other units, but group hug being one of the most important augments for this trait, just giving you so much. And now Travis has gone to level 9, is trying to hit that Z2. Doesn't hit yet.
Travis could have waited one more round. Interestingly enough, he does push 9 here and tries to push 4 despite having 63 HP and getting healed from Soraka. So interesting that he jumps the gun a little bit early in my mind. Has going to have a little bit less gold to work with. Didn't really have Timebreaker anyway, so wasn't getting that much value from his losses before the transition. The moment he Zed 2, I think the rest of the board doesn't really matter. I think Zed is just that strong by himself.
Yeah, I think maybe Travis had a position where he knew he was going to place someone from Godlike. So he had every single member of Godlike in his pool. Yeah, and he just wants to try and roll down, to try and hit Spite, to try and take as much HP as possible from the likes of Gobo on the other side, which he's still able to win, even if he didn't hit Z2, just showing how strong the unit is, even at 1-star. As you mentioned, Z2-star also being very strong. And hey, like, why not give you more gold? I mean, oh, okay, we actually surprisingly skipped that. I thought he might have potentially gone for all of that gold to try and hit that Z2-star potential.
Maybe I exaggerated. Z2 by himself, he needs some frontline. He needs some tank items potentially on your final 5 cost tank. Not just his Rek'Sai, hopefully. Good news for Godlike. Dehua did complete his mission, which is you calculate all of stage 2 and 3, but then you have to win every single fight in stage 4. And he has done so. He is the win streak player now. It's likely that he can potentially maybe lose out in still bot 4 because some of the boards in stage 5 in particular are going to get a lot stronger. Right, we're looking at Kubiksen's Warpath cash out, for example. Players like Travis who are going to be facing Dehua potentially. If he finds that too, could be a problem. And Dehua could be 1 life, right? 16 HP. If you have a big enough loss, it could potentially be an elimination in stage 5.
It's actually really surprising. I don't think Dehua actually picked Soraka as the option for...
He didn't, yeah, Giga Chat.
Yeah. I think he actually went... So if I remember correctly, the Varus was the option of having... It was all 4 costs in your next pull, and the next one was free. I could be wrong, but I think it was something like that.
I think it was a 2-star 4 cost. Maybe that's why he was playing around the 3-star angle.
The 3-star.
A Riven or a Rammus, depending on how you were taken out by Og, and then having to hitter as well. So I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a really difficult decision to make in the end, trying to figure that out. But you're seeing here, Org in a very, very difficult spot. Might be seeing the first elimination here for Org, and we will do. Org, Maus, 8th place now, so already on the back foot here for Maus, as a very, very strong victory there for, for Travis. But it's a team kill as well at the same time.
And Og, that means the Corkis are out of the pool, which means right away we see someone like Gobo selling the Corki he found to allow potentially Dehua to find those copies of Corki. We're seeing the pivot here from Gobo. Okay, very interesting. So what Gobo's doing here, he knows he's the weakest player. He's buying as many forecasts as possible and weakening his board to try and give Dehua the best chances of finding the Corki 3 on his roll down. So essentially he is only acting as a pool thinner because he knows he's going to be eliminated no matter what because he is so weak. and he had to sacrifice the E spot to Raiko, and now is trying to propel Daehwa into a 3-star win con. Very, very cool play here.
Yeah, I've never actually seen that. I mean, for the years that we've been, covering 4 versus 4 in EWC, I don't think I've ever seen someone pretty much. We've seen people sell their boards before because they know that they're playing against their team, which is this scenario here, making it weaker. Also, rolling down all of your gold, as you mentioned, trying to get them 4 costs out so you can try and help your team out, trying to reach that 3-star, which is definitely the win con here. As you can see, Gobo going out in 7th place, no surprise there. But playing against a teammate, I think he'll be completely fine with that. But yeah, very interesting strategy, but trying to make the rest of his team stronger.
Now, the big question here is that Mouse has a really big HP lead, right? Travis has maybe both the strongest board and the highest win out potential. He has found the Z2 now, so just very interesting setup here with the Primordian into the Z, able to make it to level 9 despite playing for the reroll lines with the Briar 3 and the Rek'Sai 3. Kubikson also high HP now as well, so it's going to be hard for Gauntlet, even if Daehwa gets very strong, even if he 3-stars Corki, to eliminate, most of the Mouse players in the bottom 4. How much HP they have.
I think it'd be really interesting if he does go up against Dahua, for example, with that lost streak board. I think like you said, the Z2 is just going to be way too strong, but also Travis now holding a Corki on the bench, realizing the win condition here for Godlike to try and get that 3-star 4 cost and try and win that potential there. But Travis and Kube are playing against each other. They're not going to feel too bad about either one of these two losing this, because both of their boards are pretty strong. They probably prefer Travis to win because, as you mentioned, has a strong HP total and also has one of the strongest boards as well.
And Kubikson is making a pretty good example of what Fast9 looks like on this patch. So if you're watching at home, make a mental note. This is going to be the win board. Players who are trying to play Fast9 will be playing for most of the time. New with tank items, mana items in particular, Rage Blade plus damage on the Vex, and then Fiora as your tertiary carry as well.
2 Corgis out of the pool now for Travis. Going to be taking 2 of them out of the pool.
For Daehwa to get that 3-star win condition. Daehwa did lose his last fight, so is now finally showing some blood. That win streak finally ends and could potentially still end up in the bottom 4 for Godlike.
Travis there last second was actually able to use his magnetic remover on the Z, which is really, really big, because he probably realized last second, like, hey, I could be playing against a teammate, and did go up against, I believe it was Wet Jungler there. So understanding hey, I need to make my board weaker. I don't want this Z2 star with all these items to destroy some of my teammates. So it's good that he actually gets the matchup there that he wanted. But on the other side here, unfortunately, is going to be a team versus team.
Oh, it's a potential good loss.
That's good
loss. Both players stay alive. No items removed from Raiko, so either they didn't really care, which I assume is not the case. I think they just knew Daehwa would have a better matchup, which is usually the case with Corki into G, and didn't want to use the remover there. Perfect set scenario. Neither player gets eliminated, and both players are still left alive. But if Raiko and Daehwa go out in this next round, if they face Mouse players who are stronger than them, that would be 3 players from Godlike in the bottom 4, and that would be a game 1 victory going to Mouse. So this round is very important coming up right now before we go into stage 6.
Oh, Raikou there, 1 off of Tahm Kench 3 as well. Just something popped out of nowhere, it seemed like. He was able to get that, Tahm Kench 3 would have been really, really big and could have potentially beaten this Z board on the other side. But now you're going to see that Travis is most likely going to knock out Raikou here. I think these Zs are just going to be way too strong, Panda. There's going to be like 20 Zs on this board by the end of it as well. Tahm Kench gets a bit of healing, but that is going to be Raikou going out, and also Daehwa also going out as well. So as you mentioned, Panda, 3 members of a Godlike going in the bottom 4, which means game number 1 victory is going to go to Mouse.
And the problem here was, I think, the 2 kind of standout players from Mouse and the game plans they were able to execute, which was Travis finding the Z line, pivoting a perfect Z line into a Z2 with a fast 9 Primordian strategy with a very early Primordian 3 stars, and Kubikson as well, right? Warpath as an engine to make it to level 9, to have also a win out board. So the 2-star players for Mouse have to be Travis and Kubi after this game. And I think on the Godlike side, especially, I think Raiko and Gobo were kind of homeless. They didn't have the best setups for Yi. Gobo had to play kind of a Nova fast 9 and wasn't very strong. So a pretty lopsided game 1, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we saw the position there of, Dahua was not able to hit the 3-star, got denied by Travis because he was able to just generate so much gold in general, which was, really, really important for him. And of course, Zed Augment coming in clutch as well, understanding that once you get the Zed, once you get the likes of the items of the Spear of Shojin, the Edge of Night, these multiple Zeds that get onto the board, makes his board just unkillable and makes it just way too difficult for the rest of Godlike to actually come out on top. And even though there were early win streaks from the likes of Day 6, you know, they had a really strong lose streak spot as well, just wasn't able to get to enough, you know, strong enough position to try and get Travis, to try and knock Travis off the board when he hits level 9.
Yeah. I didn't mention Dasik and Dave Hubbock. I think they did their jobs and their roles, you know, to the best of their ability. Dasik had to preserve HP, had to be the kind of that HP stalwart on the team, and he did so. Playing around the reroll line, Dave similarly so had to win all of stage 4, and he did so. He outplaced Og, which was the quirky opponent, let's say, on Mouse. It really came down to Raiko and Go Waifu not quite being able to match someone like Travis and Kui on their game plans, and it happens in TFT where some of the spots are just kind of crazy from the opposing team, and it is very hard to stop that spot from Travis in particular with the Zed.
Yeah, very strong victory game 1 though from Mauser. I think they were in a very, very good spot, as you mentioned, with the spots they're able to get, the augments as well, that early recognition of understanding like, hey, I need to, you know, play for win streak with Warpath. I need to try and deal as much damage as possible, and also picking up the likes of the Zed augment as well. It was really, really big. I did have a strong feeling about Godlike, especially from the Hua spot, getting that lost streak, getting Time Breaker in early on. Unfortunately, not hitting that Corki 3. If Travis didn't find them 2 Corkis, maybe Corki 3 was that potential. As also Raiko was also one off Tom Kench 3 as well. So 2 players of Godlike were 1 unit off a 3-star forecast, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to find it in the end.
Yeah, we mentioned who's the X Factor player on your team. You know, Corki, okay, Yi, okay, reroll, okay, but who finds that X Factor spot? And we had 2 X Factor players on Mouse, so that you already know if your game plan succeed with something like Zed and Warpath, you were going to be in a very good position to win out that game. But we're gonna go to a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2 between Godlike Esports and Mouse.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Can't get to you. 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 Can't get to you.
Welcome back to the Road to EWC EMEA TFT broadcast for the closed qualifiers. We just got done with game number 1 between Mouse and Godlike Esports. Mouse had an absolutely insane spot from two of their players. Both Travis and Kubi took over the game from stage 5 onwards. We still have potentially 2 more games if Godlike is able to tie it here. But if Mouse wins this next one, Stuart, they are already guaranteed to be through as a first seed for the main event.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, knocking in the seed 1 for Mouse, I think will be really, really big. As you mentioned at the top of the show, Mouse as an organization was in EWC for TFT last year as well, with a bit of a different team. Of course, Wet Jungler coming back this time around, but, you know, kind of making their roster a little bit different with the likes of Org, Kubix, and also Travis. But Wet Jungler being one of the only players that is actually going to make it to every single EWC. He was there at the start with Carmen Cork. He was there last year with Mouse, and he's also going to be at EWC this year with Mouse as well. But of course, we still need to play out this BO3 as well, Panda, to see who our first seed is going to be.
It will be Evelyn and Varys as our gods, as well as Ross, which means that it's time to pray, because you're getting 3 completely random emblems. This means that this will be a very different game of TFT. It might be possible that we break the golden rule of this patch. There might not be a Yi player for both teams or a Corki player for both teams, depending on what kind of spots they have open. But a few comps in particular, I think, will get a lot more of a chance to show up. Something like the Darkstar line, for example. Yep.
I completely agree with you. I think Darkstar is going to be one of the most important ones as we look around all of these boards to see what these players have as options. Space Groove used to be good at the start of the set, but unfortunately it's not as strong this time around. But I wonder if we do see maybe that flexibility now, Panda, that maybe some of these can be very, very good at his medallion, which is going to be the one. So it's going to be potential reroll lines for the Stargazer players. But am I seeing no Darkstar from anyone? I don't know if we've seen everyone's board yet. There's an Arbiter option here. I don't think we have any Darkstar emblems, Panda, which is pretty wild.
Even without
to be
the
honest
emblem,
with you.
I think Darkstar's line still does a very good job of accommodating extra emblems that are not Darkstar as well. So it makes the line a little bit more viable, in my opinion, with like Voyager, with Rogue, Timebreaker even in some cases. So we'll see if some players still want to angle it just with 96 traditional Darkstar units. We'll have to see. Biggest thing to watch out for, as you mentioned, Medallion, means that the reroll line is very much open and very, very strong. Especially playing around not just TF and
Time ain't stopping, so you better not either. Go!
Because she gets the same amount of buff that the Stargazers do on this Stargazer. Also, Lulu potentially, if you have the god spot for it, can be interesting with Medallion because she prints a ton of gold if you can 2-star her early or 3-star her early.
That's going to be really important. Slamming for Kubi, so he's going to be going for the tempo play here. Another cool interaction that I was seeing at the start of this set as well, which I guess players have actually looked for as well. The Arbiter emblem on Talon for the extra HP per, is it 10 damage, the extra HP? That's pretty disgusting. I played against that a few times before, and it's been pretty brutal to play against, but I don't think anyone had that option. I think it was, we saw one player was looking at their Arbiter with Talon early on with the emblem, but fortunately nothing is going to be Nothing's going to be played there, it seems like.
We got some of the options here for day 6. Space Crew, unfortunately, not really in his strongest place. An Emblem was incredibly strong the patch before this one. Was very, very strong with Nami and Ribbon as a duo carry comp. It was kind of the de facto strong Emblem comp. That was a bit conditional, but the huge changes to the Emblem and traits made it kind of a B tier or C tier comp even. So I don't think we'll be seeing anyone indexing very heavily on Space Crew coming into this game. I do want to mention with Evelyn as a god, there is an option that she gives a random emblem in stage 3. So that could be interesting to watch out for. As well as any augments that offers you Reforgers. Very, very much high value in an encounter like this one. So we'll have to watch out in particular for the stage 3 augment choice 3. But we are seeing another Warpath from Mouse. This time it's Wedge Jungler.
I mean, Pantheon 2 is going to be really staple as a front line early on, especially with Gargle slammed, Spiritfish slammed as well.
And a Zoe
Emblem's
too.
Not looking, yeah, I mean, and Zoe too. Yeah, I mean, Emblem's not looking too great, depending on what his item is going to be with Psychonic here. But Vanguard can be pretty good if you can play towards that flexible front line. With Nunu being, of course, very, very powerful, you can play towards. I mean, this is a potential that you can play towards Arbiter and try and go towards LeBlanc. I think one of the scenarios, if you do get the Vanguard emblem, can be very, very powerful. But of course, we know in general, AP lines are not going to be as strong. But with how crazy this game already is with 3 random emblems, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some different variations of lines. So we don't really get to see too much on this patch.
In most cases, it is going to be correct to simply play for 1 or 2 of your emblems and play for the meta line that best accommodate those emblems instead of trying to, recreate TFT as a whole on an encounter like this one. It usually does not work out well, even for players with skilled disease. But there are edge cases where you have just this insane combination. You're playing tempo, everything that kind of lines up perfectly, and you end up playing a comp that no one's ever played before, potentially, because of the emblems you're given.
Look at here, Gobo, going to be going for slamming as well. Got some decent item stands with Rageblade and Hand of Justice. Talon, of course, still being one of the strongest one-cost carries, trying to get tempo early on. And just with Talon's ability being able to jump around, deal so much damage to backline units. Going to be a very, very strong early board to try and help him get some wins underneath his belt, which is going to be very important. That's spreading. Oh, I forgot this is the patch where spreading roots is still available as well. Oh my. Okay, well, what does Dehua do here? He has a lot of emblems. Look at Bastion, Voyager, Space Crew, Timebreaker.
It does look like a Space Group spot, unfortunately, with the Timebreaker, Bastion, and Space Group all wanting you to play this comp. Again, we'll have to see. I don't know if he uses Reforger or not. That's one of the interesting options. One thing to mention, though, with Stargazer Emblem +1 that we're seeing from Global here is the fact that you can't really make great use of the emblem because it's only 3 Stargazer as the max of the traits with Medallion. Unfortunately, it's not like Serpent, for example, where you can go for 5 or 7 Stargazer. You get a bit more value, and there's usually at least 3 good Stargazers you want to play anyway, so you lose some value there. But we're seeing the God Offerings here. Evelyn, not really the strongest in 4v4 in particular, kind of a bit too late game coded.
No, not very good options overall. I mean, Varus is not really a great option as well. You do get double the unit, so you can potentially look for a 3-star if you're playing towards the bottom here. Like Org was picked up Varus and got 2 Dianas. If you get a really strong 3-cost unit that you already have a copy of, it could be really good because you can get that 2 stars Kai'Sa potential early on, or it can just help you get that little bit of econ. But I totally agree. I think Evelyn is a much more riskier option here to see if you can make it to top 4. And when we reach that top 4, it's going to be really important for these players that did pick up the Evelyn to try and see if they're able to pick it up.
It looks like most players have like 1 emblem they can kind of play around, like a Marauder +1, and then the rest is just super unsynergistic what they're trying to do. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see, one, what augments you can find on stage 3, if Reforgers are offered at all, what players can do with the Reforgers, and where they want to take risks in terms of reforging emblems, entire emblems, or even good emblems that they want to try and just go for some crazy high roll potential in stage 4 onwards. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. But for now, just players playing kind of the strongest board and not really seeming to too quickly angle a specific line, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, before
rerolls that I've seen.
Before, if we were able to play on previous patches, then we would have been getting reforgers from loose streaking early on, but that's not going to be a thing in this patch, unfortunately. So players have to hope to, as you mentioned, try and get some reforgers from some augment selections at the moment. But Dasic being the only win streak player at the moment, doing really well with just win streaking in general. I was watching his stream over the last few days and watching Godlike to see how they were able to perform. Watch their victory versus Ninjas in Pajamas, which they're able to perform extremely well at, and they've been doing extremely well, I think, for this entire close qualifier. And Dasic's always been that player that finds that win streak opportunity early on, knows how strong his board can be, and he can tempo into these late game boards and try and get a win back here for Godlike as Mouse took game number 1.
And this is kind of bad news for White Jungler in particular, right? Has picked up Warpath, and 3 of the strongest players in this lobby seem to be players from Godlike. So they're going to have an easy time not just winning against White Jungler in this stage, but they're incentivized to play very high tempo and play for their win streaks and their high HP, and continue being 3 strong players that White Jungler will not be winning against potentially in stage 3 as well. This could be that other side of the coin, right? For something like Warpath, where if you don't ride that perfect tempo wave, if you at any point fall off of that wave, you're in big trouble in terms of cashing out Warpath and in general having a game.
We might even be seeing some scenarios now, I think, in the stage 3 where some of Mouse's players might have to try and sacrifice some of their HP to try and help White Jungler get that Warpath online and help him deal some extra damage. Might be a bit riskier to try and go for that line, but in general I think it's going to be very, very difficult. Yeah, as you can see there, thank you, Observer, only 9 damage dealt out of the 50 at the moment. So if you're Mouse in this position, Panda, do you potentially look at removing some of the items from the other Mouse players and try and give White Jungler this cash out? Or in this position, do you say to yourself, okay, we're just going to try and deal as much damage as possible, but don't sacrifice any HP for me?
I think you can't really just sacrifice everyone's game plan just to try and get White Jungler closer to the finish line, because I know he's so far away in particular. I think if he's close in stage 4 and everyone else he falls behind in tempo, but he's like 2 good fight wins away from catching out, sure. But at this point, it's early in stage 3. And with his emblems not really being the strongest combo anyway, I'm not sure how incentivized I am to trying to just fully assist if we're back.
Yeah, I mean, it could be potential that White Jungler just becomes the deny player this game. He just goes to level 8 and he tries to deny the 4 costs on the other side of Godlike. So, yeah, pretty tough spot here for White Jungler, but also Godlike, realizing that they do need to play for their strongest boards. They do need to play for tempo because there is a Warpath player on the other side. We're not on 17.3, so too tanky, unfortunately, is not going to be a very good option, but second wind here for Gobo is just going to give him a little bit more combat power. Level 7 already as well, damn.
We'll see what all the augment choices are. As I mentioned earlier, if there are any, we're seeing 2 reforgers here for Gobo, so he's going to have a chance to potentially reforge a Stargazer. For right now, I think the setup is working in terms of tempoing and win streaking. You have 2 great carries with the Talon and the Belveth putting in a lot of work with these extra emblems that kind of favor their kits in general, but they don't really have the clear synergy coming to stage 4 and looking at a late game comp. So we'll see when and how Gobo decides to reforge and what kind of lines he ends up on because of it.
Yeah, most likely will be, I think, at the end of stage 3. I think, as you mentioned, this board is probably going to do still pretty well, especially with level 7 online, and it's still going to do fine in this stage to try and maybe not win that many rounds, but just try and deal as, try and save as much HP as possible. And then most likely at the end of stage 3, when he's looking to go to level 8, when he's looking to pivot towards later game boards, maybe he might try and reforge as well. Maybe this is a position where Gobo might even try to go to level 9 because he's on that 6 streak now. He's level 7, so it could be an option.
This is the kind of the conditions we talk about when you want to think if you can realistically go fast 9 and succeed is having a ton of HP, exiting stage 3 above 90 HP, which I think Gobo is looking like he's going to accomplish, having an econ augment, which he has with Slammin', and he has the Marauder +1, which the side benefit of this emblem is that the user gets potential gold on kills if he gets the takedown. So we saw Gobo, the Talon, that was printing quite a bit of gold that last fight, potentially all of the fights here. So he's going to have 2 big econ engines that he can play for, keeping the Marauder emblem, because you're going to be playing Fiora on the fast line board. You have the Rage Blade already, and you can maybe just reforge the Stargazer and the Rogue, for example, because you don't really have a clear way to play around them on fast line.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I think that's a completely fair point to make. And I mean, of course, can synergize well with Fiora later on down the line as well. Can also be another really, really good option. OK actually went for the lesser champion duplicators, but actually just decided to make Kai'Sa 2 is of course not playing a reroll line from this spot, but trying to just play a little bit for tempo. But unfortunately, playing against his teammate in Travis, which is going to put him in a really good spot as well, be it helping him save a little bit more HP. Gobo still keeping his win streak at the top at the moment as well. So it's only Org really that's in a tough spot here for Mouse, but that's why he took the lesser champion duplicators and he's trying to play it more for tempo.
Evelyn offering a 3-cost now, and this kind of steamroll option. We're seeing the 4-cost options here for Og. Master Yi, LeBlanc are going to be 2 options he can play for.
Varuscott looks pretty tempted. Varuscott looked pretty tempted for players that want to try and get their 4 costs early on, or even deny.
And I'm imagining that Og wants to play around some kind of Kai'Sa reroll with, I think that's his best angle here. Kai'Sa reroll with, as we're saying here, a ton of traits activated for Rost, and playing around kind of like the Illaoi, Rost, Kai'Sa, Shepherd line with Sabir added in as another 3-cost, taking up one of those slots. Activate Sniper, activate Space Crew for Rost as well. So this could be the final game plan for Og. Try and play high tempo from this point onwards, and maybe not play for the win out, obviously, with this comp, but try and salvage some placements.
I think Mao's though with Org's position, we've already seen how difficult Wet Jungler's position is at the moment. They have 2 players that don't really have kind of these win out positions that we can really think of. If you could potentially hit that Kai'Sa 3-star later on down the line, it can be good, but of course using them lesser champion duplicators is more of tempo to try and save HP early on. Wet Jungler, we're not really too sure how his warpath is going as well. I have to see if he was able to win this round. No, still loses rounds as well. So Wet Jungler's warpath spot is not good as well. So both Org and Wet Jungler are looking pretty rough at the moment to see which one of them 2 players can try and escape from that potential bot 4.
I think you have to assume at this point in time that you are not going to cash out the warpath if you're Wet Jungler. Wet Jungler does hit Leona 3, so maybe that will change things around. He was playing around the potential Zoe 3 angle maybe as well, because he had the very early Zoe 2. But yeah, 4 Vanguard has an artifact to pair alongside this Leona 3, so this is his big spike. It is possible that you're playing more for a reroll warpath, which is a bit rare, where you don't win streak and dominate all of stage 2 and 3, but your reroll 3-star spike is enough to win these like stage 3 fights and early stage 4 fights, and you can still cash out in time.
Could look to save HP as well, potentially, from the Soraka's Miracle. Depends how often, if I remember correctly, it depends how often the unit falls low on health, which might not happen too much with Leona, with how much shielding. Oh, there you go, procced it once already. But could try and save a little bit of HP as well from this, so maybe not the best artifact option that he was looking for, but something that can try and save him HP and try and avoid, as mentioned before, that bottom 2 that you really want to try and avoid in this 4v4 format.
This is a big win for Wet Jungler. Gets some extra damage on the board for the Warpath and stops the win streak for Gobo. So making his fast 9 spot a little bit harder to execute on, but still it looks like it's a pretty, it's a pretty good spot. Level 8, 50 gold.
He's setting one of his units as well, so it looks like this is a spot where he's going potentially Master Yi that he has on the bench.
He might go Darkstar, and he's trying to make sure Og dies here at the start of stage 4. Make sure he cannot hit Star. Playing around the Rogue as well. He is buying the Kai'Sa at the very least, yeah. Looks like he's just going to hold Kai'Sas in place.
Oh, Master Yi 2 is really, really huge as well, yeah. The Gobo's already found his spot as well, and might not even be reforging that many emblems this time. Stargazer, I think, is definitely going to be the reforge, but you can try and make the other emblems potentially work out in this spot. Again, later on with Fiora, if you can try and find it.
Ooh, 5Es is dirty business. And that's a Kindred 2 as well, so Gobo is going to be a very, very stable player now in stage 4 as well. So not really going for the win out. I think potentially knows that someone else on his team can take that lead. Will rather just play for a very stable stage 4 and have this huge HP pool to sacrifice for his teammates as well. And deny Og in the process. So I think Gobo understood that with the amount of gold he had and the spot he was in, he can both stabilize as one of the top HP players, but also make sure Og does not succeed at all in the reroll.
Reforged Stargazer into Space Groove, so not the emblem he was looking for. Probably will try and reforge that again next round, or try and reforge it now just to see what he gets. Shepherd. Well, not anything too useful, unfortunately, but you know, as we mentioned already, you know, Master Yi, 5 Master Yis already, trying to deny the Kaiser 3-star as well that we saw on the upper board. Yeah.
He got strong for this fight. He attacks Og again, putting him down now to 37 HP, and he's holding the Kaiser, making sure that Og has no real clean way to stabilize in stage 4, and will likely be one of the bot 4 players for Mouse.
Another prismatic finish. What's it going to be? Call to Chaos? Sweet treat.
Oh, it's so strong in this encounter because you have so much extra emblems, right? So many more items that give HP to your team as well. So, and spreading root as well. So you have 5 extra emblems from the get-go from 2-1 basically. So just so much more value for Sweet Treats here. And we do see Dayhall playing into Space Groove. Kind of had to, right? With the emblems he was given.
Yep.
And I think it'd be too risky to full reforge now. You could find some very unsynergistic combinations.
Yeah, this is something that we expected going into this encounter. We know the emblems can give you some early direction, but also at the same time can make it quite make it quite difficult, make it very different game of TFT that you're trying to play around these emblems, and maybe you're playing some compositions that you're not really too fond of playing, or you don't really have too much practice of. This is why this is the best of the best in TFT and the best of the best in the 4v4 format, is these players have played these comps and probably played a lot of these emblem positions in various amounts of times and can adapt their boards so quickly on the fly.
Yi from Travis onto Kindred from Gobo. The positioning seems to be in his favor in that matchup, but still too much to handle on the rest of the board for Travis here. So Gobo seems to be the winner in the Yi matchup, essentially. We saw the same case last game between Dehua and Og. Raiko also free-falling now. 1 life potentially now for Raiko, even in stage 4 at 14 HP if it's a big enough loss.
Yeah, not really too much, unfortunately, from the emblem opportunities here. Going for Arbiter with that LeBlanc. Fortunately, not one of the best carries we do see in 17.2b in this patch. The AD lines are a lot more. The AD lines are going to be a lot more of a better option for these players. But again, playing around the emblem choices and playing around what you're getting given is normally the best way to play this encounter. Now Raiko has to try and save as much HP as possible, as this could be his final fight potentially. Could still be on 2 lives depending on how big this loss is.
He is going to be facing against Og, playing around the Kai'Sa reroll line. No Kai'Sa 3 potential, it seems like, unfortunately, due to the holds from Gobo, but it will be a win no matter what, and this is going to be Raiko down to very, very little HP now, no matter what stage it is. 4 HP, 1 more loss out, and that could be a big problem for Godlike in a game where they have to win this game 2 to force a game 3.
Yep. And trying to hold that 8th place is very important, is to get a last encounter. Evelyn for extra gold, or you could get a 2-star 4 cost, which could be pretty insane. If Gobo gets extremely lucky and finds a Master Yi first, then he would be 1 away from Master Yi 3. So I wonder if you take that risk there, or you just get the extra gold in the end.
I think Travis will be blocking that option, unfortunately for Gobo. But if Travis dies, then the door might be open for Gobo to do his thing. There's a Travis going for the Yi2 there, so has hit his power spike. Yeah. Is still obviously looking like a much weaker Master Yi player, despite the tiny but deadly the combat option pickup on 4-2. But yeah, big HP disparity, 30 HP between the 2 Yi players here. Dehua also finds a Tahm Kench 2. Raiko, I mean, this board is it's an interesting board. I mentioned new comps being played for the first time. This is one of those comps. I don't think anyone has ever paired exactly these units on stage 4-5 in TFT. But is it going to be good enough to face off against a very standard setup from Gobo? Has the Giant but Mighty, has the Master Yi setup, has all of his upgrades from all the way early in stage 4-1. LeBlanc Karma duo carry with the Yi is coming, and he is slashing his way to a big win here up against Raiko.
Yeah, Raiko going to be our first player eliminated here, and unfortunately for Godlike, that It's going to put them on the back foot, though. But we do see that the other Mouse players are all just behind them. You know, we've got Travis, Kubikson, Wed Jungler, and Org all sitting in the next 4 positions. So for the likes of Gobo, Day6, and who are now, you have to try and find them win up, you know, positions. Gobo and Day6 especially, they're both sitting above 70 HP at the moment. So both of them potentially looking for them 3-star 4 costs that we can try and find, or trying to push levels to level 9. But we know that Gobo is trying to look for that Master Yi 3-star. We haven't seen Day6 in a while to see what his spot is in. But looks like, oh, he's actually sold the Master Yi. So yeah, now he's in a position where he's like, okay, I can't play for Master Yi 3. I'm just going to try and push levels and make my board as strong as possible at level 9.
Some of these boards we see just being a product of this encounter, right? Boards that you would not angle at all in 44. Like the board would be there just so you can smash Victor, Karma, dual carries, playing around your emblems and just trying to play highest tempo possible and make the best board possible in stage 4 to win those fights. Even with Slam and Kubi was forced to just stay on 8 and hold on to 0 gold basically to win as many fights as possible here. But Kubi will be going down a little notch there against Travis. Og now also 1 life coming to stage 5 potentially at 15 HP. So it's looking pretty grim for Mouse all of a sudden with 3 other players in the bot 4.
Yeah, even though Raiko is in last place, as you know, as you mentioned, the rest of the Mouse are not looking in a really, really strong spot. And if the positions stay as they are at the moment, then we will be going to a game number 3. But of course, this is TFT, so anything can happen. These boards can get a lot stronger. And, you know, the likes of Gobo can reach level 9, try and get that potential secondary carry with the Fiora, which honestly kind of becomes a primary carry at level 9, to be honest, with if you can get that Fiora 2-star. But yeah, an Observer just going around the different boards at the moment. Did hit level 9, but only still has that Fiora 1 right now. So trying to really hit that Fiora 2 and trying to find a secondary. Day6!
We missed this one. Day6 did hit Corki 3 with the Commerce Core, and no one seemingly angling Corki from Mouse because of the encounter with the emblems. We saw a lot of players playing AP Flex line instead of the AD Flex, and it seems like Corki was not contested, and there were not enough holes coming out from Mouse as a whole, not enough econ to try and stop Commerce Core from doing its thing. Benching the Corki now, giving lives to his teammates, to Daehua, knowing that Day6, of course, will be, unless something very weird happens, the lobby winner. So trying to make sure that he is setting up his teammates for the most success, and maybe they can win it even before the top 4 is walking over.
Yeah, this is something very standard in the 4v4 format, especially when, like you mentioned, you're in Day6 spots. You know that you're most likely going to get a first place, and well, very likely, I should say, get a first place. Like you said, unless something crazy happens, Day6 will be getting first place in this lobby. So now for the rest of Godlike, they just need to make sure that they save as much HP as possible, and they send Mouse down and out as quick as possible as well. So Day6, it's going to be about the communication now with Day6, with the rest of his team. Day6 now needs to communicate with his team which players that he has in his pool. As we see, Warpath is just over halfway. Not very good for Wet Jungler, unfortunately. But as I was mentioning, Day6 needs to communicate now who is in his pool, and then the rest of the team needs to say, okay, I have you in your pool. Can you bench Corki? Can you keep Corki on the board because you might be going up against someone from Mouse? Communication is going to be key here for Godlike because they do have Raiko in 8th place.
What comes up, or what goes up must come down, is the case with Warpath. We saw it maybe win the game for Mouse in game 1, and now maybe lose the game for the Wet Jungler not being able to execute that game on the perfection. Big win here for Day6, unsurprisingly so. Corki just missile barraging every single unit on his opponent's board. Og, it looks like, will be winning this fight against Wet Jungler. Of course, not too important. It will almost be a team kill. Wet Jungler actually stays alive, but Kubi does go down, and I think the writing is on the wall, right? With how strong Day6 is, with how strong Gobo can become. Gobo has Matrix as a psionic item, and if he finds a Graves is one of the most insane users of this Matrix for Gobo. That could be another win-out player alongside Day6, so just Godlike looking too strong in this game too.
Yeah, 100%. I completely agree now. Yeah, Wet Jungler not even close to his Warpath cash out. We know how strong Day6 is. We know how strong Gobo is at the moment in this game, and yeah, it makes it very difficult, I think, unfortunately. But like you said, I think with this emblem choice, you know, if you kind of play towards these standard lines that might not be played, it's about understanding at the start of the game what position you're in and what you can use as your win out. As it looks like The Corki 3 is going to take another player out here with Wed Jungler. No chance, unfortunately. No Warpath cash out this time around. Wed Jungler is going to be going out. Now, Org is really important now to make sure he stays alive. But he is also going to get knocked out, which means that Godlike are going to win game number 2. And we're going to head into game number 3 here in our upper bracket final.
Not really surprising. The writing was kind of on the wall from stage 3 onwards. So I wouldn't even say it's necessarily just some high rolls from the emblem combination. I think it's a bit more than that. I think none of the emblems really look too crazy. It was more about the reforgers later on for each of the players. It was more kind of the Wed Jungler game plan really not working out. The tempo that someone like Gobo had, for example, and obviously now the Corki 3 in stage 4 from Dasig. Just a lot of different factors that made it. So this has been a very lopsided game in favor of Godlike, even with Raiko going 8th.
Raiko did the best that he could to try and stay alive. Unfortunately, he got 8th, but as soon as you see that Corki 3 and as soon as you see these other spots as well, I think Dahua this game as well. So playing that space groove, playing towards something we're probably not going to see, I would say, for the rest of the day, unless we get another emblem encounter. But understanding his position on his board, understanding what he needs to work towards, going for spreading roots, going for the extra HP as well from Sweet Treats. So not finding maybe the strongest composition overall, but finding the right augments and finding the right, path to victory here for for Godlike here in this game number 2.
Shout out to Gobo as well. Really good win streak in stage 2 and 3, and then really good execution on a very early stage 4 roll down instead of going fast 9. Making a very stable board in stage 4. We're seeing now still the amount of HP he has at the end of stage 5, while also denying Yees from Travis, not allowing him to hit the Yi 2 until much later in stage 4, and having Travis lose some fights because of that, and also holding 5 copies of Kai'Sa to stop Og from really coming back into the game, and maybe even guaranteeing him goes bot 4 and winning this game 2 for Godlike. So really Godlike as a whole, I think each member on the team played to their strengths in this game, and they really executed as a team.
Yeah, I think denying them Kai'Sa was such a big thing as well, because we were both thinking, with how much gold he had, with how much printing he was able to do, with that Marauder emblem and, position he was in, we were like, okay, he's probably going to go for fast 9, but instead realized his position, say, okay, if I go to level 8, I roll down, I hit my 2 stars, and then I can deny as well. Org was holding a few more Kai'Sas, but as soon as you see 4 Kai'Sas on Gobo's board, you're like, okay, I'm not going to hit Kai'Sa 3, I just need to try and high roll for a Jhin. He did high roll for a Jhin, he did hit that 6 Dark Star in the end, Org, but unfortunately it was just too little too late because of the the likes of the Corki 3 online as well, which is just way too strong. But overall a great game from Godlike to give them the victory here in game number 2.
And Godlike says, yeah, you know what, Travis, yeah, you can have the game win if you'd like, but we take the team win.
The team win is all that matters.
And it will be 1-1 in this winner's bracket, upper bracket matchup between Godlike and Mouse. And that will mean the series has been tied up. We will have a final game 3 to decide which of the 2 teams will have the first seed going into the main events and which of the 2 teams will have the second seed for that group stage. Both of these teams obviously already through the EWC, so this isn't maybe the most high stakes in terms of your life is on the line. You're not making it to main event unless you win the series. But it's still, I think, been a very good showing of the level of play that is coming from EMEA and from these 2, I think in theory, favorite teams coming to this close qualifier.
No, exactly that. I think it's going to be pretty exciting overall to see this third matchup, see who secures that first seed. But we are going to take a break. When we come back, it will be game number 3 to see who scores that first seed for EMEA in EWC representing Teamfight Tactics. See you in a bit.
ドキしようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間Can't get to you. Can't 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 get
Welcome back, everyone, to the road to EWC for 2026 for TFT for EMEA. We're now going into the game 3 in this series in the winners bracket final between Mouse and Godlike. Godlike has made a great job coming back into the series, Stuart, but everything is still possible and available on the table for that first seed matchup.
No, exactly that. We get into another game of TFT here, and as you mentioned, anything can happen. We could get another encounter with more emblems, which is going to spice things up, or we could get no encounters at all. We could get a standard game of TFT. Anything is possible in TFT, which is why we love this game. Why we love this format so much. But yeah, I think both teams have showed in the last 2 games, their strengths and where being able to understand the positions that they are in. But hopefully, we'll be able to get into game number 3. As we get Thresh and Yasuo as our gods to start things off.
Yasuo definitely, I think, interesting in terms of reroll in particular. In terms of the hexes really enabling hyper carries and hyper tanks to thrive as early as stage 3. We will have Tahm Kench granting just a little bit of extra gold and resources overall coming to this game. So will also maybe be a game for Flex TFT, a game for players to really do best at adapting to what they're given and making the best use of that. Like 2 misfortunes from your orb if you are wet jungler. There's a rare misfortune Victor conduit reroll line we don't see very often. That could be the time to play it.
I mean, the Tahm Kench encounter does mean that it could be... Oh, okay, well, maybe not Insta Soul. There you go. There's your dream over, I think, Panda. No more rerolls of misfortune. No rerolls of misfortune this game. But yeah, I completely agree. I think with the Tahm Kench encounter, you don't know what the varied pulls are going to be. You don't know what you're actually going to get. Again, I think communication is going to be a big thing. That if someone picks their augment early, and if they find their line early on, they can actually see what Tahm Kench is going to give them, and then communicate to the rest of the team and say, okay, Tahm Kench is this. And that might, incentivize someone to pick a different augment depending on the varied pool that you get at the start of the game. We're seeing here our Arbiter options, though, for one of our players.
Yep. If someone has a very clear spot to play into a certain reroll line or even a forecast line, and they are in such a good spot they don't want to be flexible, they can, as you mentioned, pick their augment first and then give that information to maybe sway the spots of their teammates depending on what the loot stuff is, because it's going to be the same for every player, but it's not obvious until you pick your augment and you see what the order is.
Yeah. Is that a Zoe 2 for Raiko and 1-4? That's a Zoe 2, by the way.
Raiko is called the Magician for different reasons, but I guess this is also a magic trick that he's showcasing here. We saw the Gragas hero augment, also potentially a pickup on this patch, but you have to have sympathetic implants as your ideally first ionic item to make it really a viable path.
And we do see it as a gold starter as well. We need 2 components for all of our players. And again, this is probably where the communication is coming for these players to see. Oh my god!
The moment I saw a Pike 2 on the right side there for Og, I'm like, 2-star 2 cost. There's no way Mouse found Warpath yet again, but it is the case. I think they are just clearly sold on this augment being the holy grail of 4v4 TFT. For the 3rd game in a row, they picked it. It worked out really well in game number 1, and not so well in game number 2 for White Jungler. We'll see if Og can make this work here, can snowball this lead.
One time it worked, another time it didn't work. Third time's the charm, right?
You live and die by the Warpath. Hopefully you live and your opponent dies.
Warpath or nothing. But hey, got to take a good win against his teammate here as well. I don't think we caught what the Tahm Kench loot is, but hopefully we can find that. Maybe, I guess it's pretty difficult. Might have been gold or something.
Yeah, I think
it might have just been a boot. Nothing.
Yeah.
So,
no emblems,
too much is going to help.
No fawns, no items, I think, because there's only 1 item slam here for Og as well.
We can only think of what it could be, except for that. It could be gold or just nothing at all. So we did see the Raiko with Zoe 2. We did briefly see his Arbiter that I wanted to mention as well. He did pick up the every 4 seconds you have a chance to get in Leona. So could be trying to play for potentially the Zoe reroll version of the Leona comp, where you just go for Zoe instead of like the Teemo Lissandra. Or you can be playing what you mentioned, I think, back in game number 1, Panda, where you can just, look to try and snowball and try and get as many Leonas as early as possible, and then try and play for tempo and try and play Leona as your main carry 3-star in the late game at stages 4 or 5.
Yeah, not the best spot for Travis here, spreading roots into, again, Space Groove we saw from Dayhole last game, and Challenger. Not the best combo together. not the best emblem separately. Probably reforge your waiting room for Travis here. I'm going to try and find his way into a better line, ideally. Or worst case scenario, you can play this into Yi, of course, if you have a good psionic, and just make use of the challenger at the very least.
Yeah, looking to potentially probably just keep on lose streaking, and hopefully Org can go against Travis as well, because he is in a very, very interesting spot right now, with Org trying to win streak with Warpath, Travis trying to play the lost streak as well. I think it comes down to a fact as well where that when you see Warpath as an option, and why probably Mouse thinks it's one of the strongest, and obviously they pick it every single time as well, they kind of see it at the moment, but I think it's also understanding the rest of your team's position and how strong the rest of your team is, to see if you can actually play for that win streak, play against some of your teammates. You can see Wet Jungler looks very weak. You know, Travis was also in a very, very weak spot. So it's like, okay, we're going to all three play for loose streaks and not really play for a streak. And we're going to hope that Orc plays against all the rest of our team to try and get as much damage possible early on, which it's working out pretty well so far.
Yeah, we saw Travis did not have a good tempo spot. We saw, you know, someone like Klee playing reroll, which will spike later on. So it makes a lot of sense. We're seeing Yasuo and Thresh being offered. Thresh, of course, a little bit of randomness, but not obviously too high impact because we are in stage 2. We get some like free rolls, for example. Nothing too crazy. And for Yasuo, will be mana regen, so not really a scaling hex, and gonna be better for AP mostly.
Yeah, I don't think it's one of the best hexes to get. We know that AP lines are not really that strong right now. You would have preferred to see other hexes like HP per round, or you get the one where you get frozen when you drop low on HP, which is also very powerful. Then too, or even the even the stun one as well can also be very strong. There's a few really good options for Yasuo, but it doesn't look like this time most of these players.
Whoa. We have to go to Travis's board because he just got the best Thresh possible hit. He got the Golden Remover, which turns all your removers into Reforgers, and now he has 4 Reforgers for his emblems, and he gets Darkstar and Timebreaker, so he can play into a premium Darkstar spot. So he transforms a pretty terrible Challenger and Space Groove into now a very good 4-cost spot. This is a truly magical play here from Travis.
That is absolutely crazy. I completely forgot that that was one of the options for Thresh that you could actually get as well, with the golden removal and being able to get them reforgers. So Travis knew all along. He saw the stars already.
I mean, it's very possible you're more incentivized to pick up spreading roots because you know that Thresh is an option, because you know that one of Thresh's options in the random pool for stage 2 is going to be the option to get a golden remover, and that will transform all your normal removers into reforgers. So it just makes so much sense, and Travis really pays off.
Well, Mouse's spot went from pretty mid to a pretty insane spot, with Travis loose streaking and trying to keep his loose streak for the rest of the round, of course, with the Darkstar +1 being one of the best emblems to pick up. Org is still on a win streak with Warpath as well, so I think throughout this entire game we're gonna have to keep our eyes out on Org with his cash out, and also Travis to see if he can stabilize his board you know, later on, to try and reach that 6 Darkstar peak that he can get later on. But Mouse looking really, really good to start things off here, Panda.
Just off the top of my head, combining both Timebreaker and Darkstar, you can go for the kind of traditional just Riven duo carry line and have 3 Timebreaker in stage 4 to help you with either finding an early Jhin or making to 9 to roll there. You might even be able to play around a Xayah, Darkstar, Timebreaker, and play 4 Timebreaker with Ezreal and Jhin on 9 for the 50% attack speed, and have the emblem on the Xayah. That's just off the top of my mind what could be a very strong combo with those 2 emblems if you make it to that spot.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, Riven and Xayah are probably the 2 best options you can get for Darkstar to try and find that, or have that secondary carry with Kai'Sa later on, as we know that Kai'Sa 2 is a very, very strong point for a lot of these players, and a lot of these players try and look for that Kai'Sa's 2-star as kind of that staple mid-game, you know, stage 3 and even stage 4 potential to try and push levels. But Travis here could be fine against Krugs. Is going to just try and build out his board, but he is very rich as well, Panda. If he can find like an econ augment here on stage 3 with his augment, he's level 6 at the start of stage 1 already with 50 gold. Absolutely crazy.
He has to be careful about
losing. Okay, well,
it's gonna be a fawn for everyone off of the loot sub. So an extra slot on everyone's board. Interesting implications, especially for reroll players who are not pushing levels as much early. They have another slot to fill in now, which can make the reroll comp spike a bit higher, and not have to wait for the tempo game plan.
With this +1 now for Travis, do you maybe look for like 4 sniper and you try and go into like vertical sniper with Jin potentially, like later on, like could be your biggest spike? I don't know, the +1 makes it quite interesting, I think, for Darkstar, because we spoke about the potential of having like Riven and Xayah. You can try and have both of them, but obviously one of them won't have the Darkstar emblem unless Travis gets extremely lucky. I can see like vertical sniper being a possibility with, you know, like the Xayah, Jin, and you try and keep like, you know, Ezreal to combo with Riven later on.
I think it just makes the 4 timebreaker that much more appealing, and then dual carry Riven plus someone that benefits from 50% attack speed, which you get from 4 timebreaker. But we'll see. Definitely gonna have a chance to play 3 timebreaker very early on if Travis is able to find it. Prismatics 4 are 3-2 augment rounds, so it's gonna be a pretty explosive game of TFT with loot sub plus a prismatic here. The game plans will go pretty crazy in terms of what is gonna be possible here. No Zed this game, thankfully.
Nope.
For both teams.
Baron's Lair though is going to be pretty good. One of the best prismatic augments that you can grab up here.
So this is the board that Travis wants to have, but unfortunately it's his teammate that has like the exact board that he wishes he had to stabilize the stage 3. A very strong looking setup here for White Jungler, plus the 3 timebreakers, so we're gonna have a chance to get, I have to imagine, lots of wins here and a lot of extra econ as well.
It's going to be really strong here. Kai'Sa 2 we mentioned for Darkstar is pretty good. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, unfortunately it is Wedge Jungler's spot, but it does mean that Wedge Jungler is able to save some HP now on stage 3 and try and win some rounds, which is really strong here against Gobo, who's the tiniest Titan, to try and get some HP every round, to try and get some extra power on the board later on and try and save as much HP. Actually, 2 players going for a tiniest Titan with Org, going tiniest Titan with Warpath. I'd love to see what the Warpath is actually on at the moment. Hopefully it's not looking too bad for Org with how much he's on. 39. We're halfway there, but his board doesn't look too great. Like, yeah, Pyke doesn't look too great to carry in stage 3.
Yeah, exactly. Pyke, especially when players know how to position around Pyke. And looks like we are back with the rest of this stage 3. Some technical difficulties there, but we are back right into the action, Stewards. Still a lot to unfold in this stage 3 in terms of where players go with their setups as we go into the pivotal stage 4.
Exactly, being really important here. Mentioned briefly how Raiko is still on his win streak at the moment and still sitting in a really solid spot, trying to keep the rest of the players of Godlike in a really, really strong spot. Travis needs to try and stabilize his board now, trying to get in a position where he can stabilize and try and save off HP, because we know he is on his Dark Star emblem at the moment. And well, that definitely helps out a bit. He's rolled down on level 7 really, really early on, and has tried to get his board online with the Kai'Sa. Only 1 star, but getting that 6th Dark Star online is still pretty nice.
His real mission now is just trying to win streak or win some of these fights now for the rest of stage 3. He does not want to enter stage 4 with you know, 1 life, because Dark Star's a very strong line, but sometimes it takes time to stabilize. You have to hit really your entire board on stage 4, and the line is a bit more flexible. It's not just like rolling the same Corki Rammus units and just hoping it's gonna be enough, right?
I mean, you're hoping it's enough to save you HP, and then you can try and look for, I mean, high roll Jin, level 7 maybe, level 8 high roll Jin, and then you're in a really, really good spot at that point. So I think that'll be really nice from there on. But we'll have to see here as Dasik on the other side on that win streak as well is going to try and keep up his streak up as well. As we see, gold is going to be the next option here. So it's a little bit of extra gold to try and help him out and try and get his extra bodies on the line.
We are seeing a bit of an issue with the visuals in terms of the observing, but the game, I think, is continuing as normal. It's just on the visual side. Hopefully that'll be fixed soon, and we'll be able to see our traditional normal TFT for stage 4 as we continue.
All the units are hovering over each other.
Yes, this is you know, it's a new set, but it's not this new, that's for sure.
You know, it'd be kind of crazy if you can imagine if that was an option. You can have multiple units take up slots on your bench.
I think we're essentially seeing all the unit overlap from 3-3 onwards, like at every fight at the same time. It's like a parallel, all the timelines basically at once.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get this bug fixed as soon as possible. I think the HPs are, I'm not too sure if the HPs are actually going to be updating as well. We can see the HPs on the players themselves. So we see the, you know, Org is pretty low on HP. But overall it could be pretty nice. And Rolldown's happening, but yeah, for these 2 teams as well, I think it's really, I think for these 2 teams, it's really important to make sure that, of course, with these 2 teams already being qualified for EWC, of course, the seeding being played in this BO3 is very important when we get to the main stage, when we get to the group stage as well. But not only that, it's also practice for these players, Panda, because for the first time at EWC, we know that this will be the same set that we're going to be playing the main event on as well, which I think is really big. In previous EWCs for TFT, it's always been the next set at the start of the next set, but now we know it's going to be the end of Space Gods at set 17. So we know that these players that are qualifying, that are performing very well, hopefully will carry on that momentum as well going into the main event.
And it's so hard to find good opportunities for this kind of practice on 4v4. It is not the main format. Obviously, it's individual in TFT for all of Riot's usual circuits. Whereas at 17, you can play scrims, of course, but scrims are not really the same thing as that main deal when you're playing either on stage or on a tournament like this that has so much at stake. So a matchup like this against a team that you know has made it as far as you in this close qualifier that has proven to be among the 2 best teams in your region, it's invaluable, really. And we're seeing maybe even some information being leaked. Mouse seems to value something like Warpath very highly. If you as a team have not given it that same importance, you start to reconsider. Why do they value it so highly? Is it something we should start incorporating into our game plans if we see it offered on 2-1 as a gold augment, which could happen quite often, for example? So I think it really is a learning opportunity, despite this being a very different patch, what we'll probably be seeing on the final patch, the competitive patch of the set. It's still definitely a time to start reinventing yourself as a team and really reconsidering some of your options.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it gives you like VODs to review afterwards as well as a team to try and practice more, as you mentioned, as well as, you know, these high stake games don't come, you know, quick and fast. I mean, we're still, you know, roughly 2 months away from the main event as well for EWC. So we still got, you know, quite a bit of time for these players. Like you mentioned, a lot of patches as well. So the meta and everything might change as well. But if you can practice on some of these lines that still might be very strong later on and still might be very good to try and get later on to try and and see what you can do with reroll lines, with 4 costs. You know, we know in the current live patch that the 1 cost reroll lines are currently not a thing. They're kind of dead now in the live patch on 17.3. So we know that, like, you know, it will change quite a bit. But the great thing is normally at the end of sets, it's going to be hopefully, you know, a lot more well-rounded, and everything's going to be kind of finalized. We might see a lot of changes. We know already Panda that in this patch, Morgana's a 5 cost, but in the live patch, she is now a 4 cost. So that's some of the things that might get a little bit crazy.
And we are back into the game. We are on stage 4, so as we mentioned, the game was not affected at all. It was just a visual bug on the spectator side, so the game has moved on, let's say, from 3-3 to 4-2. We're seeing now the HP total have been updated. Travis has stabilized on that Dark Star line at 46 HP. Godleg with 2 players on the bottom side standing for Dehua and Gobo. And we're seeing Kubi here with that Cho'Gath 3 and Losandro. So he hit everything now, and has a belt overflow as well. So this is pretty interesting, the extra HP on the Cho'Gath 3.
Who on the love line is this going to be back-to-back Space Crew games potentially? Like, I don't think I've ever seen that before on this patch, back-to-back, and this time doesn't even have the emblems to kind of support that as well. Just understanding his line and trying to get go for a 4 cost that maybe isn't as contested. I think it's very difficult when there's only so many limited 4 costs that you can play for Panda, like the Corky Riven line or the Master Yi line. If 2 of your teammates are on them lines already, you have to find another alternative if you're trying to play for levels, if you're trying to you know, get as much tempo as possible. And it looks like Space Cruise does seem to be like that third composition that these players are trying to go for, as that 4 cost.
I think it just might be a Dehua special. I don't think any other team is going to be angling Space Groove consistently on this patch. Looking at some of the spots, though, Raiko still 100 HP. Does seem to be angling more of a fast line AP with Sona and Bard, potentially in Vex, and not the traditional Nova fast line, but we'll see what his Warden's up now. Very healthy, and obviously very rich still on his way to level 9. Og has been the player who we talked about with the Pike Star going straight into this E line with a Matrix, and has stabilized, but has rolled down all his gold now on level 8 to make it to this spot.
I
think he must have cashed out Warpath, or
I was gonna say, like, he must be really close to Warpath now, right? We'll have to see. Dasik actually went for the Jhin augment. I think they're actually trying to deny Jhins away from Travis right now, because we saw Raiko had a Jhin. We saw Dasik also take Jhin augment, which is going to also give him a Jhin. So it's going to be pretty difficult now potentially for Travis to try and find that Jhin with 2 already out the pool.
Travis really needs a bow here. He picked up Earth as his 3rd augment, so getting extra attack speed and mana from his emblems, and I think would want to get either a Dark Star +1. Okay, looks like it's a Dark Star +1, and you can drop the Lysandra here. You don't need the Jhin at all, and you can still play for Timebreaker if you want it. But it's just playing Timebreaker on the Bard for now, so not playing around the Xayah dual carry at all. There's a Jhin.
Oh my, that is crazy. He tried to, like, Godlike tried so hard to deny away this Jhin as well. Raikou had one. Dasik took the augment to take away the Jhin. And Travis finds a Jhin at level 8. That is going to spike his board tremendously now. Wow. What a crazy spot.
Dark Star emblem on the Bard as well. The Bard now, the big here. Not sure if that was intended from Travis. I have to imagine it's the Kaisa too. You still want to go for the Kaisa here. I think it is a Kaisa too, especially with a gold collector on this Kaisa. But I think not going to matter. Should be going to win this fight anyway against Kubi here. And Travis really has to stabilize. He cannot lose any more HP for the end of this stage 4.
Yeah, find that Jhin on level 8 is like finding a little note or a little dime on the floor. Maybe you might have a lucky day. And it looks like it's Travis's and potentially Miles' lucky day today, as they're trying to secure their first seed here for the EWC main event. Still looking for 16 HP damage dealt now to try and cash out Warpath for Org. He does have Tiniest Titan, which is going to help him HP wise, but I think he's only got really a few more rounds to try and, finish some more units, because finish some more players off in terms of trying to win some rounds, because a lot of these boards are getting really powerful now, and it's going to be difficult to try and beat some of them, like Travis, for example.
And he's facing Travis and Kubi, and despite having more HP, he can't sack for them, right? Because at the very least, they have to just leave it up to random chance whoever wins here, because he does have to catch out his Warpath as well. So a little bit awkward in the team dynamics as well when the HP comes into play with Warpath and not having cashed it out yet.
Looks like Org might be... I mean, the Master Yi is doing a lot of work, but no, I don't think Master Yi is able to kill the rest of these units. No, the Rogue already procced. Unfortunately, Org is going to lose another round here, and Warpath is not going to be cashed out. But I think they're okay with that as well, because they know that Travis just needs to save HP, and Travis is in a much better position right now compared to Org. And Org just needs to try and find, you know, these rounds that maybe he can try and reposition, you know, try and position around some of these units and try and get them, you know, extra wins that they need.
Yeah, really tough spot for some of the players on mouse here. Travis in particular, I mean, looks like the best player, but the rest of the players, Kubi especially, is free-falling into stage 4. And Raiko was in a very dominant position. We mentioned before he was going to be playing around this kind of fast 9 AP flex. Finds the Blitzcrank, is going to still play around the Leona 3. This is kind of one of the ways we talk about playing around Leona. Instead of playing around the reroll line with Tebow, you just use her as a way to get you to level 9 while still staying very strong in the process. And you get those extra free Leonas later on as well throughout stage 4, so you can just sell them for even more econ. And hopefully you end up on a board that has a Sona 2 on it and that has, you know, just as many strong AP carries as possible.
Yeah, it looks like Raiko's trying to find these 5 costs here, but they're not really coming. There's no Vexes at all on this 5 cost roll down, which is a very unfortunate position to be in, especially when you have the likes of the you know, the Rage Blade, the Void Staff, which could be really, really strong items for that Vex. But he rolled down a good amount of gold there, about 30 or 40 gold. And he might get wrapped as well without a Master Yi.
We saw him holding so many different options, and because this Fast 9 AP line is not, I think, as cut in stone as the Nova Flex fast line boards, he was trying to navigate his way around what units he can fit in and how to play around this best.
Oh no, Master Yi
was very slow on the roll down. Does get wrapped here. We'll see if it ends up mattering, and he is facing against a player from Mouse, so this could be pretty impactful in terms of the totals in the HP coming to stage 5.
And it is Org as well, so that is going to be more damage towards that Warpath. So unfortunately for Raiko here, not really deciding what he wants to do on his roll down, and it kind of backfires for Godlike here, as he didn't really know what to go for. He had, like you mentioned, a lot of options on this bench, and Org was probably one of the worst players that he would want to go against on Mouse as well, because now he's going to be even closer to that cash out. I think it's probably one more win now for the cash out potentially.
Yep. Will be one more win. We saw a better execution there from Raiko. Does finally finish the rest of his gold that he had. Finds some big spikes as well, so we'll see if he can stabilize. Dasic on his last life, 15 HP in stage 5, facing off against another player who's also very low. I think it might be, it's going to be Kubikson. So Godlike versus Mouse here, the 2 lowest HP total players for both sides. Kubi at 17 should stay alive even if he loses, if it's not an egregious loss. And it looks like the Cho'Gath is already down. Edge of Night is big here. Allows a reset. Lissandra is down as well. Kubi is going to go down to 3 HP, but still stays alive.
Yeah, was able to kill enough units there, luckily, for him to stay alive. So maybe he can try and deny some of these units for Godlike now. But Wet Jungler also going down to single digits as well. So it's going to be pretty hard. We'll have to see. Was Org able to win that last round? Didn't quite see if he was able. No, he lost. So still no Warpath cash out for him as well. And for Mouse, this looks pretty rough now, because they need they need Org to cash out. They need Wet Jungler and Kubikson to try and win some of these rounds. But in the spots that they're looking at the moment, Riven 3 and another unit. But hey, we're 1 unit down. 8 out of 9.
8 out of 9. Sometimes is the good luck charm. If you're 8 out of 9, you end up winning the round anyway. We've seen it happen so many times at TFT, but Kraken Riven is a little bit more worrisome for me, in my opinion, to see what this Yi can do. Corki is going to be on the more safe corner as long as the Yi doesn't full wrap with Evelyn's Instinct onto that backline, which could be the case right here, and he does. Right onto the Emilio, right onto the Corki without any kind of rogue or Edge of Night means he's been taken down as well. Riven by herself. This should be a fight win for Dasic, and that will be Wet Jungler going down in 8th. Kubi at the very least stays alive for Mouse.
If Kubikson stays alive, probably maybe it was Org actually removing his items in the end, trying to keep Kubikson alive. But we're still seeing on the top side, Raiko still has a lot of HP, but Travis on a win streak now, trying to keep the hopes alive here for Mouse. But we know now if Kubikson does go out in 7th place, then Mouse needs to try and get that 1-2, that 1st and 2nd place to win that tiebreaker, which could be very difficult, I think, now with the HP totals. So we know Travis is in a really good win out position with these Dark Star emblems, but Org still hasn't found his win for Warpath, and going to be pretty rough here. He did find Fura too, though, so that could be something that can help him stabilize here. It's going to be a really big matchup here against Gobo.
He finds a Graves would be huge Matrix as well, but he has to stay alive. He has to win this fight first and foremost. Fiora has to make sure to not get that Edge Lane proc too early by the Corki, who is on the same side. For now, Corki is not being anywhere close to targeted. The carries are going more towards the middle, so that's very good news for the backline carry. He's dishing out damage without really being contested, but now Kindred is finally onto the Corki. Fiora is still very healthy. This should be a fight win for Og here, and it could be a almost stage 6 Warpath cash out plus a godlike elimination there from Og. So doing a lot of good work here for Mouse.
And Gobo did go out in 6th place, so it is a bottom 2 now for Mouse. So Kubixon and Wed Jungler going out in 8th and 7th place. That means that Travis and Org now need to try and win out this game. They need to try and go 1st and 2nd. Anything but that for Mouse, and Godlike will win game number 3 and win our upper bracket final.
So if Fiora was a cash out from Warpath, that was already cashed out this last fight, which makes sense.
Oh,
I mean,
so it must have been the fight before that.
Okay. Yeah. It looks much stronger than it should have otherwise without the Warpath cash out. But very, very tough news for Daysik and for Dehua. They are low in HP. It is quite close, but they have to go 1st and 2nd.
Yeah.
Or for Mouse, rather, to win this out. So we'll see. Travis looks good, but can Og stay alive here as well? That's a big question.
I mean, Fiora 2 is a really strong carry, can do very, very well with the items as well, with Cyclonic also giving her that extra bit of power. And like you mentioned, Panda, as long as that Edge Knight doesn't proc too early, then it is looking pretty good, as it looks like Daysik is still fighting at the moment against Raiko. Wonder if they were able to sacrifice the HP in time, but it doesn't look like it. Daysik goes out in bottom 4 as well. Dehua is also really low on HP, and now it's pretty much all on Raiko right now to see if he can stop the 1-2 from Mouse here to try and stop the victory there. Still only on Vex. Well, how much gold has Raiko like rolled down this game? And he still only has a Vex 1-star. It's really unfortunate scenario here for Raiko, but hey, this Elder Dragon can give you extra gold, and maybe he can hit that, you know, Vex 2-star power spike that he needs to try and stop this 1-2 from Mouse.
More importantly, he gets the last item for the Blitz, right? The very, very strong carry here. One of the strongest ways to catch your board out if you're playing around any kind of AP flex. Even in the normal fast line, Blitz can be very pivotal, especially if you know how to position him well. He can transform those melee carry fights in particular against Yi, for example, against Fiora.
Vex. Any Vexes
Big
around?
test for Raiko. How can you cap this board any higher? How can you make this the strongest board possible to maybe not, stop the 1-2, but stop the 1 in general? Just win this game yourself. That's one way to do it, right? If you're Raiko.
Unfortunately, Raiko rolled down, didn't find that Vex 2-star, but his board still might be strong enough. Like you mentioned, a 3-item Blitzcrank can be very strong. We're seeing Travis going up against Dehua here. Really, really big matchup. Can Dehua do enough to break through this Dark Star? I don't think so, Panda. Yeah, this AP board
Nami
done a
carry.
really good job, but not going to be enough, but it doesn't look like.
Nunus, that's one last big stun coming through, but the rest of the board is secure for Dehua. He's going to go out. And now Og also has to win these fights. He does lose against Raiko. He stay alive, but down to his last life, 1 HP for Og. And now Raiko could potentially be the hero for Godlike. Could guarantee that first seed if he can do it here. And Raiko, I've heard from what I saw on social media from Dehua that he's been kind of the carry on this team. He's been kind of the guy that has been really putting up huge performances. So once again, the most is being asked of him. He has to clutch up in this game 3.
A big thing here, the Org actually found Vex 2-star for himself. So now he actually has the power spike of Vex 2-star and Raiko hasn't. It's all going to be down to really matchups here to see if Travis is going to be facing against Raiko. Looks like Raiko is going to be against a Ghost. So now they're hoping that Org beats Travis, but not too hard to make sure that Travis doesn't get knocked out himself.
Yeah, and Travis, we have to mention, remember, he has Golden Remover from Thresh in Stage 2. Super high value in 44 because you can remove your items every single round to make sure that your opponent, or to make sure you get the good result from the fight.
Pretty big loss, though. Is it still okay?
It is a pretty big loss. You can't really get more than 2 lives out of 25 HP this late in Stage 6. So I think no matter how much they could have min-maxed that, it would still just be 1 life left for Travis regardless. Raiko now at 24 HP, and both of the Mouse players in their last life. I think obviously they have to win this next fight if they're facing Raiko, and even then they could face each other on the one after that, and they don't have to be maybe it could come down to the 2nd and 3rd place position in terms of who takes more damage in that next fight. So, Raiko looking pretty good.
Yep.
As long as he wins this next fight.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be the big carry as well. He is going to be up against Travis here, the Darkstar board. So not too sure if this Vex can carry, but this Blitzcrank now with the Death Camp and the Adaptive can be a really, really strong carry and try and use this AoE damage to do so much. But with the Jin 2-star on the other side of Travis, this Darkstar peak with 2 Darkstar spats as well, looks like he's going to be doing a lot of damage on his board. But is this going to be enough damage to knock out Raikou? And how is Org doing in the mirror, in the thing? Og wins as well.
And Raikou gets taken down a notch. The Leona with a Bramble, able to stop a lot of the 80 damage coming from the Kaisa and the Jin, but still just too strong of a board, it looks like, from Travis in this final stretch. Vex 2 for Raikou. Does this make a difference? Raikou just has to win this fight against any of the Mouse players if he is not facing the Ghost, if he's facing one of the Reals, and that would be enough to guarantee the second place at the very least and deny Mouse the first and second, which is what they need to win this game 3.
I mean, this is what we all love about 4v4 TFT. It all comes down to the wire. It all comes down to, can you hit that 2-star in time? Can you hit the units on the board? It's going to be Vex 2 against Vex 2. Is Org's Fiora going to be enough against the Blitzcrank?
The Leona is right in front of the Yi and the Fiora, soaking up the damage from all 3 of the carries on Og's board. Can she buy enough time for the Vex and the Blitzcrank to do their thing on this fast 9 AP board? For now, it's like it is the case. The Yi is still alive. The Leona is finally dead. The Blitzcrank is trying his best. The Fiora is onto the back line. She kills the Vex, and that's going to be it. It looks like. I don't think there'll be enough damage. The Vex should be able to clean up here for Og. Raikou taken down. And Mouse, I think, will guarantee the first and second here. Travis.
How's Travis looking? Did he win?
I think he did win. Yeah, he won his fight. I think
he won. There we go.
We're good to go. Mouse does it. They clutch up the much needed first and second. They guarantee their first seed going into EWC for the main event. And truly a crazy comeback here. Raikou tried his absolute best, but wasn't able to do it. And all this comes down to the Reforger that Travis was able to pick up in stage 2 from the random Thresh boon. Able to transform the Space Group emblem and the Challenger emblem. Crazy finish to the game here, Stuart.
Absolutely mental. There were so many pivotal moments in that as well. I think Org's adaptation as well in that game. So of course he was level 9, but he realized that he needed to deny the Vex 2-star away from Raikou. If Raikou hit Vex 2-star just a few rounds before, he might have been able to stabilize, save a little bit more HP, and try and secure that, 1-2 position. But Mouse in the end, I mean, like you said, the Reforger coming in really, really huge for Travis to get double Darkstar emblem, and then, Org's cash out just in time, Panda, just in time on stage 5 to be able to get that Fiora 2-star, which stabilized him as well. I mean, what an incredible way to end our first series here for the road to EWC.
And we were up and down on Warpath, but I think now we are confirmed up on Warpath before. It has turned out in Mouse's favor. Definitely was part of the magic sauce they needed to win this last 2v1, I guess, in the end versus Raikou. Raikou trying his best to do it by himself, but not quite enough. Still a really insane finish. We'll see now the winner graphic come up. The much deserved win from a Mouse in this comeback, and I think they just had some really interesting takes on what augments they like, what augments they favor, what kind of game plan they want to go for, and playing into variants. As you mentioned, the TFT is a game of variants. I think someone like Travis playing to spreading roots, knew that Thresh was one of the gods, could potentially get a boom that could favor him in terms of Reforgers, hit exactly that, and that pretty much solved his game. Got one of the higher cap game plans with that Darkstar. So really, really huge props to Mouse as a team.
Yeah, overall an incredible performance. We can see now on the bracket that they will secure their first seed into EWC, which is going to be really important overall. You might just think, oh, it's just for a seeding, but we know that how the format works at EWC with Teamfight Tactics, that first seed means that you're going to get that first seed in your group, and you're going to make sure that you play maybe some of the weaker teams, go in with the other regions like in the Americas, the APAC, and also CN as well. So really important for Mouse, of course, as an organization. This is the second time that we're going to see Mouse at the road to EWC. We're going to be seeing the likes of Wet Jungler coming back as well for EWC. Like I said, the only player in EMEA to make every single EWC. And 2024 is Carmen Corp. Last year was Mouse, and he's back again with Mouse this year and securing that first seed into the main event.
And even for the rest of the core of that group, for Og, for Kubi, for Travis, they had some big upsets representing Navi last year, where they couldn't make it past the open qualifiers, and that was a huge disappointment for all of them when they were teaming with Michael back then. But now they made the main event as well. So huge props to them being the first seed, entering that main event with kind of this confidence, this swagger, this positive inertia in terms of what they can do as a team as well. But we'll see what our next matchup will be as we move into the second series of the day. It will be Glorp Gang versus Mobistar Koi. And Stuart, and to our viewers, I'll say it now, I will be a little bit biased for Koi. I am Spanish. These guys are very close friends of mine. And they've had an insane run to make it this far. It's going to be a really, really fun series to cast.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll try and hold you back a little bit, Panda. You know, I'll try and hold the bias back a little bit. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think it's going to be a really important matchup. Of course, the winner of this next series books their ticket into EWC as the third seed from EMEA, and the loser will be going to the global qualifier next week. So the stakes were high last series, Panda. The stakes are even higher this time for our second series.
Yep, quick break coming up, and we'll be right back with more TFT, more 4v4, and more just high pinnacle gameplay from these two teams coming up.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift. How inside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift. How inside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift. Outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Alright. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah.
Welcome back to Road to EWC for TFT. We're covering the EMEA closed qualifiers. We're done with that first series with Mouse finishing as the first seed and Godlike finishing as the second seed. But now we move on to the lower bracket final between Glorpgang and Movistar Koi. And these teams have a lot at stake, Stuart. The winner of this series qualifies directly to EWC main event, skips the trial and maybe the terror of having to fight through that global qualifier next weekend. The losing team here guarantees their slot in the global qualifier, but they'll have another big tournament to prepare for and another step on their journey to EWC.
Yeah, and a global qualifier in general is going to be a big ask for the, whatever team loses this matchup, whatever team wins the next matchup, because you don't only have to play with your EMEA partners, but you also have the Americas and everything as well. But this could be our matchup: Glorpgang versus Movistar Koi. In general, I think both of these two teams have had up and down, close qualifiers in general. For Movistar Koi, they've been together for quite a long time, and a team that I know you're going to be very biased about, Panda, but of course with your Spanish background, but a team that I'm pretty excited to watch as well, because as I mentioned, they've been a team that have been together for so long, and they've been trying their best to try and get that extra step that they need to get qualify for main event.
And looking now at the rosters for our teams coming up, we're going to go through all the players and the combination of competitors here. For Glorpgang, Stuart, a fully French roster. Not the maybe S-tier known players like we have on the G2 team that didn't make it to close qualifier or Genoways, but still a very strong 4v4 team in particular. Very good synergy between these four players.
Yeah, if you think of the French teams that came into the qualifiers, like you mentioned G2 and also Gentlemates as well, you would have thought that maybe Glorpgang was one of the bottom ones as well. But I think this really shows as a 4v4 team by themselves, they prepare very well and they're able to be in great cohesion with each other. And I think that's really important in a 4v4 environment. It's not only about having the best players of what we've seen, traditionally before in other EWC events for TFT, that it's not only the best players, but you also need to have great team synergy, great team chemistry as well. But we still have the likes of Zorro on here as well, who did try and qualify for EWC in 2024, got to the close qualifier but narrowly missed out there. We also have Luffy, who's also been around for some time, and a player like Allegory, who's been performing extremely well over the past few sets as well. So still a very strong team coming out of France, and it's going to be a great matchup to see how they're going to do up against Koi.
Looking at Koi's roster, I think one of the most exciting projects, no bias, in TFT. Koi, of course, coming in with Revin as the star of their show. He came back to competition in set 14 because of 4v4 in particular. He assembled the best team of Spanish players, and they worked very hard throughout last year and this year to really perform as a team and individually as well. Revin made it to the top 8 of TAC round. Last set, the first Spanish player ever to make it to TAC round in the first place, and he made final lobby, which guaranteed him a slot back in TPC. Just really a script writing in terms of how he'll be able to navigate that season. And they came with all the confidence of now coming into the 4v4 set, where this whole project in Koi was made for 4v4. This is where they have to hit their peak individually and as a team. 3 of these players are in TPC this set. Which is, for Safo, it's his debut this set as well, with Delesom having one of his best sets last set as well. So they're coming into this in top form. Last year's WC, they lost their first very round of the open qualifier into the lower bracket, and then they won every single lower bracket series in the open qualifier to make it to the closed qualifier, to then make it to the global qualifier, and eventually, unfortunately, lose out in the global qualifier. They have a chance now to skip that last step, to just make it directly into EWC if they're able to win this series. We're moving into game 1 between Glorpgang and Movistar Koi. Both teams, so much at stake, but at the very least, they have to win 2 games. So there's still a lot to be written here for each of these teams, Stuart.
No, exactly that. I think the stakes are really high. The teams have been preparing so much for this exact moment of being able to try and qualify. You are just really 2 TFT games away for qualifying for the main event. This big project that Movistar Koi has been trying to, bring up together, these players that have been performing so well. They've come so narrowly close both times in 2024 and 2025, just narrowly missing out. And this can finally be their opportunity to take that step further to the main event. And this is going to be a really exciting series to unwrap with you, Panda.
You like that board selection from Odessa? The koi jumping the moment the game loaded in. Really beautiful stuff. Cinematic entry here. Trying to set the stage for this game 1 for Koi. And for Glorpgang, as I mentioned before, I think this team is definitely greater than the sum of its parts. I think individually these players might have not had the insane sets and crazy tackle performances that we've seen from other top French players, but some players and some teams in particular have very quickly adopted 4v4 the moment it became a thing in TFT, and they have become very good at 4v4 in particular as a format, and this is one of those teams from France.
We did see the gods at the start, Panda. We got Varus and Thresh. So we know that Varus, of course, being able to give the tiny duplicators and the lesser duplicators in fight incentivizes potentially more options at reroll. So you're going to be seeing a lot here. Well, Zora has a pretty good start at reroll as well. Already Teemo 2 Leonas and a Lysandra 3. So could be an opportunity.
Oh, poor Leonas.
That's also Leona. That's also Leona, another Leona as well. So yeah, pretty great start here for Zora. As I mentioned, it being Varus as well makes you incentivize more towards it, because you get the tiny duplicators, the lesser duplicators are the god options between the rounds.
Interesting options here. Had the chance for backup bows, but maybe a little bit too slow for Teemo. We'll maybe go slightly magic roll. You can get gold here. You can get rerolls as well, which you can use on level 3 for one cost reroll in particular. It is a little bit scary to play for Teemo and Leona reroll without having the arbiter check first, at least committing heavily into it, because you might have a very bad arbiter, and then the comp I think loses a lot of its value. You really want to have kind of this Giga Leona that can't die if you want to go for Leona reroll. Safo Silver Spoon tempo level into double econ with Timebreaker and Primordian. Potentially 3 Timebreaker come online very soon. And has a Talon and has a crazy shop. Actually, doesn't have to lock the shop potentially. Has a Rek'Sai pair, Cho'Gath pair, and Talon pair. Or a Briar pair, rather.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Deciding to go to level 5 as well. So actually decided to use the gold to level instead of buying these units with the Silver Spoon as well. So as you mentioned, trying to play for tempo, realizing that he has a 2-star Briar online early on, which could be really strong, and has some decent components as well for Master Yi later on. So pretty good spot here for Sapphire, actually deciding to pick up the Rek'Sai as the other option as well. If he can find another 2-star, there you go. Like you find another 2-star like Rek'Sai, or even try and find the Talon 2-star as well. I think Sappho's in an incredible spot here to try and tempo early on.
It is going to be, I believe this is the mount. No, it's the mountain. Yeah, the mountain. You just have the emblem early, so because he has the extra emblem now, so you don't have the chance to play to the mountain. This could be Lulu. We did see Koi yesterday, both qualifiers playing Lulu as well. You could play this tempo as well, because if Lulu is a 3-cost reroll, it is much easier to deny this if the other opponent is other team is aware. There's just much less to be caught in the pool. It is very easy to deny compared to other rerolls. So this could be a tempo mountain. We have seen it have some success with playing around Riven as a duo carry, still making use of Lulu and keeping the option open for the 3-star, but not kind of forming your entire game plan around her, because the stun is still very valuable in the mountain.
Yeah, I think the Lulu is I mean, you're kind of really looking for the artifacts as well. The artifacts, when you know it's going to be the mountain, the artifacts can be very important. I see here Arbiter is going to be permanent health for the Leona, as you mentioned. Very strong with trying to just beef up the Leona and make it even stronger when it potentially reaches 3-star later on. But yeah, on your point with the mountain, I think Lulu's going to be a really important factor and make artifacts maybe even stronger, because if you can hit the Horizon Focus with Lulu, that could be very powerful.
Patience is a virtue as well for Revan there, so use those extra free rolls early. And it's a little bit weird now they changed the augments where you only get 1 free reroll if you don't buy a unit the last shop. And if you want to buy a unit from the shop anyway, it basically counts as another free shop from the reroll. So it's kind of weird. You don't really feel as good getting all these tons of free rerolls that you used to get before. But we'll see how it pans out for Revan. Koi, in general, from what I watched yesterday, they seem to be very dead set on 2-1, saying, hey, I have the best spot to play Yi, I'm the Yi player. I have the best spot to play Corki, I'm the Corki player. I have the best spot to play Teemo, I'm the Teemo player. That's almost always their default kind of third comp. And then the 4th player is kind of the X Factor player. Like a Lulu reroll, something like this.
2 really good options. Yeah, the Varus could potentially see you going into the trying to find the Lulu potentially early on for the Stargazers. Thresh could be good if your spot's in a pretty bad spot and you want to try and, you know, get some better units online. I think most people will probably go for Varus rather than Thresh, because it really depends on your spot.
Safo could have a very good Thresh spot, getting his 1 cost upgrades into 2 cost upgrades. Or 2 cost upgrades. But again, you had a lot of, he's going to go for it. And you had some synergy, obviously, with the Primordians getting the Econ, but wants to go for just the highest, the best board possible to play this kind of tempo with Silver Spoon, and gets the Pike 2 here in the end, alongside the Mordekaiser 2. Not the best synergies, only has right now the Voyager online, but a lot of big upgrades.
Yeah, we know the Pike can be very strong, that we've seen before. Pike can be very strong on stage 2. It kind of falls off a little bit on stage 3, so might need to try and find another carry. But even a Mordekaiser can tank up so much damage early on with a few items on the board, which can be really, really nice. So yeah, good spot here for Safo. I think, like you said, Panda, recognizing that he's in a spot where he just wants to tempo, just keep on rolling and try and get some units online here. So overall, it's Safo currently on a win streak. Luffy keeping the win streak as well, which is really important here for Glorp as well, to try and keep up the tempo. So it's Luffy and Safo both on the win streak right now.
8 Briars for Luffy already. Luffy looks like he's going to be angling Primordian reroll plus the Expedition, going for a high impact Radiant item to get kind of a big second spike once you get that Radiant online at the start of stage 4. And you can really go for a Radiant on this Briar 3, which is going to come out a little bit earlier than we expected, maybe. Free rerolls here from Zoro. So I think Zoro and Glorkrang understands that in 4v4, you cannot allow a player to have a Teemo spot for free. You have to make them work for it. And so he kind of forces his way also into the Leona reroll. Although his Arbiter is not going to be very good for Leona scaling. So his only real mission is to try and either outplace or slow down Revan from executing his own game plan.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we saw from the start of the game, you know, having an early Leona 2-star, having the early Teemo and Lissandra 2-star means that you can really go towards this composition. And we know with it being, you know, Varus and Thresh, you can accelerate that even more as well. But like I said, it's also trying to deny the opportunity of the other team to try and take that away as well. Maybe Revan just kind of gives up on the Teemo. There you go. There's a prior 3-star already. Wow. But maybe you kind of give up if you're Revan now on the Teemo Dream, because you know that there's going to be a lot more rerolls on the other side to try and hit the Teemo 3, and you try and play towards the Zoe 3 potential as well. But you know that the Leona is going to be much stronger here for Revan as the game goes on once he hits the 3-star.
All of Koi visiting the board, trying to send some bad juju the way of this Briar 3, because they know this player will be very strong. Especially with Expedition, one of the hard things with this augment is balancing how much econ you sacrifice to kind of feed the Expedition slot and get to 33 gold sacrifice as early as possible, while also making sure you're pumping econ to strengthen your board and not lose every fight. But hitting the Briar 3 early allows you to really just let that unit just carry all of your stage 3 and focus solely on getting the Expedition unlocked as soon as possible. Revan, the deep roll down here. Leona 3 on 3-1, has a golden duplicator available as well. 3 Teemos rather, ready to go. Potentially does not play reroll. Potentially just plays a tempo option here now. Yeah, levels to 5. Plays around Leona 3. Says, hey, I'm so far away from anything else. I'm better off playing flex around this Leona. And you have a strong enough board now to not buy any more units throughout all of stage 3 and get those extra rerolls.
Yeah, I completely agree with this decision as well. You know, if you find some natural Zoes, maybe you can look for that as well. But, you know, Leona 3-star being one of the strongest tanks, not only just tanks a lot of damage, but also deals so much damage with her ability as well. And that's why it's in this patch, it's one of the strongest 1 costs to try and go for, not only for reroll, but also just for tempering as a late game tank as well. It kind of becomes a 4-cost 2-star at this point during the game, to be fair. And it just makes it so difficult to try and deal with. But as you can see, Leona
no item slams. Revan was trying to give the win here to Safo, who's on a win streak, but Leona is doing a little bit too much. Thankfully, Safo does get the win. That was almost tragic, how a 3-star 1-cost tank with 1 item can be almost a level 6 board.
Pretty disgusting, but keep Safo on the win streak, which, as you mentioned, meant that, you know, Revan couldn't slam any items, but I still think they prefer that in that position, which is quite nice. Is that Kahuna? How do you say the name of the?
Kahuna.
Kahuna. That's the one. I knew it was Kahuna something.
The fact we see Matrix means that it's pretty clear he's playing for Master E.
Yeah.
I think the setup from Koi is now quite evident. It's going to be some kind of Lulu reroll slash Mountain Stargazer tempo game plan from Dalisum. We just saw Lulu 2 upgrade now, actually, from Dalisum and Pantheon 2. So he is rolling for the Lulu board. We have Revan on Teemo slash now like fast line AP duty. And then Odessa and Sappho playing both the 80 flex lines. Most likely Sappho being the Yi player and Odessa being the Corki player.
Yeah, hitting that Lulu 2 for Dalisum, really important at level 6 here to try and stabilize his board so he doesn't lose too much HP. He's already down to 67 HP, but now, I mean, you can see the combo of Mountain with Lulu. Lulu just being so strong with this Stargazer, just stunning, getting that, you know, multi-unit stun on the board just makes it so important and just allows your front line to just keep tanking damage. And Lulu as a unit just does so much damage at the same time as well. So very strong spot here, it seems like, for Move Koi. You know, they've got Revan scaling up with the Leona already on 3-star. You have Dalisum on the Stargazer. Lulu already has Lulu 2-star. And then Sappho with Tempo Yi has Kahuna Huna as well. So 3 really strong spots here for MKoi moving into stage 3.
And Glorpcrank showing why they are such a good 4v4 team. It seems like they're doing it, you know, really, they've learned the 4v4 rules. So they're not allowing the real players to have free where they're uncontested. They're instead going to pivot and kind of force their way into those mirror contests. So we'll see Allegri going into Lulu, for example, even if he's doing it behind 4 without the best mountain start, where you want to have it in as early as possible and slow down Dalisum, not allow him to play the Lulu 3 basically. And the same case with, I believe it was Zoro, stopping Revan from, well, hitting the Teemo, but didn't stop him from hitting the Leona, so Revan's still getting ahead on that sense.
I think it comes with a bit of a risk as well, I feel like, Panda, because if you're trying to deny, you know, if someone still hits the board anyway, then you're contesting the comp that and you're just going to be weaker anyway. You know, especially with one-cost rerolls as well. I think it's very hard to try and slow down and deny that one-cost reroll because there are just so many one-costs in the pool that can help out as well. But our second god choice here, oh, Pandora's Seeds. Oh, boy.
This is the only reason why I was not looking forward to playing or casting 17.2b. This is a boon that was removed for 17.3. Probably the best change of the patch because in the right hands, especially in the hands of 4v4, where your entire team is working together, this can completely change the outcome of the game. You get 2 bench slots instead of 3 like Pandora's Bench, where you're able to reroll and make it so that you can get a ton of very scary 3-star forecasts on stage 4. 2 Corkis for Zagranda.
Yeah. Pretty good.
He wasn't playing for Corki, but he will be holding on to these
now
for a
he is.
while.
His items might not be the best for Corki, but having 2 Corkis already at level 7 at 3-5 is definitely a strong spot to be in. It actually doesn't seem like
Pandora's.
a lot of people.
You can just Pandora's all his items on.
Oh, did he just Pandora's? Oh, I didn't even see that.
No.
Yeah.
He has Pandora's items, so he can just Pandora's all his attack speed items if he wants to.
Oh, later on. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes complete sense. Oh, we got Horizon Focus Nunu. It's not the Horizon Focus Lulu that we was expecting, but it's Nunu. Has quite a lot of value with all the CC that Nunu can deal overall, and doesn't seem like a lot of people actually took Thresh as their god for the Pandora's seat. So more playing around Varus to try and play for tempo.
Looks like that some has mostly for the 3 costs. It is possible that maybe just with 4 players denying you, it's hard to get away with it, right? Whereas in you know, on ladder, I think it's a little bit easier to have just to sneak in a 3-star forecast no one is playing, for example. But in 4v4, it could be that because you have 4 players worth of agency, it's just harder to execute or to rely on this RNG. So maybe that might be the case. Oh, regardless, I'm happy about it because it becomes a bit degenerate, I would say, in stage 4.
I mean, everyone's just rolling down level 8 to 0 gold. You're trying to find like any forecast 2-star in the end and just trying to roll for it and trying to pray that you hit the 3-star in the end. And that's kind of what the situation gets into, as we see Sappho does hit his Master Yi already, which is pretty crazy. Level 7 has Kahuna Huna as well. And this Master Yi is going to absolutely destroy the board here of Luffy. And Sappho still keeps his streak. He's on a nice juicy streak between the whole of stage 2 and stage 3 now.
Wait a minute.
Wait, there's a Horizon Focus Lulu. Zoro.
But it is, I was going to mention, so for anyone that's at home watching and not aware, Lulu stuns on specifically the Mountain Stargazer. Her ability changes depending on the Stargazer. And Horizon's focus, she does more damage every time she stuns. She stuns many units every cast. She casts very often. So this is a very broken combo. Some would say kind of a free top first or top one if you're able to hit it. Zoro was not playing on Lulu at all, but the moment he hit this, I believe he's incentivized to try and maybe find his way into at least playing Lulu in some capacity, even if it's too late to play into the full Mountain setup with Stargazer because of how strong she is with the artifact. We even saw some players playing Lulu as a just slot on your board, like a flex slot, just using the stun utility on the Mountain throughout this weekend.
And you can see the roll down is already going pretty crazy. If he can find this Lulu 2-star this early, oh, there it is. Lulu 2-star already in stage 4 with Horizon Focus, as you mentioned, with Mountain as well. Doesn't have the, you normally like to pair this with Nashes as well, so you can just keep casting more and more. But Rage Blade can also scale you. You don't get as much attack speed early on, but can scale with the front line that he already has to be very, very strong. And Zoro knows from his spot that he is very, very strong. So he uses the remover on the Lulu to try and maybe save someone's HP, especially Zagendra at the bottom. Maybe try to save some HP there, but realized against Luffy. Luffy already has a lot of HP, so would rather just slam the items instead. So you can tell that, you know, as you mentioned, Glorp really strong in a 4v4. You know, Zoro understanding his position, that he's going to be very, very strong throughout the whole game. So trying to save some HP as Zagendric takes another loss here. That's going to potentially be, yeah, below 20 HP or on 20 HP at stage 4-2 Panda.
Yeah, it's looking really good, the setup generally for Koi, especially with Sappho still win streaking. 11 win streak now for him, especially we mentioned the early Yi high roll. Odessa is going to be the quirky player. He did take Pandora's bench, so he is, or Pandora's seat. He is trying to be that player to, you know, spice things up with a bit of a
chin,
you know, throwing a wrench in everyone's game plans. We'll see if he plays it on Corki. The items are definitely there for Corki, but right now has only a single copy and no Rammus whatsoever. So there's a first Rammus. Also, no 2-star forecast to try and start cycling with the Pandora seat.
Yeah, unfortunately, a few forecast pairs, but that's about it. Oh,
whoa!
You see the kindreds?
I see the kindreds, and this is exactly what I was talking about. This is why a lot of top players were not very happy when this boon was offered. Things can get out of control very quickly, especially for someone like Sappho, who has a Yi2 already, has not lost a fight yet. I think will not be losing a fight for the remainder of this stage by the looks of his board. And this could make it very, very hard for Glorpcan to come back into this, considering they have very low HP total with players like Zagranda and players like Zoro even.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, that's kind of what you do with Pandora's seat in this patch. You'd
And we just saw there another broken artifact combination. Titanic Hydra on Zaya. Also one of the, I think the second most powerful combination between a unit and an artifact in this set. And that was why Sappho lost his fight despite that early U2 as well. Really, really insane final 2 fights here. Especially just how things are assembling here. Some huge high rolls in terms of what players are doing. Dalisum hits Lulu 3 now as well, so players are spiking in crazy ways. Sappho gonna have to sacrifice some more of his HP here, but no problem considering he's facing his teammate. Dalisum can stabilize even harder now on this Lulu board, and he has not been denied a Lulu 3, despite 2 other players from Glorp Gang holding this unit.
So what's that, Panda? Lulu 3 with no Horizon Focus or a Lulu 2 with Horizon Focus?
It has to be Lulu 3, I mean, right? The
right?
game is perfectly balanced, as all things should be, so it has to be. If you're talking about Lulu 2 in a good mountain setup with, you know, Stargazer online, okay, maybe. But a Lulu just on an AP flex board without any Stargazer, I think cannot patch the Lulu 3 here from this one.
Okay, well, you heard it from the man himself. Lulu 3-star already here is really, really big. Sappho not in his win streak anymore, but still sitting very, very high on HP right now. As we have 2 win streak players, 1 for Mkoi, 1 for Glorp as well with Dalisom and Allegory. And now it's, you know, Odessa at the bottom now, sitting at 19 HP. So in terms of HP at the moment, you know, both teams are pretty, I would say, kind of well-rounded at the moment in terms of HP. You know, you got two high, few high HP players there for MCoy, on the other side, 2 low HP players as well.
Big upgrades we're seeing on the right side there. Odessa finds the Ramus 2, probably the missing piece he needs to stabilize to stop losing HP here in stage 4. Still on Corki 1 though. We just saw Zagranda also hit the Kindred 2, which means that he denies the Kindred 3 possibility from Safo, who was trying to go for that as an alternate win condition. So the game is really starting to shape up here in stage 4. Bears' Obsession as well will be the artifact that is found for this final Kindred item alongside Yi almost fully itemized here. Odessa might pay some tax here as well. It's a fairly strong board from Zagranda. Is it strong enough? It's a close fight. So Yi gets taken down, it looks like, but the Kindred is still alive. Odessa now down to his last life, and Revan also down to his last life.
I think I saw Revan picking up a Master Yi 2 as well. So I think Revan was trying to play deny, but now realizing he's in a position where he actually needs to try and stabilize his board and hit some 2-stars, because we could be seeing 2 MCoy members being knocked out. And even though the other 2 look great, Dalasom and Safo are in incredible positions at the moment. If Revan and Odessa get knocked out at 7-8 here, they need to try and go 1-2, and we could be seeing the previous series as an example of what's to come here for you.
I'm really surprised Revan did not go for Thresh's Seat God pickup, because he has a duplicator. He could have gone for a 3-star forecast potentially, especially on AP Flex where no one is really playing. I guess Zoro is also playing LeBlanc and Karma and Nami, but he could have had an easier time. That item did hit Nami 3 yesterday, for example, in the final game against Gentlemates to make it. So it's a game plan they've gone for in the past. It looks like the Mountain is just enough to win this fight here against Revan, and he will be taken down in 8th place. Odessa looks like also took a loss and is alive on 1 HP.
Yeah, very unfortunate loss there for Revan. We saw that he was going to play, he was playing the Tempo Leona. He had the Arbiter, which gave Leona more HP. So we know that he was in a really strong spot early on, but unfortunately not able to spike his board enough. And it kind of shows the weakness of the AP boards. Even if you have like a stacking Leona, everything else was 2-star in his board with the Nunu and the LeBlanc. You just can't deal with some of these interactions and some of these AD boards that are just very strong right now in the meta Panda. But on the other side here, Odessa does have items removed at the moment. So maybe seeing if he plays one of his teammates and he just says, okay, you 2 can go for the win out here. We're just going to go 7-8. And then we're going to try and just sacrifice Odessa here.
I think his position is bad enough that they don't want to sack HP for him. I think Safo and Dalasom need all the HP they can get when they match each other to sack some HP if they want to go first and second. And they know that Odessa's game plan is probably doomed. The best he can do is maybe 6th. But even then, he's kind of, he's hit his cap, and Zagranda is probably strong enough to win a lot of these next few fights anyway. So it's going to be very hard for Odessa to outplay Zagranda anyway. So they're just going to let him go, most likely. No items on Corki. We'll see what he faces. It will be Safo.
Safo, yeah. I think he's just going to sacrifice himself now. He is going to slam some items, but I don't think it'll be enough to win this round anyway. I think this Master Yi with Kahuna Huna is just way too powerful right now, especially with Quicksilver, Edge of Night. So can't be CC'd. Is going to be proccing as well, the Edge of Night. Actually, I say that. It's looking a lot closer than what I thought. Oh, maybe he's actually... Yeah. Oh, wow. That's pretty surprising.
I mean, Safo is going to try and play around Graves and go 9, most likely. He's also holding a Corki 2 on the bench, so I think... I'm not sure. I think that he would have sold the Corki and told Odessa to roll if they wanted him to stay alive further. But maybe they saw that Zagranda had Dalasom or another strong player in their pool and thought that maybe Odessa can outplace Zagranda. That's the only condition I would go for here or think about.
You can really see the players with the Pandora's Seat really trying to go for these 4/3 stars, but you're seeing some of the players trying to deny that as well. Like Zagranda here trying to hold some Corkis and trying to stay online. It's going to be going against Dalasom though, and this might be the end for Zagranda. And it could be pretty big here, because if Odessa does live and Zagranda goes out, that 7th, 8th place is not a despair anymore for Movie Star Koi.
No Jax 3. The Maokai did not cast in the end. It looks like Dalasom's going to lose this fight. Zagranda buys at least one more turn of time. Odessa also wins this fight, it looks like. So both players are hanging on. The biggest problem here is that Safo and Dalasom both lost this last round. So all 4 players from MCoy with Revan already being out are in the bottom 5 of the HP totals. Allegri stabilized a lot in stage 4 off of the Titanic Hydra on the Zaya as a duo carry. This is the kind of tempo structure game plan we talked about, where Lulu 3 is not an option. And in particular, Luffy, right? He's been really dominating stage 4 and the start of stage 5 now.
Yeah, trying to go for the 3-star forecast as well. Interesting enough that Glorp have 2 players playing Lulu. They knew they couldn't hit 3-star, but they just wanted, they realized the power of the Lulu 3-star here, the Lulu with Horizon Focus, sorry, with Mountain being so important. But it's another big round here for, this is both Odeza and Zagendra, so this knockout here could be important really for both teams.
He is still very much alive. Rammus is down, the Yi is onto the Corki.
Oh,
Corki's not going to gas in time. And the Emilio cuts it up. The Emilio's kind of a beast. Oh my god.
No.
The Kindred does it. Odessa down 7th and 8th. Safo 12 HP. That was 22. This is going to be, I think, almost impossible for MKoy to come back.
Kindred was on, must have been on single digits HP there at the end of it, and Milio was like probably half a second away from casting, throwing out his ball and trying to do enough damage. It was so close in the end. But yeah, I think now with MKoy going 7-8, it's Safo and Dalasom needs to go 1-2, but I think the HP is too much. They're going to play against each other at some point. At least one of them are going to be knocked out before before the other tries to reach in the top 2.
And beautiful play from Glorp Gang, especially Luffy, who was the player that was playing around the Briar 3 and Expedition, pivoted off of Primordial into higher cap line, playing around Radiant DB, Blue Buff, Silvermere Dawn, and the Corki. Just a ton of AD, essentially, and the Blue Buff helping him cast means that it's just a very, very strong combo, which is why he was able to dominate at stage 4. As well as just the artifact synergy understanding from the team, right? Horizon's focus on the Lulu.
There it is.
Sapo now taken down. 3-4 player for MKoy. Game 1 win to Glorp Gang, and just really good understanding of a lot of these different lines.
Yeah, like I said, very surprising to see Glorp have 2 players on that Lulu line, but knowing that they can't get 3-star, knew that they could stabilize on 2-star anyway, slow the spike of Dalasom down, as you mentioned, couldn't hit the Jax 3, couldn't hit the Pantheon 3 either, to have enough front line to allow this Lulu to scale up as well. But with being able to get the deny the Lulu, but also have an incredible position with the Horizon focus as well, really understanding their spots here for Glorp, and incredible game 1 for them. As you mentioned, a team that maybe individually in terms of TFT results have not been performing too well, but really showing in this game the understanding of what comps are going to be really powerful, and even contesting themselves really on the same compositions, but knowing how strong the board spots will be and having that 4v4 experience is so important.
Yep, that is out in 4th place. 1, 2, 3, the podium fully
Crazy.
Locked in for Glorp Gang. Game 1 goes to them. This is obviously a best of 3. At the very least, one more game to be played, but potentially if MKoy can win that one, we'll be going to a game 3. And this is a big series. It decides who moves on to the main event as the 3rd seed and who is forced to fight their way into the global qualifier next weekend, which is a position MKoy is very familiar with. It's where they met their downfall last year. They do not want to repeat that again. They want to try and come back in this series and make it back directly into the EWC.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, MKoy have been so close so many times before. Over the past few years, they've been so close with open qualifiers, with closed qualifiers. They don't want to do the same again. They don't want to be one step closer again and just miss out, just by a thin margin. It's going to be... MKoy is going to have to make sure they try and come back as well, but we're going to be taking a quick break whilst the players get ready. But it's MKoy on the back foot as Glorp take game number 1 here, the road to EWC with TFT. Take a quick break. When we come back, game number 2, because we've seen Glorp going to EWC, or will MKoy come back? We'll see after the break.
きしようよ準備快適早くまだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみますんだ
We're back with a road to EWC, and there's going to be a lot of action still to unfold with Game 2 starting up very soon, Stuart. And Koi, I think they had a great spot for Stage 2 and Stage 3. Then things really started going in the wrong direction. Some crazy artifact hits and combinations for Glorpgang, and then just took over Stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, Glorpgang had a really good position of understanding because it's obviously mounting into Stargazer, trying to go for things like Latent Forge to try and potentially have that opportunity and have that variance of hitting Horizon Focus, which we did see Zoro did use the Horizon Focus on Nunu, but then had the understanding of, hey, let's deny Dalasom even more. They already had a Lulu player going for Tempo Stargazer. It was like, okay, I'll just also play a Lulu too as well and just use it with Horizon Focus. So a really nice understanding here by Glorpgang to take their positions that they had and take the variance that they had and take it to a really dominating victory in game number 1. But as you said, potentially 2 more games to go. MKOI are not out of it just yet, and I'm sure they're going to be ready and raring to go here for game 2.
Even Saf on that last game, I have to remember, he had an 11 win streak. He loaded up onto 4-2 with a Yi2 already and 6 Kindreds, and had the chance to potentially play for a Kindred 3. And then he pretty much lost every single fight after that. I think he ended up 6 total in the stand, which is impressive to do when you have 100 HP on 4-2. So really tragic finale there for MKOI. They have a chance to come back into it. Thresh and Echo will be our gods for game number 2. We'll have to see what will be our encounter. But our game is almost ready. Our players are starting to finalize their mindsets for what could be the most important 4v4 game they've played in this set up until now.
It's a time where they need to lock in, Panda, like all the practice, everything that you've been working towards over the past few weeks, the open qualifiers as well. Both these teams came through the open qualifiers as well, you know, pretty dominating fashion. So just one more step needed to get to that main event. Of course, it being very important for these teams, for MKOI as an organization as well. Of course, have a very, very strong backing, and the players themselves obviously have very strong backings as well from the fans over in Spain. And same with Glorpgang as well, you know, players from France as well. Again, French following, of course, being very, very strong as well. So it's an interesting series and a very interesting game to unpack as well. As we get Tom Kench again, second game in a row, we get Tom Kench.
Third game in a row. The last game of last series.
Did we get it in game 3 of the last series? Wow.
A lot.
What's the percentage?
A lot of loots being given, some fun games TFT ahead of us.
So what's the percentage of that? I don't even know. I'm getting the same encounter 3 games in a row. That's probably some like below 0.1% chance of having that. But anyway, I mean, we are going to get Thresh God as well, which unfortunately for you, Panda, means we might be seeing some more potentially Thresh sheets. So maybe some high rolls in terms of the random odds that we could get. We've seen players use Thresh God probably to the highest variance compared to the other gods. Echo, of course, still being a very strong god that you, if you get the boon later on, you'll be able to get the extra item, which gives you the anomaly, which gives your frontline units a ton of HP, which can be really strong later on.
I do hope we don't see Thresh's seat again. I think it will be unlikely. And it didn't really work out for MKOI with a few other players picking it. I think in 4v4 in particular, you have a little bit less chance to sneak in a 3-star 4 cost because of it. Although sometimes it's not really in your opponent's hands to deny. But we'll see the 2-1 augment selection. What kind of paths our players start to tread when it comes to their lines and their selection, and how the team composition will look like for this game number 2.
So take a look here at our first augment choices. We're going to be starting off with gold. Worth the wait can be a very strong option to try and play around these 1-cost rerolls, to try and have a look and see what they can do with potential of looking for that. Of course, being very strong with some of these spatulas as a option. You can use the spatula, try and get potential of Dockstar later on. So there's some really strong options here for some augments. I think 2 of the strongest that could be very strong in a format, but it did go worth the wait, and I think that might be worth the wait Lissandra. So isn't Timo, isn't the Leona that you're hoping for, but Lissandra can still be very good, and maybe you just look to play for a tempo Dockstar option from this spot.
I think this one is actually one of the stronger ones, if that is the case for the worth the weights. It was discovered later on the next patch that is now live on ladder that it is one of the best one-class rerolls. It's just a very, very strong option, especially when you can get it from worth the weight. You can just tempo directly into 6 Dark Star, and she can be a very good carry. You have to really invest a lot into her for her to start doing a lot of damage and really, you know, carrying the entire load for your team. But with the Nashor's dual gauntlets, or maybe even double Nashor's build, she can be incredibly strong.
Interesting to see if he decides to go for the reroll line, if he tries to play towards tempo. You know you're going to get that Lissandra 3, but do you try and go for other rerolls, or do you just try and play for that as well? We did see for Luffy, Luffy was able to get Brawler +1, which is one of the best emblems for Master Yi. So Luffy already has his position that he's going towards as well, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Worth the Wait was picked up as well. Again, it took a while for the Worth the Wait to be picked up, but understanding that, hey, maybe some other players already have Master Yi, already has Corki as an option, say, hey, you need to play a reroll this game, so we can try and go for that. Mountain again as well. Oh my god, Panda. Mountain again. I mean,
it's one of the better spots for Lulu. It does open some high rolls with artifacts, but we'll see if that'll be the case for Safo in stage 3 to maybe return the favor and find a Horizon focus of his own, to contrast with Glorpgang's high roll in game 1. It is a fairly good start here for Lulu. You have the full item. You're going to play for the Lulu streak here. You have the Shojin Slam. You can try and go for that perfect Lulu build with an Asher and JG. Although, with Horizon's focus, the actual best build is just Shojin instead. You just bet more attack speed if you can't guarantee double Nashers. Just the way that Lulu works in the mana threshold. So that's maybe the idea here from Zafo, or just a good item on
you can still play the secondary carries, as you mentioned as well, with like with Milio. I think being pretty underrated as like a carry by himself, because he can still do a crazy amount of damage, which is quite nice. You can see Milio 2-star being picked up here with Birthday Reunion as the augment for Odeza. So going to be playing for more tempo here. Already has 6 Natsuses on the board as well. So going to be trying his best to try and keep his streak up as well. I think most of these players are kind of locked in with what compositions they're going for at the moment. Some are still a little bit flexible, and even though in this kind of meta, in this patch, it does seem like a lot of players have direction at 2-1, it's still good to have some players in a 4v4 environment to still have open options. So you can see what augment you hit next at stage 3, which looks like it's the case here. Some even shrouds have been slammed, so you are pivoting towards the AD lines, but you're not really too sure what AD line you're going towards at the moment, and maybe you get a little bit more direction in stage 3.
Close fight here. Odessa was considering not slamming the Sunfire, trying to keep his options open, but I think he had to. You obviously want to play Birthday Reunion similarly to the way you play Warpath or Birthday Present. You want to win streak all of stage 2 and 3, and then use that tempo and that advantage to make it to fast 9. Get your free 2-star upgrade, and then hopefully play for that very, very strong fast 9 board.
Echo's God here is an interesting option if players want to go for it. When you fall below 30 health, you can get a bit of a cash out. Bit of a throwback there to some other set mechanics from previous sets, but not too sure if it's very good in a 4v4 environment, because you don't really want to lose that much HP. You kind of want to make sure that you stay stable, but Safo here did go for the Echo. We got NASA's 3-star already with the Golden Remover and the Reforgers, so you can help that a little bit later on.
Wow.
Kind of crazy.
For the Echo, I think one player per team should pick the Echo, the streak player, and have that one big spike on par with the opposing team. Safo seemed to be that player, right, playing for the blue streak, without the slams. And maybe I think you value that kind of game spike for Lulu as well, right? At the end of stage 3, start of stage 4, where you're trying to hit your 3-stars, you want the extra gold or item to do so. So it makes sense to me.
That's fair, yeah. Yeah, one per team seems about right. Like, if it's the reroll player, if it's the loose streak player trying to hit the spike later on down the line, it can make a lot of sense here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. See who took Echo as the God option. Maybe Luffy also took it as well, because it seems like Luffy is the lowest HP total here for Glorp. So we'll have to see if Luffy maybe also took Echo as an option as well. And no, he didn't. He took Thresh. So maybe only one Echo player, Echo God being chosen this time. But as you mentioned, with Safo spot, it completely makes sense.
And it seems quite obvious that both Safo and Odessa have kind of those X Factor spots, with the Lulu reroll for Safo and Odessa playing for Fast 9. So I have to imagine that Revan and Dadasom by default will be going into Corki and Yi, depending on what spot they have the better position for.
2 players actually for Glorp took Echo. Allegory we saw with the Worth Away, Lissandra, and Zoro also taking Echo as well. So 2 players here for... 2 players for Glorp here taking Echo, so might be interesting to see which player they prioritize to get low on HP first to try and get that cash out and to try and see how much they can do. But it looks like they want Zoro to win this round. There was benching some units there for Luffy just to guarantee his loss streak. Of course, he had the potential of going against Safo, so he just wanted to guarantee he gets that loss streak, he gets the extra gold under his belt for stage 3.
And so Dadasom has a chance to potentially play around this very early Corki.
He does have reforgers, but how high risk are we talking about here, Panda? Do you just reforge all 3 of the items and play for Corki?
It's salvage bin as well, right? It's salvage bin. He can reforge.
Oh,
components.
true. Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice the salvage bin, yeah.
And we talk about both Dadasom and Revan having to be or not having to be, but most likely being the default 4-cost players. So the one unconditional comp is Corki. As long as Revan has a good Yi psionic item, I think it's pretty clear now what's going on. Dadasom will likely play into Corki. Has a very early setup. Has the Zoe 2 as well, though, which is going to be a pretty strong carry.
Bit of a tough spot here for Dadasom. Like you said, with the salvage bin, you're able to, make some new items. But Zoe 2 star is also a pretty good carry as well. Maybe prioritizing Zoe 2 could be better. Does have a really good arbiter as well. We just saw thanks to the observer of having the extra HP per round, which is going to be really, really nice. So yeah, prioritizing the Zoe instead, and maybe might just pivot away from the, or not pivot away, sorry, but actually just sell the Corki and say, look, I have Zoe 2. I can win streak this entire stage with the Zoe 2 and the Irelia front, not Irelia, the Ilaoi front line. My god, I'm getting my eyes mixed up. But yeah, having a really strong stage here. Yeah, I'm just going to win streak the entire stage now. So does he sell it? Does he not?
I know who is a player who is playing Corki. The case that Dadasom has a chance still to salvage bin, reforge, and play into Corki on stage 4.
Let's see here. Odessa still on a win streak, which is really, really nice. You can see Zoro also on a streak as well. Dadasom doing pretty nice. Well, it looks like we have some more technical difficulties, unfortunately, so we're going to be trying to fix that up as quick as possible, as it's looking pretty good so far for MKOI, having a really nice position right now with the spots they're in with Safo. Again, the Echo Boon being a pretty interesting option for these players in a 4v4 environment. I think the set mechanic definitely changes things a lot in a 4v4 environment. Not having the carousel, trying to play towards these gods instead, I think makes it really interesting now with no carousel available.
Yeah, especially I think this 3-2 augment selection is going to be really interesting for how the game will shape up, especially looking at someone like Safo playing on the Lulu. We mentioned the artifact, for example. Looking at players like Dadasom and Odessa, who were very high in HP, if they find the right augments, especially Odessa with Birthday Reunion, to kind of catapult him forward econ-wise, or even just allow him to tempo level to 7, get the TG online, and then use that to make it to Fast 9. Some very strong game plans are starting to assemble for Koi, and they need to have a strong result in this game to force that game 3. I will say, Glorp Gang last in game 1, the same kind of picture was being painted, and all of a sudden they came back with just a really, really strong stage 4 and 5. They kind of soft sacked stage 2 and 3, and then just had this really good understanding of how to dominate stage 4 and win the game off of that. So I'm curious to see how this late game ends up coming through. I think we're back into game now. Everything has been resolved. The biggest question, Stuart, I think will be how Dadasom navigates with epic roll down at this pickup. I think it's most likely going to be some kind of Corki line.
Yeah, it does seem like it. It looks like unfortunately we missed the augment selections, so it'd be nice to have to go around all of the boards to see what the augment selections were, see if there was anything too interesting. But like you said, Epic roll down being a big thing, holding on to the Corki. Healing hold.
I like this from Zoro.
Zoro.
Yeah, full combat.
Yep. Salvage bin.
Ooh.
Oh, Dark Star +1 for Revan. Okay, and a Voyager +1 as well. So some good spot
Very
here
good
for
setup.
Revan.
Gone up with glass cannon.
Glass cannon.
Looks like,
Yeah.
looks like the Corki player we were talking about, and just some extra econ here in the case of Sappho with both the trade sector and the cognitive overload. So just playing a pretty normal Lulu game. Unfortunately, very low HP, 7 loss streak. Is going to be facing some players who are hitting big spikes now in stage 3, both on his teammates with Darazan Modesta still streaking, and Allegri here as well with Lysandra 3 off of worth the weight. So not able to get the win here, unfortunately.
Yeah, Sappho losing HP very, very quickly here, but Sappho is one of the players that we know that once he reaches 30 HP, he is going to be getting that extra bit of econ, an extra bit of gold potentially, and maybe some items, maybe some artifacts potentially an option for the Echo boon, for the Echo God. When you drop below 30 HP, I wonder if that's even an option. I don't remember
Yeah, I think
the
it
options.
is. I don't have the loot table up, but I think it is possibly not. Maybe not an option, actually. No, I think it's stage 2 boons. I think that would be a little bit too strong. Well, you can definitely get a lot of extra items, so make sure you can itemize all of the carries.
I haven't been able to see too much of the Echo God chosen when you drop below 30 HP, so not entirely sure what the cash outs are, but still going to give you, like you said, extra power, potentially more items, more econ, maybe some more rerolls. That could be a really, really strong option here for Sappho, of course, on that line, trying to roll down as quick as possible. But still, MKOI do have 2 win streak players, though. Sappho is dropping very, very quickly on HP, but he knows he's in a position right now that if he does drop below 30 HP, that he's in a pretty good spot with trying to get the Lulu online as quick as possible.
And Sappho will be facing his teammate Alisom, one of the strongest players, as we see with the win streaks in the lobby here for stage 3. Yeah. The Jax will not quite be able to do enough, it looks like, with the Lulu especially, or the Zoe especially, accessing the backline able to take down the Lulu. Maybe a close one though, but Lulu does get taken down in the end.
It's not the best loss you can think of here, especially with how strong Dalison's board is. You can see how strong Mountain works with Lulu, being able to kill so many units there.
It's Sappho's taking it slow.
Yeah.
Because he wants to cash out the Echo, right? He's going to be close, or he should probably hit the 30 HP after this next loss, maybe 10 losses. Full econ, obviously. Risky, but maybe he can have a big enough spike in stage 4 to stabilize and come back.
Luffy rolling on level 5. Not too sure exactly what he was looking for. Maybe just for more Rex size and more Belveth, and it looks like Luffy is going to be the denier as well of the Jax and the Lulu, so understanding that he's in a pretty strong reroll spot himself, being able to hit that Briar 2-star with Brawler, actually not going for Master Yi surprisingly in the end. We normally see Master Yi quite a lot with the Brawler +1, but maybe realizing that, hey, we cannot let Sappho get this Lulu 3-star for free. Someone needs to play reroll and someone needs to deny. So again, Glorpgang understanding their position and understanding that they need to deny Sappho as much as possible.
Yeah, Zoro had the better Yi spot. That's why he had to give it up and try. They had to both try and make sense of their spots when they both had Yi spots. So one of the players playing Primordium, which makes a lot of sense. Zagranda here is going to be going for Corki. We're seeing the board being sold. No danger of Gromp 1v9ing your team because it is a Scuttle Party pickup on the last boon. So he's able to field this very terrible team on this PV round and not lose, which we've had a lot of issues with in this set. At least I have when you're playing lose streak. Did you see the Gromp got nerfed coming into 17.3 because of that?
Well,
it was too strong.
The damage.
Players were losing in this position on stage 3 PvE because he was just too strong when they were playing the tech and stuff. Yeah.
I'd never seen that. As the first time I heard of it. I was wondering. I was like, yeah, that normally doesn't happen where they have to nerf the damage of a unit. I mean, normally that happens in like early stages as well, because it kind of helps, like, you put one unit on the board and trying to make sure that you get econ early on. But nothing stage 3 PvE round is usually quite rare, but that makes a lot of sense if that was a possibility. I didn't see it myself, but now that makes a lot more sense now with that being a possibility. So
No Corki 2, unfortunately. The roll down ends here. A lot to do for Zagranda on this turn. I think he could have started maybe rolling last turn even to make it a bit faster. Has not quite been able to execute the roll to perfection. Is still slamming items here as well. And he's facing off against Dalesom, who maybe did have, or actually hasn't even rolled down yet. He's still level 7. So hasn't even unlocked the full potential of his augments. And usually in this position, Zagranda would maybe be, you know, holding 5 Corkis already to really mess up Dalesom's game plan. But it's not the case. Only 2 Corkis here.
Prismatic to end it. Call to Chaos, new recruit. So many good options here that you can try and go for. Maybe Artifacts could be an option as well. Baron's Lair, though, very, very strong combat augment. Is going to pick up himself a Gargoyle as well to help with the Rammus. Roll down here, looking for that Rammus 2, looking for Riven 2, and also Rammus. Could be also Rammus hits with these free rolls.
Still a lot of free rolls to go for. Already hits the Corki and the Rammus. So rolls after,
crazy.
But still is able to hit much more in the end than we saw from Gorpgang's player.
I mean, you know your spot is stable now. Like, that's the whole reason, like, as you mentioned, why he took Epic Roll down. You know, he's going to level 8. You know, he found that early Corki, so he doesn't need to really look for that much more Corkis. Instead, he goes for the extra econ, you know, once he gets to level 8. Now he has pretty much perfect items on all of his carries and also his tank. He has so much mana regeneration and so much damage now from even the Rammus, with Protector's Maul being one of the strongest tank items. Everything is 2-star now, and Dalesom looks in a perfect spot from his position to try and finish in the top 4 and help MKOI come back in the series.
We have to check Sappho's spot, the other player who we're hoping to see a big spike from after his Echo
he went to 30
cash outs. He is rolling heavily, still level 6, so there's 2 kind of camps when playing Lulu reroll. You want to sometimes roll on 7 for Lulu 3, or first roll very deep on 6, hit one of Pantheon 3 or Jax 3, and then roll on 7 for the rest of your board. In the end here, Sappho says, I'm too low HP, I need to spike now, I want to hit the Jax first, and then eventually goes out into Lulu.
This is pretty rough though, unfortunately. Does have Aatrox 3 and Pantheon 3 in the front line, but can the Lulu 2-star be enough? You do have that secondary carry though, which is going to be really, really nice with the Twisted Fate as well. Can do a little bit more damage to help with the stun from the Lulu. But this is a really strong Master Yi on the other side. It is only 1-star and is going to be stuck on this Pantheon for quite a bit, but there is a quick silver there, not going to be enough. Fiora, can it do enough? Nope.
The stuns are huge, and it's a big win because Zoro is a very scary player. Once he hits the rest of his board, he has triple combat essentially with Sword Overflow, Healing Orbs, and Bodyguard training, or scaling into even stronger board as he levels up. But he doesn't have any econ, right? So you're only going to be able to beat him when he is still missing those 2-star upgrades.
Most players here are hitting the Thresh God that we're seeing with the with all the chibis walking around and all the little legends walking around, and seeing that most of them did pick Thresh, so potential for some high extra, you know, extra bit of gold and everything here, which for Sappho is really big. Decides to level instead of rolling.
Heads up play, I think maybe a little bit more consistent of a spike right now, where you don't want to, and just a better potential strength, right, coming to the late game, because you are 7, you can play for Lulu as well, and eventually hit the Jax, whereas if you roll Ultra Gold on 6, you might hit the Jax. That might still not be enough, so I kind of like it here for Sappho, deciding to find the level.
Zoro hit Fiora 2 before even a second Master Yi. I mean, maybe he got something crazy from his Thresh with his random loot, random boons.
So many items unslammed. The Corki is trying to run away, but the Fiora is very close to the Rocket Man. Zagranda is on his last life as well, potentially on 11 HP. It should be his last life if it's not a perfect loss here. And I think that's going to be the case. Zagranda is going to get eliminated by his own teammate. Everyone is here watching on the bottom right corner. He barely survived, so he killed just enough units.
1 HP and a dream here. I mean, that's about as perfect as a loss you can expect, but having a position there for Zoro, hitting Fiora 2-star before Master Yi 2-star is pretty crazy. But we saw in the previous series that Fiora can be that carry that you need for that Master Yi composition, so I still think Zoro can really stabilize with his board. He just needs to hit Master Yi 2, and I think he's in a great spot here at the moment. But we're still seeing 3 members of MKOI sitting at the top, all above 50 HP, with Revan, Dalesom, and Odeza sitting at the top. And Unfortunately here for Zagendra, it might be the be-all's end-all here, as there is only a Lysandra 3 carry on the other side, so we're just hoping this Corki 2 can do enough. Corki 2, sorry, can do enough damage on his front line.
Yep.
Does look like it's
down. Nami cast will come through, but Corki does not cast in time. Zagranda eliminated by his own teammates in 8th place, unfortunately. Zoro is starting to now finally stabilize. He has hit some big upgrades. He has triple combat. Should be a very strong board for most of this next stage as well. He's having to play
roll here, maybe.
Drone uplink Yi, which is not really ideal, obviously, but is working good enough for now.
Sometimes you have to work what you get given. Jax 3-star hit here for Sappho. Is he going to keep on rolling or maybe look for some other spikes? Probably want to try and move the items over. There you go. Going to move the items over to the Jax, as it can be a very strong three-star frontline tank. We already know how strong the likes of Leona can be as a 3-star, but Jax can also be very powerful as well. As a Dazer hit, so much gold.
Yep, on his level 9 roll down, we saw him sacking the later charges of stage 4, trying to pivot his board, the Birthday Reunion board, into the Fast 9 board that we expect to see. Nasus, I'm curious if Nasus stays on the board, actually, and you play around some kind of weird 4 Vanguard front as we're seeing here. It's kind of a mix, it looks like, for now, between the Nova Fast 9 and the Vanguard Fast 9. We'll see at what point Odessa decides to pivot into one or the other. Not sure if it's correct to sell the Nasus at some point and just play around Blitz and Nunu, for example.
Yeah, surprised that maybe he doesn't put the items on that Nunu 2-star. The Radiant TG, of course, being very, very strong here for the Shen. Can really be a strong carry by himself and can do quite a bit of damage. But the important thing here for Odessa is that he does have 3 Master Yis on the bench, trying to deny that away from Zoro. One of the reasons why Zoro hasn't hit that 2-star Master Yi just yet, but it does look like Dalasom is going to do quite a bit of damage here to his teammate Odessa, but they're both still sitting pretty healthily on HP right now, so either one of them two losing is completely fine. Zoro did lose though, so it does mean that Zoro is now on 1 life and needs to try and roll down now for this Master Yi 2-star. I don't even know if there's any left in the pool right now with 3 on people's bench.
There might not be, and looks like Sappho has given up on the Lulu. He said, hey, this is strong enough for now. I'll carry TF alongside the Lulu. I'll sell my Lulus and push level 8 instead, which makes a lot of sense to me. You want to get the most use of your actual team slots on level 8 for the Stargazer emblem that's going to come, and just try and make the strongest board possible.
Fiora 2-star can be the main carry here against the mountain god of the Lulu. The stuns are going to be pretty huge. We saw this fight before, but that was with the Fiora 1-star. Now Fiora 2-star is online. Can it be enough? It's not going to wrap into the back line, but Graves it is. It just gets 1-tapped by the Twisted Fate in the end. The Fiora also gets 1-tapped as well. And it seems like the Fiora 2-star is still not enough, and Zoro goes out in 7th place. So now Glorb need to try and go 1-2, but I think the HP totals are just too big here for MKOI with every one of their members still alive.
It's going to be almost impossible, I will say. Just too far away in HP for Allegory and Luffy. And Luffy even could potentially be just on 1 life, right? If it's a big enough loss. So it's going to be hard to just like full open if Allegory and Luffy face each other, for example. Gonna be tough. Gonna be tough, but we've seen crazy comebacks happen in 4v4 in the past. We'll see if that can be the case here again. But Dalasom looks so strong. He's on 6 ribbons, 7 Corkis, 5 Ramesses. This is what happens when your mirror contester on the opposing team dies early. You have free reign to try and go for a 3-star forecast.
1 Corki away, does have a duplicator on his bench as well, so that's going to help him out even more. Needs 1 more Corki or even 2 more ribbons. And when you're trying to go for multiple 4-cost 3-stars at the same time, it becomes very, very difficult in a 4v4 environment to even try and deny at this point as well. You're seeing that the Lulu, actually Sappho removed the items on the Lulu to try and guarantee that Dalasom just saves as much HP as possible. Sappho again sacrificing himself. This is something that we've seen before in the 4th. Actually survives on 1 HP. That's the perfect scenario here for MKOI.
I wonder if someone from MKOI, I'm not sure how many Krogers are being held actually, but they could do what we saw from Godlike. I think it was in game 1, right? Selling your entire board and just thinning the pool, buying all 4 cost. Because as long as they get first place, for MKOI, nothing else matters, right? With
Yep.
Glorpgang going 7th and 8th in this game. Reven's board, we saw there. We haven't seen much of it in stage 4 and 5. It is the Dark Shard board, but this is the real star of the show, right? The chance for that Corki 3 potentially for Dadasom here, with a duplicator in particular.
Yeah. I completely agree with you. I mean, MKOI's position right now, they just need to make sure they have that win-out player. Again, Revan is doing the exact same thing here as well, removing items from that Kaiser 3-star at the back line, saying to Dadasom, this is your moment. You need to try and hit this 3-star. If he hits this 3-star forecast, it is pretty much game over for Glorp, and we'll be going to another game number 3 in this really intense matchup. And they might not even need the first place. The Sappho takes out Luffy, and it might just be 3 bot 4s. It looks like it is.
It is. It absolutely is. That's going to be it for Glorpgang. Another reason why Sappho and Revan are removing items is because they don't want to be free wins for the remaining 2 Glorpgang players. The moment they're eliminated out, the remaining amounts of matchups and the pools become much simpler, and it means that the HP total that Odessa and Dadasom have over the other 2 Glorpgang players, even if they're stronger, will not make it possible for them to come back and finish first and second. So really good understanding of 4v4 as a format from MKOI here. And a dominant game 2 from them, the big comeback they were hoping for. Allegri tried his best with his Lissandra 3. He is the last remaining player left alive here for Glorpgang, but they were not able to close it out in 2 games. We will be having a game 3 in the series.
Yeah, game number 3 is going to be super exciting stuff here as we close out this game number 2 here. But MKOI having the fight back that they really wanted as well. Again, this is a team, this is an organization in TFT that has gotten so close to the main event so many times. Back in 2024 and in 2025, they played in the qualifiers. They even made it to the global qualifier and was so close to reaching the main event. But they've stuck to the same team. They stuck to the same roster, and they are one step closer now, 1 game away from going to the main event, which is going to be really exciting stuff for sure.
And what better way to enter the final game 3 of the series by finishing game 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The clean sweep from MK in this game number 2. Really exciting to see what comes up on this 3rd game and how Glorpgang bounces back, right? They had a very good game 1. They had a very solid finish. They were very clutch at the end of that game 1, but we saw none of that really in this game 2. It was just an absolute domination throughout the end of that stage 4 and stage 5. But quick break. Do not go anywhere. Grab your popcorn, because we will have the climax of this series, the do or die moment for either of these teams, trying their punches ticket directly to EWC main.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back to the road to EWC here at the EMEA closed qualifiers for TFT. We are almost fully done with the series number 2 between Glorp Gang and Movistar Koi. 1-1. Movistar Koi has come back in that game 2 to force a game 3. Winner takes all, Stuart. Winner qualifies directly to the EWC main event in July. And the loser will have to still fight their way through the global qualifier. They have a chance still to make it, but it will be a harder, a tougher, a much more challenging path.
Yeah, the gauntlet of the open qualifier, the global qualifier is going to be crazy. Already saw earlier in APEC, the T1 actually didn't make it to the main stage. You know, they have to go through the global qualifier as well. So if you think of the teams that's going to be in the global qualifier as well, both teams really want to avoid that and just book their ticket straight to EWC. And it's one game at TFT, as you mentioned, Panda, to see which team is going to take in. It's going to be so important now for these players with communication, with understanding their lines, and trying to adapt as the game goes.
With also maybe not seeing, loot sub for their 4th game in a row, potentially, fingers crossed. That's maybe the case. But especially talking about teams who want to avoid the global qualifier, I think it's Koi. Koi does not have a good experience. Last year, they made it to the global qualifier. They didn't make it through in the end, so they were not able to participate at the main event, unfortunately, for a team that was formed and invested in heavily in TFT solely for 4v4, or mostly because of 4v4. So it's something that they really want to achieve, right? Make it to the main event and have a chance to showcase their strength, maybe not individually, although a bit more after last set, but especially as a team in terms of how good synergy and friendship they have outside of the convergence. Game 3 is ready to go. We're going to see Varus.
Thresh
We're going to see Thresh again. But we are going to see the cinematic Koi entering, and it will be a random 2-cost champion for each player here. No loot sub.
Yeah, no loot sub, no Tom Kench this time around. Yeah, Meepsy is going to wave goodbye for now and give us some 2 costs to start things off. Important 2 costs to look out for is, of course, Zoe, because you can look at your early arbiters to see what you can go around for there. I think Mordekaiser as a frontline can also be very strong as well. Any other 2 costs that we can think of that might be pretty pivotal early on? Oh, there you go. There's the arbiter.
Jax is very strong,
yeah.
especially with the mountain, or just to enable the reroll line in particular. Looking at the options here, you do have gain permanent max health as a effect. We'll see what the cause is going to be for Sagranda if he did go for that option. Yeah, it will be each Arbiter star level, you gain 12 permanent max health. So really hoping for an early Leona too to scale this further. Dalesom going to be playing for when Arbiter spends 50 mana, they gain armor and magic resist. So going to maybe have to go for a less traditional Leona item build with more flat HP because you're not getting it from the trade itself. And less.
So many people checking Arbiter. Another
also
permanent
scaling
HP.
Max health.
Yep.
Every 4 seconds, not terrible. So Revan and Dalesom keeping their options open. One of the 2 will be playing potentially for that team reroll. Whoever has the best augment spots. And it's important, right, to have at least one player that has the possibility, at least, to play into this reroll line.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned before, it's about being flexible. It's about understanding your positions. It's about trying to see what you can go for. The Big Bang. I don't think it's going to be. It's going to be a possibility.
Story time. Odessa in the open qualifiers had a spot where he said in Spanish, "I have a really good spot for." They call it Super Meepsy when it's a reroll line, and then he's like, "I'm playing Super Meepsy," like matter of fact. And now this is a running meme in the Spanish community, where every game someone sees this augment offer, they just say, "I'm going Super Meepsy."
That's great. I love that. Super Meepsy. Not going to be the option though. It's just going to go for Electro Charge to just some combat to help with that Leona 2-star frontline to start things off. Again, this early stage, trying to find the right positions. Worth the wait. I don't know if we can check the augment to see what the unit was. We're not too sure exactly what the unit is. We can check the augment to see. Twisted Fate. Okay. Stargazer.
I wonder what this is.
Yeah. I have to check the
Stargazer. Check what the Stargazer will be. Medallion would be really strong. It's going to be Mountain again.
Mountain again. So
it's really good actually for TF because you have a carry that can carry the load until you get to Louis 3, or Legend of Dice to roll super deep until you hit that. But you have to find Stargazer at some point between, I would say, the carousel, ideally.
Is this 3 games in a row in this series? We've had Mountain every single time.
Yep.
Mountain game 1,
It
Mountain game
absolutely
2,
is.
and then Mountain again. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that in this position, you can play towards a Twisted Fate 3 and just play towards Lulu. And Twisted Fate can be your secondary carry later on, but also help you save a bit of HP early on as well to try and reach that Twisted Fate 2-star. You see Luffy here. Of course, it being Mountain, you have to click on Portable Forge to maybe try and look for Horizon Focus. Unfortunately, didn't find the Horizon Focus, so instead he's going to go for the Hydra to try and get some extra damage on some of these melee champions.
We do have a Thresh as a god. Maybe you go for the Golden Remover into 4 Reforger
God,
and you
no.
reforge your artifact 4 times. No, being honest now, Titanic Hydra is probably the second best artifact with Xayah in particular, which you can definitely play with a Mountain as kind of a dual carry with Lulu. So I think once again, we're seeing these players understand how strong the Mountain can be in the right setup, and we'll have at least one player from each team, Luffy and Dalisom, trying to play around the line in some capacity.
Yeah, Luffy maybe not potentially playing towards that reroll line with the Titanic, maybe playing more towards Xayah. But we did see in game number 1 of these 2 teams that there can be multiple Stargazer players on really both teams that can just play towards this Lulu 2-star because it's such a strong unit with a Mountain Stargazer. So Luffy, that's probably his option. He's just going to go Lulu 2-star, deny away the Lulus, but also try and play towards that Xayah as that carry later on.
Yeah, Zoro, we saw there with the Rogue Emblem, so very clear angle towards Corki. I think just the best holder for the Rogue Emblem. Pairs well with Ribbon, of course. You get flat stats, which of course really wants. Kind of think of it as like a DB essentially, and that's Corki's best item. You can also play into Darkstar, depending especially if you can play around more emblem augments in the future rounds. You can play with the Rogue Emblem on Jin, for example, in the future and have that activated for the Kaisa. But most likely, it'll be a Corki player from Zoro.
Yeah. Makes complete sense. Trying to win, so trying to save some HP in the early rounds. Does also have a Kaisa, which can try and do a little bit of damage early on, but pretty difficult when you have a Rek'Sai 2 on the other side and the combo of the Gwen with Rogues on the other side trying to do a lot of damage. Revan has played quite a bit of Leona with Zoe. As random boon. Next 2 costs, what's that? You will see is a 2. Oh, okay. Varus could be good if you maybe hit like a Jax or something, but I think most people, yeah, it looks like most people are going for Thresh to see if they can get a random boon. Same maybe if you get like, if you can get the Yasuo boon for the extra HP per level, right? Maybe for Revan to try and stack up that Leona even more. That could be pretty scary. There's some nice boons that you can get.
And Safo looks to be the Corki player for Movistar Koi. Save his account, going to play it kind of like Kalklos essentially. You go for kind of a big spike on the creep round at the end of stage 3. So you're trying to roll the moment you hit the savings account proc and roll before Zoro, for example, with the Rogue Emblem. So there will be another very interesting one-on-one for the Corki line between Zoro and Safo. And Safo will have a lot more gold. So it's very possible that Zoro, when he comes to roll, there might be 5 Corkis out of the pool already.
One game of TFT between these 2 teams, 1-1 at the moment. The winner goes to EWC. The loser has to go through the gauntlet of the global qualifiers. So much at stake on this game. Just one game of TFT just makes or breaks it for trying to qualify to EWC. Of course, you still have another chance, but no team wants to go through the global qualifiers with, you know, so many other strong teams already had their hearts broken in the close qualifier from other regions. So really nice here.
And Safo, we're seeing the random boon for Safo will be the potential for a 4 cost. So we'll see if that ends up being either a Riven, a Rammus, or a Corki. For Dalisom, he'll have what we saw last game in terms of the
Echo, yeah.
Cash out at 30.
Pretty good boon options, to be fair, for these Threshers. Tier with, I mean, it's pretty good for Revan because he's going for Zoe. A tier plus some mana regen is quite nice. Safo is in a very good spot, I feel like, because Safo has the Echo boon from before, but is also playing the Lulu reroll line. So again, he can kind of the same game plan as what he did in the previous game. We can just lose HP, go below 30 HP, and then try and go for the cash out to try and get you the extra stats and the extra buffs that you need for this Lulu to get online.
Yep. Really strong board here from Luffy. Talon, by far and away, one of the strongest carries in stage 2 and 3. He has 2 out of the 3 perfect items from Xayah already. The red buff alongside that Mechanic Hydra. Very, very good synergy on Xayah as a unit. Has a chosen for the Lulu, which I imagine he'll dual carry. And he'll also be on denial duty, right? To stop that is somewhere to at least make it difficult for them to hit the Lulu 3 in the first place. Odessa will be, looks like our Primordium player. So not really going to Yi, going to be angling more the Briar 3 instead. We saw this in game 1 though from Luffy, where he hit Briar 3, used it as a tempo option to go to 9, or to play into Yi anyway. Oh no, it was to play into Quirky in the end. So curious to see if it actually sticks to this line or just the tempo option.
Now, Briar can be very, very strong. You know, the positioning also pretty interesting as well with Briar, because you can solo frontline the Briar. It can get the rogue proc, but then Briar does more damage the lower health that she is. So some interesting positioning that you see with Briar in this set in particular. So it'll be interesting to see if that actually comes into play here as well. Another Jax here for Sappho, but yeah, Sappho just playing for the lost streak right now.
Yeah, Nunu from the Boon, the delayed forecast. Unfortunately, not going to be the Corki, the Riven, or the Rammus he was hoping for, but can just still play the Nunu for now. Try and get the maximum savings account value. He can proc this savings account as early as the last round of stage 3 before the creep round, so he can do the full pivot and transition on the creep round itself. There was a nerf, right? Savings account went from 30 gold to 25, I believe, so a little bit less gold, but it's still just a lot of injection, and it's an augment that works perfectly for 4v4 in terms of the forecast binds that
it guarantees as well that he can do this loss streak, and he can help his team on his win streaks as well, and trying to save enough HP. You know that Sappho's goal this game is just go to level 8 as quick as possible, roll down, deny units, but also try and make a board that's stable enough for yourself as well. So Sappho's game plan is all about denial and trying to roll down as much as possible.
All right, do we see an artifact augment for Dalisum? That is a big question. It's silver, so no. You can only hit Latent Forge on 2-1, unfortunately. No Horizons focus on the horizon for now, unfortunately, for MKOI as a team. And no Lulus either, yes, just yet. Just a TF. Could you go for TF4, actually, this game? Interesting.
Still got quite a few rounds to get it, but could be possible. He saved quite a lot of HP as well. I think he needs to probably find a Lulu, which can save him a lot more HP, and try and get some more Stargazers online to buff up his entire composition. But for now, I'm not too sure. Now we're into stage 3, and I'm not too sure this Twisted Fate 3-star is going to be enough to try and break through the rest of these boards, especially because the rest of his board panda is all 1-star. So I'm not too sure if he's going to be winning rounds anytime soon, but I guess it depends who he comes up against. Hopefully he comes up against Sappho, because we know that he's on savings account. He wants to try and still lose streak.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't see a roll down here for just some 2-star frontline from Dalisum. I'm very curious to see what exactly his game plan will look like. Twin Guardian is a good pickup here. We're going to have hopefully 2 very strong frontliners, right? When you're rolling for Jax, Maokai, Pantheon, potentially Roth in the late game as well. But for now, he's lost a lot of HP. It's dangerous to do this, right? When you have Sappho as well, who you know will be essentially 1, maybe 2 lives coming to stage 4.
I completely agree. I think it's going to be very difficult now.
Because he sees he has Sappho in his pool, he's like not too worried about having to roll just yet. He thinks he has like a free matchup while greening his gold, and then can just push on level 7 maybe.
Very difficult. Both loose streaks players, both on MKOI. Both of them need to stabilize as quick as possible. Xayah found for Sappho, which means he can. I mean, he can play into the Xayah if he wants to, but I think that he's
don't get distracted.
Yeah, I mean, he slammed Deathblade, so I think he's already corky. Like, especially because Dalisum is also going for Lulu, so he wants to try and find the Xayah as well.
With savings account, it's important to put the prize in the back. You have one game plan, you have one direction, you have to execute fast and furious, but do not get distracted by any other path. Your game has been decided on 2-1. And you're going to hold as many Corkis as you can. The more the merrier. If you can hit 7 Corkis before your opposing Corki player rolls, even better for you. That's Sappho only real path back to stability in stage 4.
Here we go. What's going to be lesser duplicators for potentially our reroll players. Could be picked up here by Revan, who's trying to go for the arbiter scaling. You're also looking at trying to remember who it was. Dalasom, that was it. Sorry, on the Lulu. I was trying to remember who the Lulu player was. Yeah, Dalasom probably also going to pick up the lesser champion duplicator as well.
One thing I'll mention with Sappho's game plan is that he did pick up Focus Fire as a second augment, which it guarantees that Riven rolls AD if you have kind of no real direction with their itemization. Of course, you can roll AP sometimes, and by guaranteeing you roll AD, you make sure she's using the right kind of Sunder to her advantage, with even Shroud being built her Last Whisper. So really good pickup from Sappho there.
Early LeBlanc. Some more HP scaling for Revan. Surprisingly, he didn't take the lesser champion duplicator, so thinks that he has enough HP and enough gold to roll down to hit the Leona from rolling instead of trying to pick up something with the lesser champion duplicator. He was able to get some gold though from the boon, which is going to help out a little bit. And this early LeBlanc does mean that this Leona is going to keep on scaling and scale even more now into the late game.
And we're seeing a clear idea of Dalasom's game plan. I think he's just going to use a TF as a tempo option and play around tempo Stargazer and not roll for Lulu, understanding that it will probably be contested and held by the opposing players. Especially, I believe it was Luffy who was playing into the Titanic Hydra Xayah line anyway. So we'll kind of pair along with Luffy and play for the level 8 Stargazer instead.
We already have
we
already have a direct line for all the MKOI players. Then Revan finally hits the 3-star. But yeah, you have Sappho on Corki, you have Revan on the Arbiters, Odazes on Master Yi, and then or Briar, and then we have Dalasom on the Xayah. So some interesting positions here. We still have to see who the Master Yi player is for for Glorp, to see who they're going to pick as their Master Yi player. Could potentially be Luffy here on the top side with Rage Blade can still be pretty good on like the likes of Kindred, but I think Glorp now need to understand that hey, they have the direction now. MKOI, we need to try and deny them as much as possible.
Yeah, I think Allegri might be considering it's strange, right? The blue buff and the Rage Blade build is not really indicating clearly one line or the other.
That's Allegri, not Zoro. Oh, okay, yeah, or Luffy, yeah.
We'll see. I think that stage 4 is still kind of open for Glorpgang in some ways. We have to go with Sappho now for what I assume will be a big roll down. The savings account cash out comes through. Almost level 8. Looks like 60 gold to work with. Does he wait or does he pull the trigger now? You can greet it, get 6 more gold from savings account by being on this interest threshold, but it means you're very confident in rolling all this gold on 4-1 and guaranteeing you win the fight. So a very ballsy and kind of courageous play here from Sappho to greet it one more round. And I guess he knows also that his opposing Corki player from Glorpgang is not
as rich.
Does not have enough econ to contest him on 4-1 in particular.
Yeah, I think once you know that someone else cannot go to level 8 this turn, then you know you can roll down. There you go. We're looking for the Rameses, we're looking for Rivens, and we're looking for the Corkis. 60 gold left. 2 Rameses, 1 Corki,
to work
2
with on total.
Riven 2. Sells the entire board. I think we still need to really hit Corki 2-star as well, hopefully. Denying away the
Xayahs as well. Maybe cost him hitting the Corki though. And itemize looks like the Mighty Mech for now. And keep items on the Riven, which is 2-star, and hope that it's going to be enough here. Facing off against, I think it's Luffy, right? The Xayah player. No, this is the Rogue Emblem player who was also playing. No, this is Luffy was a Xayah player. This is Zoro, I believe.
We're getting confused because they're all the same little legend and we can't see the names.
yeah, it's Zoro. It's Zoro.
Oh, that is Zoro,
yeah. The Corki player who should be rolling down now and saying, hey, only 2 Corkis out of the pool. Not too bad. I have a chance, actually.
Yep. It's actually a good round for Sappho to face Loro here because Loro is going to be Zoro, is going to be weaker, but Zoro is also going to go for his roll down as well. Call to Chaos can help out a little bit as well with extra gold, and I mean that's what Sappho wants. Sappho just wants extra gold.
No Radiance.
Oh, he wanted the Radiant item, didn't he? The Radiant Lucky Chest. Yeah.
Yeah. Does hit the Corki though. And is going to be able to itemize both the Riven and Corki, and especially have tank items, right? That was one of the bigger issues here, where you only had the Spirit Visage for the Rammus, but you're going to have a few more items now. The Crown Guard, I imagine, will be the pickup here.
I think either way, like, it doesn't matter which option you get. I think both options are really good. Like you said, the completed item chests are going to be really good to try and get you the extra frontline units or the extra items that you need on the Riven. With Corki already on 2 items there, or you could have got the lucky item chest for Radiant to try and excel your board even more. Zoro did roll down. He's actually got 2 rogue emblems as well. I saw him have one. I'm not too sure where he got the second one from, but 2 rogue emblems does hit the Corki too, but I don't see any Rivens on his board, so looks like Zoro did not hit very well at all.
This is a big round to win, though, for Zoro up against Revan, who just hit his Teemo 3 as well. That's the big spike, but this Rogue Emblem, Corki 2, is a little bit too strong. We do see 1 buff, 2 buff picked up by Zoro, so maybe that is what allowed him to guarantee the Corki 2 for this round, despite Safo rolling earlier. And Zoro has made it out, right? There was some worries that he wouldn't hit the board at all, considering how much gold Safo had, but it hasn't been the case.
Yeah, he was able to pick up 1 Riven and couldn't quite see it on the board. Yeah, so I mean, the Corki 2 is the big spike, like you said, with the Rogue Emblem just giving you so much extra damage onto that Corki. You have 2 Rogue Emblems as well, so the amount of damage that Corki is going to do, especially with 2-star, and it's kind of the augment coming back as well. The 1 buff, 2 buff is not really for the items, it's more for that champion duplicator to try and help out as well. An early Jhin here for Luffy.
An early Jhin, but this is what I wanted to go to this board for. There's no Xayah. The strong combo with Titanic Hydra is going to be on the Xayah with the red buff and the Kraken, but we had Safo holding 3 Xayahs. Dalasom has Xayah 2 as well on his roll down, and Luffy was the strongest player in stage 2 and 3 for Gorp Gang. Isn't really looking too strong right now. Yes, there is a broken combination with Titanic Hydra on the Graves as well, but it's going to take a little bit longer to scale into that combination, and the Xayah is just a much easier and cleaner carry, especially on the mountain.
The Ranger as well, dropping really low on HP, 13 HP for Sagundra. Means that one lost fight could be it as well, but can be saved here with Pengu's gift potentially. Look for a 5-cost 2-star, can potentially deny some of the Jins away or something. He can hit something for hitting 2-star now. Which this god from Varus can be very, very strong for some of these bottom players. We'll have to see. Varus was the god that picked up, and it's 2 bards for the Grandra. I wonder if Safo also picked Varus as well.
There's a Zoe 3. That could be what the doctor ordered in terms of stabilizing.
He picked Thresh. Interesting. Triple Thresh.
I'll just use the Granda's pool. Who is in the pool for the Grand? That's going to be Zoro, Luffy, and Odessa. So 2 teammates who are also, somewhat low on their HP totals. And this could be an elimination. We do finally see the Xayah picked up by Luffy. It's just going to be a Xayah 1 for now, but she does have that premium item build alongside the early Jhin, as you mentioned.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, to break this Leona's. Yeah, Leona's going to go all the way into the back line as well, yeah. This board right now. Luckily, no team kill, it seems like this time. But Luffy, as you mentioned, did finally find a Xayah, but it is only still Xayah 1-star, and Luffy is 0 gold, so he's not going to have enough gold to roll down a lot throughout this entire stage. So, going to try and wait now until the boon selection to try and get some more gold potentially.
Dalasom has 6 Ramesses. He's not even the Corki player. What's going on here? Zoro is looking at Dalasom's board and he's being like, hey man, you gotta calm down with that one.
There's a Blitzcrank 2 on that board as well. Like, he's just going for whatever he hits, I guess. Whatever I hit 2-star, yeah, you're going on the board, buddy. As long as you have a Stargazer emblem, the mountains are going to help me out and try and get this board stronger. But yeah, Blitzcrank 2 on level 8. That's kind of nuts.
Every single Rammus is out of the pool. Safo has 3. There's 1 here from Zoro, unfortunately, and there's the 6 that are being held from Dalasom. So Dalasom, his job, maybe not the strongest player right now in the game, but he is doing a very good job of throwing a wrench into the game plans of both Zoro and Luffy by holding their key forecasts. If he wins this with a CF carry with only 2 items, it is so huge. The Rogue Emblem just procced.
Oof.
That's a huge win for Dalisum.
Huge win for Dalisum and a huge win for MKOI to try and get that extra step that they need to qualify for EWC. As we take a look at the gift boons now, then maybe some potential more items here for Dalisum. Would probably prefer to have some frontline items, or maybe an item for the Blitzcrank would be great. Double Shojin Blitzcrank? I mean, that doesn't sound the worst. Okay, goes for something else instead.
I think you need to finish the final Nunu item, especially.
He is rolling a lot of his gold. I mean, I guess he doesn't need to hit too much. Like, his board's already 2 stars, so he's going to go for... What's this going to be? Shojin Gunblade? Archangel Deathblade.
Oh, that's not what I would have expected at all.
I guess third item Twisted Fate. I guess that's what he wants, because he only has 2 item TF, so he wanted a third item on Twisted Fate, maybe.
Hello.
But...
Where's the Deathblade going?
that is true.
On a Zaya without items? It's strange final...
Deathblade Lulu. Just auto attack as well as stun, you know? Get some extra damage down. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice.
Revan, Odessa, and I think only MKOI players in the pool there for Dalisum. But Zagranda is on his last life. He is going to be facing off against the double Rogue Emblem from Zoro. Zoro is also fairly low, so they can't really stack HP here, it looks like. Unless the Zoe can kill off the Corki early, but you have the Rogue Emblem, right, to make sure that the Zoe orbs will not be hitting this Corki early.
Leona is so tanky, though, even for the Corki with Rogue Emblem as well. I mean, as long as the Corki doesn't focus the Zoe, it might be enough, but I think Leona needs to cast one more time. Corki casts. Oh, no.
Zagranda's out in 8th place, and Dalisum has won the fight, more importantly for MKOI, so they buy a lot of time. Revan is still holding the line at 62 HP. Odessa has lost a lot of HP, but he's maybe finally trying to fully stabilize his board, rolling all his gold now. Can't hit the Belvet 3. Strangely enough.
Yeah, we was thinking in stage 2, you know, was Odessa just going to go for for the Master Yi and play tempo, but looks like it was the reroll line here trying to hit that Belvet 3-star, but unfortunately hasn't hit it. It's going to be going up against a Ghost, so should be okay, hopefully.
Biggest thing is going to be Allegri and Dalisum. They're facing each other, both players playing from 19 HP, so very similar position right now. If Dalisum can outplay Allegri, that is huge lead, because it means that Goldtown has to go first and second in this game to win the game 3, to win the series. For now, the Zaya's doing some work, but the TF in particular is that 3-item carry here alongside the front line.
Twisted Fate is scaling with the Archangel. Could it be an Archangel diff? It's getting close.
Once the Tom Kench.
I think it's going to be enough, though, is it?
Allegri. But Zoro also lost the fight. Oof. This is really, really bad news for Gorp Gang here. It's going to be so difficult to come back into this game. Luffy, even the most healthy player from Gorp Gang, is only at 21 HP, where Revan has 62 and he's streaking. Sappho has 26 and he's streaking. It is looking very good for MKOI as we finalize this stage 5.
Tom Kench 3, one Tom Kench away. Could be a possibility here for Tom Kench 3 here. I think this is the moment here that, nope, doesn't hit it, unfortunately. I think that was the moment there for Glorp to try and come back here. It's going to be up against a Ghost, so might have another round here to try and hit Tom Kench 3-star. And maybe this is going to be the turning point for Glorp if you know, Allegor can win this round and potentially look for a Tom Kench 3-star.
Items are off the Corki as well, so that is maybe Zoro trying to buy some time for his teammates. We'll see if Zoro himself can win. It looks like he is going to be winning against Luffy here, so Luffy sacrificing some of his own HP. Now every player from Gorp Gang in the bottom 4 total of the standings. Allegri does win, he stays alive. Can they somehow come back this game? I think it's just almost impossible with the HP that Revan has over everyone else.
I don't know, like 3-star, I mean, Dalisum goes down. He's also on 1-digit HP as well.
Oh my god.
There are 4 players on 1-digit HP at the moment. Somehow Dalisum doesn't die either. And we are going down to the wire here. We're trying to roll down. We don't hit the Tom Kench 3-star. And I think this could have been a turning point for Glorp Gang. I think if you hit the Tom Kench 3-star, then maybe you can try and come back into it. But you see here, everyone on single-digit HPs. It all comes down to who plays who. And who, he's just going to roll for it now. He cannot find it.
Too weak at this point. Even if you hit, obviously it's a 4 cost. Does find it, doesn't have the gold.
Gold away as well. Oh no!
Tragedy. Let's hope it doesn't impact the rest of these standings, but I think this was the win-out player. This was the player that had to hit Tom Kennedy and maybe win the game. He's out of contention. Revan buys even more time, stays even healthier with this free win here as well against Allegri. Allegri will not kill any units, which means he'll take a huge loss here as well.
Zoro against Delasom.
I think Dalisom's winning this as well. I think the Leona is not going to tank enough time.
Luffy's out as well.
The Electro Charge is doing so much here. Huge win for Dalisom as well. And that's going to be it. MKOI finishes 1, 2, 3, and 4. A clean sweep. 2 games in a row to guarantee their spot at the main event for EWC 2026. They didn't fail like they did last year in the global qualifier. They made it directly from the closed qualifier. And for Glorp Gang, a very strong showing after that first game, but not quite able to clutch it up in game 2 and 3. They have to fight through that global qualifier. I think they're one of the best 4v4 teams in EMEA, though, in terms of team synergy and just teamwork overall. So I still have very high hopes for this French team next weekend.
Yeah, congratulations again to MKOI. You know, they've tried so many times to try and qualify for the main event. They've been so close, as you mentioned before, Panda. You know, they went to the global qualifiers before that last chance again in EWC last year. They weren't able to make it, but this time they take that one step further and they're able to make it to the main event. So huge congratulations to MKOI, to the players over there. An incredible victory for them, and I'm sure that they would have made you very proud, Panda, and the whole of Spain very proud as well.
We're seeing the winners here, and in the Spanish community there's a meme that is essentially when the potatoes burn, which means when there's a lot at stake, when things are not going well, this is when this team really comes in and becomes just a clutch monster. And that has been the case yet again. They lose game 1 and they somehow just perform at an elite level in game 2 and 3 with 2 very difficult clean sweeps. It's very hard in 4v4 to finish first, second, third, and fourth with all of your team members in that top 4, but they did it in back-to-back games, Stuart.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, some teams perform better under pressure. You know, some teams thrive in the lower bracket. You said before in the open qualifiers, Movistar Koi losing that first round in the open qualifiers beforehand, then in previous years, and going through the entire lower bracket when their back's up against the wall. The exact same here as well. Their back's up against the wall. They have the chance of making it into the main event, and they're able to do it here in this incredible series overall. And we can take a look at that updated bracket as well and confirm that Movistar Koi does qualify as our 3rd seed from EMEA to the EWC, and Glorp Gang will be going to that global qualifier next weekend. But as you mentioned, I still think Glorp Gang had an incredible game, and we still have high hopes of them going into the global qualifier next weekend.
We have, of course, still one more series left to go today between FNYX and Team Heretics as well, in terms of which of these two teams can finalize their slot into the global qualifier alongside Glorp Gang as well. So still a lot more TFT action to go. Do not go anywhere, because we have at least one more best of 3, maybe even 3 games if we're lucky. Stay tuned.
never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy, like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy, baby,
Welcome back, everyone. Road to EWC EMEA closed qualifiers, the final series of the weekend and of the day. It will be this lower bracket final and basically the chance to make it the global qualifier for the winner and going home with, unfortunately, nothing to show for the loser. So a lot at stake here, Stuart. Obviously, different stakes than what we had last series, but still, if your dream is to do well in this 4v4 format that we only have once per year in TFT, this is your last chance to get to that dream.
Yeah, exactly. Last chance to keep your dream alive. This 5th place decider is going to be really important for both of these two teams. Both of them losing in that loser bracket round 2 yesterday. Want to come back, want to fight back as well in this 5th place decider. As you mentioned, you know, the winner goes to the global qualifier next weekend. So you still have that chance of making it to the main stage. But if you're the loser of this one, unfortunately you're out and your year for 4v4 is unfortunately over for EWC. And for these two teams, I think they have some very recognizable faces definitely in the TFT scene.
Yep, let's check out the matchup now for this final series that we'll present to you guys across this day. It will be FNYX, previously known as Team Nettlemage, a full CIS team with some of the strongest players that we've seen across the last few sets from the region, and facing off against Team Heretics, a Spanish org but a French roster in TFT, who have, I think, also been alongside Glorpgang, one of the teams that is greater than the sum of the parts, where I think individually maybe they haven't had the most insane showing, but when it comes to team format especially, some of these players have proven time and time again they are elite players.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to take a look at Team Heretics roster as well. A team that has some well-known faces with Espat and the Flouders. But also some other faces as well that puts this team together.
David Ace in particular, I think one of the interesting players, similarly to Dehua, this is making use of that 3+1 rule, a player from the Americas region joining 3 players from EMEA, and in his case, Canadian, but obviously French speaking, so is able to have this very clean synergy with this full French team. And David Ace, I think, just overall has been a very strong player who has constantly improved on ladder and really has been making a name for himself over in the America region the last few sets as well. So the team makes a lot of sense to me. I think you mentioned it, a lot of experience with Espan and Flouders in 4v4 in particular, and they're going to try and showcase that experience matters in this series.
No, exactly that. And they're going to be going up against FNYX, who have a really, really strong roster, as you mentioned already, Panda, of you know, CIS players that have been some of the best in that region. These are players that maybe we haven't seen too much in a 4v4 format as well, but I think it's, you know, very important to know that, you know, these players definitely would have been, all these teams in general are going to be practicing a lot for these 4v4 and getting to the main event as well and trying to get to that spot. But a very, very strong roster overall. And yeah, Espat and Flouders, of course, as you mentioned, you know, made it to EWC main event last year on Al Kadzia, who was in that group of death, if you remember, Panda, with Team Vitality, yep, T1 and Weibo. So they're trying to come back again and they want to qualify for the main event again.
And Hypno as well, a player we haven't touched on individually, but he's a player who, for some little story time, he used to be a mobile player and he used to play at a pretty high level on ladder, solely on mobile. During set 14 PBE, he started taking it a little bit more seriously. He, I think, won the Project PBE Major that was held at the time. He was a beast on Fast 9 with the Street Demons at the time and just really solved that line very quickly, and then became just seemed to be a very strong player for the start of that set and has been doing better and better since then. Has made it to TBC, is now one of those kind of A-tier French players coming into the last few sets of TFT and EMEA. So really happy to see him on a strong team. Really happy to see him get some reps in as well with 4v4 as a format. And we'll see what he can showcase individually, but also just this entire team, right? This entire roster coming into this final series.
I mean, a fellow mobile gamer like myself, you know, I mean, I gotta be rooting for.
He's not a mobile gamer anymore. He's a PC gamer now. Believe me, I've seen his roll downs in TPC. I mean,
it's on mobile gamer supremacy over here, unfortunately. He ditched that. He was like, yeah, we're gonna focus on trying to qualify for 4v4. And hey, he and Team Heretics are one step closer to trying to get to that main event. Of course, the winner here goes to that global qualifier next weekend, and then you have to it's a top 3 if I remember correctly. Yeah, top 3 that from the global qualifiers next weekend that will make it to the main event. But of course you have teams from EMEA, from APEC, from China, and also from Americas that you'll be competing up against. And oh my, look at the synergy already. Look, it's beautiful. The synergy's already there.
I think there's been a choreography planned between the FNYX players, so it seems to be that they are locked and loaded as a team, as a roster, to confront the challenges that this first game has in store for them. Yatora in particular is someone who in the open qualifiers was a super clutch player against Koi and actually denied Koi the chance to directly qualify to the main events directly from open qualifiers, or directly qualified to closed qualifiers on the winners bracket side. So he has been a star player for this FNYX team across this entire set.
Yeah, the road has not been easy for sure as well for FNYX, as they actually lost to Team Heretics themselves in day number 1 in that first series where they lost to Team Heretics. So they've already played against each other before in this qualifier. But then they beat Ninjas in Pajamas in the lower bracket and then lost to Glorp Gang as well. So they've got one final chance here against Team Heretics, FNYX. And like I said, these teams have faced each other before, so they have a bit of practice against one another and know what each other's game plans are. But now it's about executing that plan and executing one final game of TFT, one final series of TFT, I should say, for this weekend.
Will be the Altar, will be our Stargazer for this game 1. I think it's definitely a viable option both for reroll, but I think especially for Xayah. Especially if you have it in early, you have a Jax pair, you have an Aatrox 2, you have a chance to play tempo here by leveling. We'll see. Maybe it's a reroll spot as well, but I like the Altar into Xayah, especially with Talon as an item carrier if you can find a lot of bows early.
You can get that power pretty quickly as well. Speaking of power, Nettlemidge already has that 3-time breaker online, so he's going to be getting either the extra XP from winning or going to be losing and getting some free rerolls. We've been seeing these early stages is all about the time breakers, all about the Primordium as well, just to get more economy under your belt to try and help you hit them later game boards.
Arbiter will be the first time each Arbiter drops 40% health, they get armor and magic resist. So we're going to be an interesting option here for the Timo reroll, the Leona reroll for Fabulotus, it looks like. With Laden Forge in particular, there's so many good artifact hits that it is really hard to miss. Some of the downsides of this augment is that there's randomness involved, right? You can have a game plan already set up for 8 rounds of TFT, and then suddenly you have an artifact that does not synergize at all with your comp. But Timo and Leona both have so many good hits to be hard to miss.
Yeah, a lot of these strong frontline ones can be definitely very helpful, especially later on, just to try and spike your board more. And it feels like that's the kind of spike that that he needs, because again, the Arbiter is not the greatest. You would prefer to have the extra HP one, or maybe some extra power in itself, like trying to give maybe the Zoe a little bit more power later on, but just having the extra armor mag resist when they drop low on HP can help you survive a little bit more damage, but most of the time you prefer something else. Branching out into Vanguard, not the greatest, to be fair. Looks like just going to be tempo here for Crescent. Maybe look for some AP flex later on here with JG already being slammed.
Could be Diana reroll, fairly unlikely, but it is an option that has only really opened up when you are able to hit this Vanguard emblem, but also when you have kind of an early Arbiter, especially a scaling Arbiter for the Diana herself. So we'll see. That'll be a game plan that Crescent wants to maybe go into. I think you can balance playing Diana reroll and, for example, Timo Leona reroll at the same time, because you're kind of angling different units. But it is a pretty rare game to find yourself playing.
Taking a victory here, at least for Crescent, as it's him and Espat sitting at the top at the moment. Trying to keep their win streaks alive. Espat going for Silver Spoon, going for tempo in himself, just slamming that adaptive helm on the front line. Very strong frontline item. I think that doesn't really get played a lot as a backline, especially because AP option's not really a thing, but there's a lot of these frontline units that want a lot of mana, the likes of Nunu and Ramos. Their abilities are just so powerful in itself that you want them to cost more often throughout the fight. So Stamina early on, trying to keep the streak, and they will be playing against each other, so this is a pretty important round just to try and keep your streak and keep your economy floating.
Yeah, it's likely going to be the quirky player for Team Heretics in terms of just having a setup, right? With the Poppy, with the Miko online for now, having the tempo, and slanting a little bit towards AD with the open glove right now, which is one of Quirky's best components. But we'll be taking the loss here. It looks like understandably so. I think the board is quite strong from Crescent, despite it not having the clearest direction just yet. Just playing for tempo, really.
It looks like Crescent even went to level 5 as well, so he double leveled that turn to try and get to level 5. We'd have Soraka and Ari as our gods, where we can get some rerolls, or Soraka can help us out a little bit as well. But the rerolls are going to be pretty helpful for our reroll players if anyone's going to be going towards that. But you can see some 3 cost and 2 cost 1 stars for some of our bottom players.
And Ari, one of the gods, does open up Fast 9 a little bit more. That being said, it is not a guarantee that you have a spot to pay for it, right? But if you are able to get the extra econ from Ari, and the Ari boon itself rewards you for being level 9, for example, you get a lot more stats. So it's one of those games that once you see Ari is a god, you really try and find those Fast 9 spots a little bit more often than you would normally.
No Lacing Forge here for Fabulosus. We just saw David Ace as well. He's going to be trying to keep on lose streaking so we can get them 3 costs to put in his rightmost bench slot to sacrifice it every turn to try and get as much gold towards his augment as possible.
Ooh, Metal Mage is cooking here.
Okay.
We're seeing a little time breaker reroll potentially with 2 Cho'Gaths, but you have a lot of Ezreal at the very least. I'm curious to see if he ends up committing to this in some capacity. Ezreal, of course, is a scaling unit. So if you're able to feature him early, can become just a really strong area in the late game as well. The only problem is he is kind of single target, so he does become less effective in stage 4 onward when you're really missing that kind of AoE damage from the carry.
It definitely was another option, you know, in this patch where you can try and go for if you hit like an early Ezreal 2, you hit an early. Okay, well, it's sold. Well, that's the dream over then, I guess.
If he won here, maybe he would commit to it and maybe natural the copy or 2 more. But he's already level 5 thanks to the Timebreaker and a few wins early on. And I think, yeah, it's just a scary game to commit to. I think it has a lot of flaws in the late game.
Yeah, I think you need to just win streak early on. I mean, him lose streaking as well means that the Ezreal doesn't get as many stacks from killing units, and Cho'Gath, of course, as well, is not going to get as many stacks. But it's only really a line if you can, you know, hit a Death Blade early on, you know, with some of the augments that you could do and try and stack up the Death Blade plus Ezreal. We haven't seen it so far today, but maybe we'll see it a little bit later on there. It does look like it's just going to be the tempo with Timebreaker, losing a few rounds, getting them 3 rerolls, and hopefully getting to level 8 and trying to hit the board that he wants to hit.
Easy 5 win streak here for Crescent. I think his game plan, like I mentioned before, not really the most clear. We'll see what he goes for. He does have a JG slam on the Vanguard emblem. It could just be kind of Vanguard flex, not the strongest line, but from high tempo, it's good enough, right? So win streak off of this board, off of, you know, the same kind of setup in stage 3, and then stage 4, just try and preserve HP. Play around whatever you hit first. Nami, LeBlanc, Karma. If you can make it to 9, fantastic, because there is actually strong setups with Fast 9 AP, playing around Sona and Bard and Vex. But making it from level 7 to level 9, that is the part where you have to be a very, very good player and very experienced, especially on AP.
I think that's the difficulty that we've seen throughout today, is these AP boards trying to reach their cap and trying to reach a spot where they feel like they can win late game boards. Espat actually found an early Master Yi, so we're thinking maybe it could have been a Corki board potentially, but the early Master Yi might mean that he might be pivoting into a Master Yi lineup here, but we'll have to see. Components don't look too great. I mean, you have a Quicksilver potentially, and you do have a component anvil that maybe you can do something with to try and get Master Yi items, but that kind of direction early on is also very nice when you're playing this flexible board.
Imagine we'll get a... I can't really go for Stoneplate here. Kind of awkward items here. Not even close to ideal Leona items with the triple Stoneplate ideally. But I guess maybe we'll go for the chain here anyway, or the cloak, to try and get a little bit closer to that. And just slam a JD for now. Have to imagine on the 2 mil. Or you can wait.
Practice doesn't slam a JG.
You can always wait 1 round. You're facing your teammate. He wants to win streak, right? You're facing Crescent, so... And I think Morello's a better...
Morello.
Yeah, it's a better base item. You just delay your 3 item spike on Teemo a little bit more. Well, you have the artifact coming, right? So that's going to help you itemize one of your carries, your Leona or Teemo.
Yeah, augment choices here are going to be really important for some of these players. If they've been high rolling some Mosties early on, if you can hit some good gold augments, like maybe Kahuna could be great as well. But Lucky Item Chest is also going to be very good here to try and hit that Gargoyle Stone Plate.
What's going on here?
Mosties.
What's better than 1 Master Yi, 2 Master Yis on 3-2? And I hope there was no Master Yi player on Heretics, or else there might be some aggressive team comms happening right now where SPAT's like, bro, look at my spot. I have to go Yi. I have 2 Yis right now.
I mean, he also got the big grab bag, which allowed him to make the Edge of Night as well. He had the BF sword, but he didn't have the chain. But now he has the chain. But thanks to his augment big grab bag, sorry, he has the Edge of Night on the Master Yi now, which is going to be great for him overall. He also makes like Last Whisper and the Kraken, which could be put on the Kindred later on. So really good spot here, and he's just going to stand the items for now on the Master Yi, just to try and save as much HP and try and win some rounds, and then remove it a little bit later on.
Pretty much every player we've seen up until now has picked up an item augment on 3-2, so I think really showcasing players were missing those items to really try and spike their boards, just really itemize their carries, especially in the case of Happy Lotus, who picked up the exclusive customization as well for his Teemo and his Leona.
Yeah, prioritizing items is really important overall, especially when you're playing like these reroll compositions, and when you don't hit the items on your first PvE round, it makes it quite difficult to try and hit the boards that you want to hit. But here, your Tora hasn't hit anything. It's 0 gold, or 10 gold, sorry, and then hasn't hit any 3 stars at all. But there are 2 players that are going for the Primordial reroll.
He picked up forward thinking, Yatora. That's why he was.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay, that's why. That makes sense. So he's just playing for Corky then. Okay.
His spot is not that doomed.
Yeah, I saw his bench and I was like, wait, that's a lot of rec size. Did he roll down to 10 and not just hit anything? But okay, that makes sense. Forward thinking is just going to be playing towards Corky.
The only problem with forward thinking into Corky, in 4v4 in particular, is that you cannot roll before 4-2. It is literally impossible. You don't have your gold back yet. And so it means that the other team has a lot of agency to deny you to roll before you. For the Corky player, if there is a Corky player, to hit, and then for everyone else to roll after and to hold Corkies on their roll downs as well, which means that you could find yourself with maybe only 1 or 2 Corkies still available when you come to roll down.
On to the next God choice. Choose wisely. A lot of gold here from Ari, and yeah, you can see a lot of players here going for the Ari, just trying to get extra gold. The gold being so important for players that want to try and level, the players that want to try and re-roll as well. Just makes it really important just to hit them interest points during the game and to help you reach your power spike a bit earlier.
We have to keep our eyes on Fabulotus coming after this carousel to see what his Latent Forge Anvil will be and what kind of artifact you can find for the Leona or the Teemo. It is going to be a Teemo 3 already. And the Lichbane is a possibility, and I think that's really the... I guess Aegis of Dawn is also, yeah, very strong as a tank item for Leona. Both were strong options. I think a little bit stronger with the Aegis because you don't need to set up your items in such a particular way as you would with Lichbane on the Teemo. But it is already Teemo 3, and you're still 3 copies off of Leona, so... I guess you're rolling here anyway, so it doesn't matter. Or shouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, hitting Leona 3 is definitely, in my opinion, more important than the Teemo 3. I mean, Teemo 3 is, of course, going to be very, very strong, but trying to hit the Leona is just going to allow you the front line to tank even more. With the artifact now, I think it's going to make it easier now for this Leona to tank up a little bit more damage. The Briar does wrap into the back line, but I think Teemo, yeah, should be able to do a little bit more damage in time. You're a little bit behind the pace, though, I feel like, for Fabulotus. You know, you're still quite far away from the Leona. Also holding the likes of the Briar as well, holding a Jax, just to try and deny away from the Stargazers, which looks like here, you know, Hypno going for the Stargazer reroll. So it makes it interesting in a 4v4 environment when you're playing reroll that you're trying to roll down for your own units, but you also want to try and deny as well. So it's kind of trying to find that right balance of what do I need to hold, and also what do I, you know, how much more HP can I lose before I need to roll myself and try and hit a board spike that I need to.
Exactly. And with forward thinking, it's actually smart with primordial because you're going to recover more of your econ, so you can meet those econ thresholds despite sacrificing all of your gold, and kind of that being one of the big downsides of forward thinking in general. So back up to 20 gold here for Yatora. Did win that last fight, pretty big. I think with forward thinking, you can win any fight at all. And the gold from Ari actually as well helped him go 6 and still make some econ threshold. So pretty big news for Yatora.
Yeah, the gold being so important from the Ari god there. We haven't seen Crescent too much, but Crescent did go for branching out into spreading roots and found a rogue emblem on top of Vanguard as well. So would have liked to play Corki from this spot, but does have
I think he will.
AP items as well, yeah.
I think he's reforging pretty soon.
Oh, he's risking it?
I think so. Doesn't have a reforger actually. He needs a reforger big time because he has a very weird combination of emblems. So he is really hoping. He must have used it already, no? You get a reforger with.
No, he had Vanguard before, so unless he wanted to keep the Vanguard, but it doesn't really make sense in Corki if you want to keep Vanguard, I guess. But he had Vanguard from the start of the game, from branching out. So I would assume he would have also reforged that as well, right? Or maybe he reforged it right at the start of the game and he got Vanguard instead. Might be a bit tragic. Any reforgers? No. No reforgers.
So you get a reforger with spreading roots on 3-2, which is I think he reforged whatever Nova and Rogue was, hoping to get something that's synergized with AP Flex, but then got Nova and Rogue. Yeah, so not really ideal.
Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. Yeah, so kept the Vanguard and tried to go for this instead. Looks like might just be going for
Darkstar.
Darkstar, yes, just a standard AD line, like you have to fall back towards Darkstar at this point. AP Ribbon. Holy.
He has a Lowy 3. AP Ribbon's not terrible, but well, it is after you slam an even shroud. he is facing off against Sentinel Mage, who is going to be sitting on the G carry, already kindred on the board as well, despite being level 7, so hasn't rolled yet and already has 2 of his strong 4 costs on the board. AP Ribbon doing work. sorry, Rogue Ramus doing work. My bad.
Hey, who cares about AP Ribbon when you have Rogue Ramus, so you can just keep using his ability and keep roaming around? Oh my! Wow, that is a crazy spot.
Hold the line
for David
Hold the line is insane here. The amount of stats you have on this Corki. The moment he casts the first time, it is basically over. I think you even probably front row Milio, to be honest, with this Corki build. Just sacrifice the Milio, get even more stats on the Corki. And he will, or front row the Ribbon. That also makes sense. I would front row the Milio as well. I would just front row everything.
just
and
give this Corki will the Corki at this point.
This Corki will blow up opposing boards.
Radiant I guess you need as well.
You need a red buff holder, which is why you don't front row the Milio, or else you would.
Crazy spot. The roll down works out here for David Ace, and I mean this is a round where our forward-thinking player also got the gold as well. I'm trying to remember who it was, but a forward-thinking player also got the gold and tried to roll down for his board as well. So a lot of players trying to hit their spikes now. Let's see how much damage this Corki can do. He has so much damage as well, and oh my god, everything's just evaporating off the board.
So, as you saw there was no miracle. The burst was so strong that Soraka's miracle just ceased to exist.
No healing for Soraka's miracle this time around. I mean, look at an overview of this game in general. Like Crescent was on a huge win streak for stage 2 and stage 3. Did lose one round, but it's still sitting really high on the HP. Flouder's also on a win streak now on 87 HP. And
this is tragic. You know how many Yees we had on stage 3-2? 2. You know how many Yees we have now?
2.
Also 2.
What do you say? Tom Kench 2. Good, right?
That's unfortunate for Espat. I think he was hoping to have a really high roll Yi game, but it hasn't quite worked out for Yatora as well. He is still missing his key upgrades. Picked up Hold the Line as well. I think to identify how strong this augment is in general with the Corki Ribbon line.
I think Soraka's best thing might proc this time, luckily. Yeah, there you go. Proc this time. This Corki is not as strong, but the Ribbon is on the back line though. It's already
killed everything in the backline. So it looks like Corki is going to win this matchup again. And slowly this Stargazer, you know, the Stargazers, you know, from Hypno is actually falling a little bit far behind. The spikes from these level 8 boards are just getting much stronger now. Some extra HP.
A little bit of healing. Could be big. I think it's not really as lopsided for any one team to have to just full index on the healing. You sacrifice obviously some cap by doing so. Seeing the 5 cost options by the players with some priority here. We're going to check out Flouder's board as well after we come out of this carousel or the God selection to see what's going on with his board. 87 HP, win streaking. He's now the anchor player for Team Heretics, and he is just playing around these Primordians. Very, very strong. Really a perfect Briar setup. Very good items on the Rek'Sai as well. Has the Cho'Gath 3, is working on the Bel'Veth 3, has found it now as well. Really just missing the Kai'Sa 2 to go straight to level 8 and to start capping out this board with 5 costs. And Crescent, it's really these two players, Crescent and Flouders, who are at the top of their HP thresholds and trying to hold the line now. No pun intended for their teams. David Ace is a player who is rising up from the graves. The player who's hit, I think, the strongest setup for stage 4. He's expected to win every single fight in stage 4. This is kind of his mission, his goal. If he fails to do so, it could be trouble for Team Heretics. It looks like a close fight here. Corki he's not able to clutch it up here in the end. So Crescent really making it work with these extra emblems. And David Ace is now falling out despite picking Soraka and healing a little bit. He's now down to 27 HP as well. The Leona looks mighty, mighty strong here. Double Bramble into Aegis. This means that pretty much any AD matchup should be in favor for Fabulotus. And there's a lot of them, right? We saw a lot of Yi players, we saw a lot of Corki players, Primordian players, so this should be a fairly good item set, maybe even better than double Stoneplate, which would be the ideal for this Leona coming into this. Radiant DB, matchup against David Ace. Could this be the second win for FNYC against David Ace, who should be the player winning out in stage 4? I think Leona's going to hang on, but this next Corki cast should blow up the rest of the board here, and that will be the case. So David Ace kind of completing his mission here with most of the wins in stage 4. The final items offered here, players have to balance with how much gold they want to end up spending to try and find the best possible items they can go for to finalize their carries and their tanks coming into stage 5. Looking at the HP totals, Team Heretics has 2 players on the bottom end of the standings, but Espat has just hit that Master Yi, which could potentially stabilize him coming into stage 5. And then the other 2 Heretics players are pretty healthy, especially Flouders now still at 76 HP and Hypno at 47. Although Flouders will be bleeding a little bit, Primordian reroll. I think he's already peaked and he's not going to be falling off a tiny bit as we move forward and as the rest of the 4 cost carries come through in stage 5 and really start stabilizing. Items off, trying to give potentially HP to David Ace if he does face his teammate here. And the Ari boon, but stuck on level 8 for David Ace. He's going for more of a just full send on level 8. Doesn't have the gold to make it to 9. Can't cap around the Bard and the Shen. Just going to try and go for potentially a 3-star Corki or just a 9 Corkis to the opposing Corki player. The Yi moved to the back here from its S-pad, so it will be 2 teammates fighting off against each other. The Yi teleport comes through, but he gets immediately targeted by the Corki. And the Yi will be going down here. I think just better player wins. And looks like David Ace does have a better chance to come back into this game in stage 5. I think S-Pat is alive, so maybe calculated there. 1 HP left for the French player. Espat, there's not much more he can do. He had a pair of Master Yis all the way back in, I think it was 3-2 or 3-3. You thought, okay, maybe he'll hit Master Yi 3 with how many early copies he has. He's in a great position. In the end, that was not the case at all. Only found the Master Yi at the end of Stage 4. Lost so much HP in Stage 4 because of this as well, and is now down to his last life. Facing off against Yatora, FNYC has the chance to send the first strong message in this Game 1 if they can eliminate SPAD here and force the 8th place from Team Heretic. The Riven's on the opposite side of the board. The Rammus is holding strong, but not for long enough. Damage does not come through. Espats eliminated in 8th place. Unfortunately, did not go as he had planned. And Fabulotus, despite taking a massive loss, stays alive just barely to clutch up what should most likely be that 7th place position. It looks like here on a 4 lose streak. It's just not looking like this board is strong enough. With a subpar Teemo setup, just did not have the best items all throughout this game. No Stoneplate on Leona, no Gunblade on Teemo, no Giant Slayer on Teemo. Has the Spark on the Nasus, not the best spreader. You would have loved to have a Void Staff instead on the Zoe. So all in all, just not really the textbook game of Leona Teemo reroll that we expect to see. This is a big win for Flounder. He's a player we mentioned could be dropping off a tiny bit in terms of where his comp potential it has, instead of capping out in Stage 5. It would be really big to have this one last big win against Hyperlotus to guarantee at the very least the 7th place for FNYX. And it looks like it's going to be the case. No, the Kaisa got taken down. The Teemo is still alive, and Fabulotus fights for at least one more round. If Fabulotus can outplay his Hypno and send Team Heretic to 7th and 8th, that could be a really, really good turn of events here for FNYX. Yatora still streaking as well. Hypno has a strong setup. Not really much more he can do here. Was maybe, yeah, kind of was, I think, hoping to play around the Corki for Fate Weaver, especially with the TF being the main carry here, but didn't play around that. Didn't play around the Gwen 3 either. So kind of a lower cap game plan here from the TF Jax reroll. Fabulotus once again being tested. This test, I think, will be hard for him to pass. So Leona has a double Bramble, but this Corki is just absolutely demonic. Hold the line, Radiant DB, so many flat stats, so much AD. Any cast coming out from this Corki will blow up opposing boards, and that has been the case here. Fabulotus taken down in 7th place. Hypno, a big loss, but not big enough. Still stays alive. Can maybe outplace Nuddle Mage with the 6th place position. The Toro we're seeing here, he is the Corki player from Forward Thinking. Also picked up Hold the Line. Has been able to stabilize despite rolling a little bit later than the opposing Corki player, than David Ace. Was still able to hit the Corki 2, hit the Rammus 2 pretty much on tempo, so hasn't really suffered too much in Stage 4 and 5. We're seeing here still one of the healthier players in the lobby. Items off. The moment he sees his Hypno, immediately the items come back onto the Riven. And some RNG in this matchup. Depending where this Talon goes, the Talon can get the bleed effect onto the Corki early. That could be huge. Edge of Night already proc though, and Corki is targeting the Talon for now. The Talon goes down early, and he is going to be going down here on this next cast. That could be huge. The Rammus is still buying time. The bleed, I think, will not be quite enough to take down the Corki before the next cast comes through. And it does come through just in time, and that should win the fight and knock down Hypno in the process. So not a great Stage 5 for Team Heretics. 2 players down in 6th and 8th place. Means that we're going to have to see a strong showing from David Ace and from Flouters coming to Stage 6 if they want to win this Game 1. We'll have to see a win, of course, from Team Heretics, but it's going to be tough. David Ace looks very strong, but Flouters only at 23 HP. We mentioned his cap kind of being long gone. I think there's not really much more he can add to the board to make it much stronger. Ari Boon as well, stuck on 8, so not really getting the most value from the God Boon. David has gone 9 as well. Crescent's really the interesting player in this lobby. He had to play around some Very unusual emblem combination and has made it work to perfection. Level 9. Still the healthiest player in the lobby. Is playing around a Nova emblem, a Vanguard emblem. In pretty good fashion, making great use of everything here. Playing around a 4 Darkstar, 4 Vanguard line. Two healthiest players facing off there, but this is the big matchup we're looking at. Nettlemage, 16 HP, definitely 1 life coming into stage 6. The Yi is onto the opposing Kindred though. This is Flouders we talked about. A little bit weak, but the Yi is been taken down by the Kaiser. The Rogue proc saves enough time. I think that's going to be enough here. Nettlemage taken down. It's going to be a fairly big loss, but not quite big enough. 2 HP and still alive here in stage 6. The 7 win streak, no one can really be surprised. David has had to sacrifice the Corki 3 game plan, played for the level 9 instead, is now just added in the Rost. Maybe we'll have a chance to sacrifice the Poppy and play around the Shen and the Bard, but doesn't really have enough gold to make that full transition. Positioning will be crucial here. We're seeing that setup exactly from Yatora with the Shen and the Bard add onto the board. The Bard now, the trio carry setup with the Riven and the Corki. It is going to be the Corki matchup, and the Corki on the top with a Radiant DB is going to be so explosive in terms of blocking the edge of night early, in terms of potentially killing the Riven early. This next cast will blow up everything. Does he get to the next castle? That's a big question. Doesn't even need it. That's going to be a explosive win from David Ace. The Riven comes onto the backline here. Yatora gets thrown down a notch. Nettlemage down in 5th place now as well. Team Heretic seems to be doing it. David Ace and Flouders now in 1st and 2nd. They only need to go 1st and 3rd to win this game. Yatora has hit most of his cap as well. No more gold to work with. Flouders surprisingly has done a very good job of winning some of the fights here. Both of the fights really in stage 6. Really making the best use of his positioning. The Cho'Gath has been stacking the very least and scaling into the late game. The Kai'Sa has been doing a lot of work as well, cleaning up some of these fights. And this is a pivotal matchup here. Yatora on 12 HP. This is going to be guaranteed 1 life. So that's being now in stage 6. If Flouders can win this fight, it is looking very good for Team Heretics to make the comeback here. The Kai'Sa cast, I think, will be not quite enough. There's still so much on the board here for Yatora. So Yatora does stay alive. Flouders will also stay alive here. Crescent down to 5 HP as well, though. And David Ace still looks unbeatable with a hold the line Radiant TV Corki. Final few items. Removers, of course, of premium in 4v4, so you have to be very careful. Oh, the fabled triple Giant Slayer Kindred build. No tank will be able to withstand the damage coming out from this Kindred. The true Giant Slayer that was promised. Items removed here. And it is David Ace versus Flouders, so pivotal matchup here. All items removed. Just trying to guarantee that Flouders can survive this fight. I think David Ace knows he is the win-out player. He just needs Flouders to go 3rd. And that will be exactly what they achieve with this matchup here. On the flip side, Yatora and Crescent, they're both on their last life. Best player wins, but one of these players will be going out. There are no ghosts left with only 4 players remaining. Looks like Yatora will be the player taking the win here. Can Yatora beat David Ace? That is the big question. Both Corki players still alive. They've both made it to the top 3 alongside the Primordial reroll player in Flouders from Team Heretics. A really nail-biter of a finish with S-Pack going 8th, Hypno going 6th. It looked a little bit doomed for Team Heretics, but the 2 remaining players have really clutched it up, especially Flouders. Positioning, very important here. The Briar wants to get some aggro early, proc the Rogue early, stay safe because of that, but then get so much extra attacks to deal a lot more DPS. The final switch to the right here. It will be Yatora up against David Ace. Both Corkis, both Rivens fighting for power alongside the Ramesses here. The burst of damage coming through from either side. But the Riven from Yatora is onto the backline. The Corki will not cast again from David Ace. It looks like it's very close. It does cast in the end. Does it clean up everything? It does! On a sliver of health, David Ace wins the final fight, takes the first place, and Team Heretics wins game 1 on truly explosive fashion. I mean, unexpected for that win to come through, especially with David Ace being the player who pretty much sacked all of stage 2 and 3 and then still was able to clutch it up and win so many fights in a row. We're gonna go to a quick break. We'll be back with game number two between FNYX and Team Heretics.
Can't get to you. 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 Can't get to you.
Welcome back, everyone. Road to EWC EMEA closed qualifiers. We are nearing the finale of the day, but there's still potentially 2 more games to be had. At the very least, 1 more game if Team Heretics is not able to clutch it up in this game 2 we have coming up soon. My co-caster Stuart has unfortunately faced some technical difficulties, so I will be solo casting for this game 2. Hopefully, he'll be able to return throughout this game and join me for what could be the finale of this final chance for either of these teams, FNYX or Team Heretics, to find their way into the global qualifier next weekend, because a losing team here has nothing to show for their 4v4 season. Unfortunately, no chance to make it any further in EWC for this year. Going up back to the series very, very soon. It was a very close game 1 in the end. I think Heretics, especially David Ace, really came out clutch. His final combination of augments and the hold the line plus the Radiant DB on Corki was insane. But we're going to briefly go over the rosters once again. FNYX with Crescent, Fabulotus, Nettlemage, and Yatora. This is the full CIS roster, the strongest combination of players from that region in TFT. These are players who have had spikes in their careers throughout different times, especially looking at Crescent and Fabulotus. Some of the OG players, Crescent having made it to so many regional finals in his career, and someone like Yatora being one of the players who has had more recent success, is one of those players who has really stood out from the CIS region across the last 4 or 5 sets of TFT. And they are, of course, facing off against Heretics. Spanish org, but French roster in TFT. They were able to clutch up game 1. Can they do it again in this game 2? Victor gives everyone a 2-star 1-cost to start things off, so a little bit closer to potentially playing some reroll lines if you hit the right 1-cost carry, if you hit the Timo or the Leona, and you have a good spot to play the line. Even the Lissandra potentially, with the Lissandra Cho'Gath reroll, could be a viable option. The Talon as well, we saw how powerful it was throughout this entire day, really, in terms of the reroll Talon as well, but especially as an option to just be an item carrier in stage 2 and 3. Really able to hold so many different types of items. Mana regeneration with Shojins, you have the Bruiser type items with BT, with Sterak, with Edge of Night, and you even have just attack speed items that Xayah wants later on with Red Buff as well. So just a really premier item holder, a great unit to have 2-star on any board in stage 2 and 3. Arbiter check, as is mandatory if you have the spot to play into it. We do see the permanent max health is one of the effects there. We do have a Diana as well, so potentially Nettlemage was considering the option to play Diana reroll. One of the rare reroll lines on this patch, because it is so conditional. You really need to have a good Arbiter, and ideally a Vanguard emblem on stage 2 as well, stacking Arbiter to really make her work. So not surprised to see the sell there in the end from Nettlemage. Gold augments to start things off. Aura farming, just kind of unpickable in my opinion in 4v4, because you just sacrifice so much HP until you get to that strong board, and it will be spreading roots most likely here from Nettlemage. Does get the Arbiter and the Nova, and this is actually an insane combination for something like a Talon, depending on what Arbiter you picked up. But I believe Nettlemage already picked the Arbiter when we saw him selecting it earlier, so not sure if he can play into that really fringe reroll line. Flouders, we're looking at Replication, has a chance to go for maybe double TG, potentially. Seeing the Earth here from Crescent, so potentially trying to open up that Dark Star line with the Dark Star +1. Already has a Kaisa just hoping for that sword. Has the glove as well to finalize there's the IE. Or, yeah, really just an IE at first for the Kaisa. So it needs a lot of swords actually. It might be incentivized to actually lose streak stage 2 to make sure he has an anvil to find fish for the swords. For Hypno, will be a prize fighter. Ezreal opener with an Ezreal 2 already as well. Hoping to be the win streak player for Heretics. Stargazer online for SPAL. We'll have to do a Stargazer check. It will be the mountain. We saw a lot of this between Koi and Glorpgang, 3 mountains in a row. The first time we see it now, of course, between Team Heretics and FNYX, and this opens up the line for Lulu, right? This is going to be a very, very strong option for Lulu reroll, even just for Tempo the Mountain, which we saw earlier with the Zaya as your main carry, maybe even Riven as a potential carry, Blitzcrank we saw from Dalisson as well. So the chance to play into the Vertical Stargazer with a plethora of different carries to slot in alongside the Lulu, and you can just use Lulu as more of a utility bot in terms of the stun being very impactful in those late game fights against melee carries like V and Fiora, who have Edge of Night, sure, but they don't usually build 2SS in this meta, so it is quite easy to delay a lot of their damage off of just the constant stuns from Lulu. And David Ace, the lose streak player and the hero of game number 1, is back in the role that he seems to feel most comfortable in. Anima online. Calcloss online, full lose streak, most likely going to be 1 life, I'm guessing 16, 15 HP by the end of stage 3, but he's going to have so much free rolls and so much gold to work with. The question now is anyone from FNYX going to sell their board to try and stop this from happening? And that is going to be the case with Nettlemage, and he does hit the matchup, so a fairly big delay here for David Ace. Not the most tragic. I think it would be worse if they were to face against each other near the end of stage 2, because now David Ace still has time to work on his lose streak again, on the lose streak amount especially, and get the lose streak gold still going for most of stage 3 until he faces someone that full opens again. So not the most tragic news here for David Ace. And the emblems are pretty tragic for Nettlemage, I would say. Arbiter, Nova, pretty hard to work around. He's really going to have to hope for some kind of a Reforger. And the gods will be Thresh and Evelynn. Thresh will be offering a mini Recombobulate. And Evelynn, you have a chance for a random 4-cost, which should be fairly enticing for a lot of the players here. If they don't have direction, or if they're looking to high roll one of the key 4-costs early. You are sacrificing 4 HP, which could be up to 16 HP as a team if you all go for it, but I think it might be worth it. Unless you're planning to lose most of these fights anyway, like Nettlemage, then you don't really expect too much from having just a random 4-cost that can join your game plan. The Recombobulate does come through for your Tora. Not the best hits there, unfortunately. Jinx, a lot of extra Meepsies, and the Diana as well. Kind of tragic, actually. You were forced to pick either between a Recombobulate, which would mess up your game plan, or just sacrifice HP for a 4-cost anyway, so... For Hypno, it is going to be a 2-star Victor. Not really many synergies online, but that might be strong enough to carry him throughout the rest of stage 3. And try out Flouders to win this fight. He is on just a board that maybe has a higher chance, so we can move the Zoe here. No item lamps for Hypno, but still, obviously, it's going to be a little bit too strong to handle with the Velvet 2 the Meepsy 2 and the Victor 2 here in stage 2. And David, as we saw it there on the bench, 3 timebreakers already ready to join the team whenever he gets the 6 slots on the board. So going to have the full lose streak potential. Does slot in the Pantheon for now. Maybe wants to make the board weak if he sees that the players from FNYX are trying to outsack him and grief their boards and make their boards just a little bit too weak. So he might have to sell everything but the units in the first place. See, trying to navigate that fine balance of being as weak as possible without sacrificing the extra econ that Timebreaker can generate in stage 3 in particular. Checking out Crescent's board, we do finally see the PF sword was picked up, so is able to slam that Dark Star emblem. Play around the Lissandra for now, and hopefully find a few more BF swords to have Kaisa be the main carry in stage 3 and 4. Yeah, Espat did find the very early Riven from the Evelyn Boon, so able to maybe play around Stargate or Riven as early as stage 3 can be very, very powerful for stage 3 in particular. We'll have a pretty strong way to slot in 3 Timebreaker if he does play around Lulu. Well, on level 6, he can sacrifice both the Aatrox and the Maokai slots and just play the Riven, the Milio, and the Pantheon and play around the 3 Stargazers as well. Or just sacrifice the TF if he gets the emblem here. Metal Mage is on a Reforger check, praying for a Reforger of some kind. There's not really much of a game plan you can assemble around this Arbiter Nova combination, which I seem to get very often in my ranked games. Maybe you just give up on the emblems altogether and play around this Corki that you have just been gifted very early on into stage 3. You could play around Nova to some degree in the Yi line. You get some extra true damage, but not really the most impactful emblems at all. Hoping for maybe some kind of Reforger from Augments on the 3-2 selection here from Metal Mage. There it is, David Ace. Early level to 6, has the 3 Timebreaker online, has the 3 Anima online. Has a Zaya in the shop, but not playing around the mountain. You really can't play around Stargazer if you can really commit to it as early as stage 2, because of the way the mountain works. You want to have all these extra emblems powering up the team. And I think David Ace is going to do the same exact thing he did last game, which is play around the Corki line. Maybe play around the Yi line if he has a good Psionic item. Potentially also a chance, but Augment selection for David Ace. Does not need to get strong now. Cosmic Restart is very interesting, but goes for the... Okay, he's locked and loaded into AD. Doesn't want to have any variance in his game plan. Hypno on the flip side, very similar to what we saw from Espat last game on Team Heretics. An early Master Yi. Level 5 Master Yi does have the Matrix as well, so it's going to be able to play around the Yi, but it has awkward emblems actually there. Don't really feed into Yi too well. We'll see if he reforges them. Hard armor here for Espat. So just getting a lot of extra tankiness. Still very behind on the Lulus. Has rolled with Epoch on level 6. Did not find any Lulus whatsoever. So still just playing around the Bilio carry. Hasn't found items just yet as well. Maybe not fully committed just yet into playing Lulu reroll. He does have an early Zaya, so he's open to playing the Tempo version instead. Not too many strong 1-cost reroll game plans, it looks like, for most of our players in this game number 2. Much more emblem and 4-cost centric, really, for the options our players have on the table for themselves. Jax does a big spike. As we mentioned earlier with Glorp Gang, this is a key part of 4v4. If your opposing team is going for a certain reroll line, you have to try your best to either deny it or to play into it yourself and that way you can deny the cost spike. You won't hit either, but that's fine as long as you slow down a player who had a very, very strong spot. That your job is basically done for your team, and you hope someone from your team among the 4 cost players can find some edge and you can win the matchup in that way. Or you can even play this as a tempo version of Happy Lotus, I think, with the extra copies of Lulu. It's going to be maybe committing to more of a Lulu reroll line. Although the Void Staff Slam indicates that maybe he is going to be playing more of a tempo line without the 8-cost. Upcoming God Offering could be pretty impactful. Thresh, of course, is yet again one of the gods, and that means that we could see Thresh's seats offering 2 Pandora bench-like slots on the bench for every single player who picks it, and opening the line for some pretty crazy 3-star 4-cost game plans, maybe even some just easier ways to get a 3-star 3-cost. Fingers crossed it's not the case, and it looks like it will not be the case. It will be mystery loot coming out from Thresh, and a random emblem from Evelyn. Maybe not exactly what some of these players want. They have enough random emblems already. We'll see who wants to opt into the variants. If you don't have a very clear game plan right now, if you need to find some variants to try and play into, this is your chance to do so with Evelyn here. And that has been the case for Nettlemage. He was kind of all over the place with this Arbiter +1, with a Nova +1. He gets a Bastion +1. It fits well with Aatrox at the very least and the Nova line. We can kind of play this into Master Yi. Master Yi is an okay holder of the Bastion +1, at least for stage 4, with the extra attack speed he gets after the 10 seconds are up, and just the extra tankiness overall to pair alongside the Edge of Night. David is still the loose streak player, has a Rammus already on the bench, has the Anima still online, will be probably, or will be very likely cashing out 300 cash out here, despite that win that he got off of Nettlemage himself, selling his entire board. Just one more loss necessary for Nettlemage here, unless he's facing every single Team Heretics player and they want to open port on him, or FNYX player. I think he has a guaranteed gun to cash out. And even then, I think it's just not correct, probably, for players to weaken their board so much that they mess up his streak. So all eyes on David Ace as we enter the end of stage 3. Still one more round to go. Until that moment, we can check out the rest of these players like Flouters playing that tempo game plan. And I don't really think anyone from FNYX can really grief this board enough. Maybe Yatora has Invader Zed, but I don't think it's the case. Nettlemage we just saw facing off against David Ace. And David Ace yet again in the same position he was in last game. He clutched it up. He was a hero for Heretics in game 1. He might do it again in this game number 2. Crescent, Voyager +1, Darkstar +1, 4 Darkstar online, has the IE, so not enough DF swords to start itemizing Kaisa. Can also be one of the strong players in stage 4, especially if he hits an early Jhin. That could really spike him in a fairly crazy way. Just having the 6 Darkstar early is already pivotal in terms of becoming one of the stronger players in stage 4. Nettlemage in the danger zone. An awkward emblem for him. We'll see how he can save his game. Sitting at 31 HP coming to stage 4. But David Ace is the player we have to watch out for. We're seeing the cash out, guiding Hex. We're seeing the roll down. Rammus already on the board. Gonna start selling most of the board here. Should be playing into Corki. That is going to be the case. The first Corki has been found. 8 more free rolls to go. Not too much gold to work with. But still has a chance to sell the Aurora here. Play the Guiding Hex on the Milio. Makes a lot of sense to have a duo carry. Going to continue rolling here. Not really too confident in the time he's going to have on 4-1. Wants to get more done. Wants to make sure you can execute the perfect turn before the 4-1 fight comes through. Has still items to go through. Has already the last Whisper on the Corki. So we're just looking for that maybe Guard Breaker. Potentially with all these extra belts. And then the Rammus items as well. There's a Rammus pair, Corki pair. Really wants to enter this next fight with the Rammus 2 and the Corki 2 ideally. It's a do or die moment for David Ace, who has pretty much lost every single fight but the last 2 stages. Still only Corky pair, unfortunately. A ton of pairs to work with. Does, I think, should roll deeper, can sell the Fizz in the Noops if he needs to. But should now finalize the items. Imagine Crown Guard, Last Whisper, or Giant Slayer. For the Stone Plate and the potentially Warmog instead. Needs the anti-heal as well, though. And there's the last little Giant Slayer on the Corky. Is facing Crescent, really wants to win this fight. The Rammus is gone to the absolute opposite side. The Kaisa Cash should not kill the Corky here. That's a big win for David Ace. Does finally stabilize. Metal Mage as well is still yet to roll. 80 gold to work with, level 7. Hasn't pumped any gold just yet. Gold augment coming around on 4-2. Maybe considering he wants to go 9. But I think he just has to roll for Yi here. Certainly not going to be playing into the Diana reroll. And now we'll see the full pivots into Master Yi. Pretty much entirely ignoring the Arbiter emblem, playing around the Bastion, +1. Playing on the Aatrox here as well. And there's the final 4 gold to buy off this Yi. That'll have to be good enough. Yeah, Crescent will slam all the emblems onto the Kaisa now, the main carry. Lowy 2 is going to be the tank for now. We'll see if it'll be strong enough. Facing off against Edspat here, who is on the Lulu line, but still has not really quite been able to stabilize on the Lulu. So it should be a fairly easy win here from Crescent. David Ace, unsurprisingly, takes the win. Nettlemage, though, is the player who we have to start to get worried for. He's a player who had a very odd assortment of emblems, couldn't quite make it work. Picked up some Fireboard as his final augment, not the most powerful combat augment as well. Is only sitting on 1 copy of Yi and 2 copies of Kindred. Still no major upgrades on any of his forecasts. On the flip side, Hypno is quite rich. 4 free rolls to work with. He has pretty insane emblems here on the Yi as well. Has 3 Timebreaker and 4 Psionic. So a really interesting board here from Hypno, who seems to think he's strong enough to just go 9. He can maybe play around the Graves with Matrix instead, one of the higher cap combinations to play around the Psionic item, and play around Fast 9 Flex instead. So Hypno, potentially the clutch player for Team Heretic. If he can execute his game plan, if he can navigate the way to level 9 while playing for max Econ and sacrificing some of his HP as a way to get there, he could be the win-out player for Team Heretic. On the flip side, Yatora did pick up the Zed emblem, or Zed augment, so a very, very strong chance he can also become a win-out player for FNYX if he finds that Z2. We're seeing a very, very strong disconnect between the power of some of these boards coming into stage 4 for both sides. Evelyn, you have a chance to high roll a 2-star forecast that you need. If you haven't hit it yet, I imagine Nettlemage must just insta-click the Evelyn, potentially just to try and high roll the Yi or the Kindred. He has no copies essentially right now, not 2-starred on any of them. Nettlemage, I think he went for, yep. He went for, was it? I think it was just the gold instead. Yeah, it was a Thresh offer. Just got the Kindred off of the Pengu's gift. There's the extra gold coming through the last few rolls. Find the Tom Kench pair. Is still just so far away from his main carry, which is going to be the Yi. He is still 2 lives, 22 HP, but it is not looking good for Fabulotus and for Nettlemage. Not able to hit any of your 3 costs whatsoever. Healing Orbs not the strongest option, I would say, in terms of combat for this Lulu line. They're only on 5 copies of Lulu, still far away from both the Pantheon and the Jax. Really only hoping for the Milio 3 to be win con, but all these Corki players are also holding Milio, so it is looking very doomed. A big enough loss here could be elimination. I imagine they stay alive for at least one fight, but it is not looking good here for Fabulotus. That is a big loss. 2 HP now for Fabulotus. The last few rolls, another Aatrox in the shop, but you're just too far away. You have to sell the Lulus. You might have to sell the Milios, considering how many players are holding extra copies of Milios on the Corki lines. It'll be a tough road ahead for FNYX if they try and win this game 2 and force the game 3 in the series. Big matchup here. The Lulu mirror matchup. Neither player able to hit the Lulu 3. See which of the two players has hit the stronger board. Overall, Espat has a chance to become maybe a hero for his team in a pivotal game 2. Knocking out a player from FNYX in that 8th place could be huge. The Lulu now targeting the Lulu from Fabulotus. Both Lulus still alive. One last cast will not come out from Fabulotus. The Milio does not cast as well. Razor thin margins, but it will be a win for Espat. The dance with Little Legend. Fabulotus down in 8th place. Nettlmage also loses, unsurprisingly. I think he's still on Master Yi 1, which means that he is with 1 foot out the door as well. Potentially a 7th place for Nettlmage. David Ace, the closest next player from the opposing team, is win streaking and is one of the stronger players in the lobby. Hypno just hit Master Yi 2 as well, so it is just not looking good here for FNYX. This will force Yatora and Crescent to become true heroes. They might have to go first and second to try and win this game 2 to force a game 3 and for there to be any chance for FNYX to make it to the global qualifiers next weekend. Zed is really the only option here for Yatora. No Meeple emblem, unfortunately. If there were one, this would be almost a guaranteed first with how strong that combination is on Zed overall. We'll see if the just traditional Corki board alongside the Zed duo carry will be enough for Yatora to fight for that first or second place position that his team might need to stay alive. Nettlmage, his last chance, the fake swap. Facing off against Sniper Emblem Timo. Leona on the wrong side. She's going to tank some damage at the very least, but will not be taking the brunt of it. The Zoe 3 is the big question here. Will this be strong enough? So Leona's still alive. Every unit is now converging. The Yi has already has his Edge of Night procced. The Kindred is the last damage carry left alive. The Zoe, one more cast, I think will not be enough. The Leona has been taken down and Nettlmage stays alive at least for one more fight. David Ace also wins. Flouders, does he win? He doesn't. And all of a sudden, that 7th place position could potentially go to a player from Team Heretics. And Hypno and Espat do not have that much HP to sacrifice if they are in the pool for Flouders, and they need to try and give them a life by removing items. We see Espat there also holding another copy of Yi, Hypno holding another copy of Yi, so I think it's at this point almost impossible for Nettlmage to hit Master Yi 2. There are just a ton of copies out of the pool already, both from Hypno and from Espat. Items have been removed here from Hypno. He is facing Yatora, so that will be all the items immediately right back on. And Flouders is going to be facing up against, looks like it's David Ace, who has not removed any items. So Flouders, I think, will be going out here. I think David Ace did not want to sacrifice any HP. He's only at 19, wants to stay on 2 lives. He is probably the win-out player for Team Heretics. And that means that Flouders will be taking the 7th place. The team has decided that he was not worth sacrificing for. But suddenly, Espat and Hypno are also both now down to 10 HP. 3 players from Team Heretics currently in the bottom side of the standings. And does Nettlmage win this fight? That's the big question. He doesn't. He gets taken down in 6. So there is no chance for 3 players from Team Heretics to end up in the bottom 4. We will be playing for that first place. At the very least, FNYX will be forced to play for first place and for third place if they want to come out ahead in this series, or come out ahead in this game and tie up the series. SPAT and Hypno have to try and do what they can to stay alive in this game. And David is in particular, if he can just outright win this game, he can guarantee that win against Crescent and Yatora. He could be the hero for a second time in a row and doing enough to get the Game 2 win for his team as well. It does not seem to be strong enough. The Nunu Sun does come through. The Vex is still casting. The Voyager Vex is online, but the Kaisa is still very healthy. And that's going to be it. Hypno taken down in 5th place position. SPAT also taken down. It's all up to David Ace, as we predicted. Yet again, he's in a position to become the hero for Team Heretics. If he can win this game, that'll be enough. If anyone else from FNX wins, then we go to a Game 3.
Hello, are we back?
And Stuart has joined me just in time for the finale of the game. Welcome back, Stuart.
Oh, what a disaster. It's all good. I'm back now. Hopefully everything's all good. But it looks like I missed quite a bit. Team Heretics winning game 1, and this game looks down to the wire actually.
Yep, David Ace had a chance to become the hero. He was the hero really for Team Heretics in game 1 to give him the win, and now yet again, if he wins this game, he can close out the series in just 2 games. But either Yatora or Crescent win, and we go on to a game 3. So a lot on the line here for the finale in stage 5.
I mean, the Corki board is going to be strong, but I see a Z on the other side as well as I come back into it. So that Z's going to be a bit of a problem with about 20 Zs on the board, but is a Corki enough to kill 20 Zs? I'm not too sure. I think it's going to be a little bit too...
Riven?
A little bit too difficult. Riven? Backline? Corki? Ooh.
Very close. David Ace does stay alive at the very least.
So we could be seeing a game number 3. We just need to see if David can win the entire lobby. Just one more loss now for David. Then we have a game number 3. The third of today as well. All 3 games could be game number 3s.
Max games in EMEA as always. The tension is always there. For Crescent, he is playing around this Dark Star line with the Kaisa carry. Looks like David Ace is trying to do something here to make his board a little bit stronger. I'm not sure he can really handle either of the boards from FNYX, to be honest, but we'll see here the test up against Crescent. Kaisa, the items are off here. Interesting. Items are off, I guess, for the matchup against Yatora, because I wanted to save some HP and have them both stay alive for longer, but this will be a free win essentially from David Ace. Not sure if time will scale him any further than the opposing players, so just, I think, nothing changes really here. David Ace has to go first regardless.
I think it's really difficult though, 7 HP to try and get online here and try and get that victory that Team Heretics need to book their spot into the global qualifier next weekend. But yeah, interesting choice to remove the items, but I think that they're just trying to balance out their HP totals to see, you know, I guess they're prioritizing which one they think can win David, and because Crescent, because Yatora, sorry, beat David before, maybe they're prioritizing his HP to make sure that he can get the victory for FNYX.
It might even be just fight RNG, right, against a Zed, if the core can pop the Edge of Night early and just mow down a lot of the key Zeds before they cast. That could swing the fight in his favor, but if there's enough HP, then that wouldn't be enough anyway. President has a chance to spike even further here as well. Should not sell this Riven, just in case, because there is a chance for a 3-star Riven game plan from David Ace, but I think just not going enough way to get there, regardless. And the Blitz 2 is huge as well, of course.
Blitzcrank 2 with Darkstar. We don't normally see that. Normally it's the Riven, normally it's the Xayah, but Blitzcrank getting more damage overall and just upgrading the board in general. I think Crescent's board is extremely powerful with the Spatula. It's going to be going up against David as well. It's going to be difficult. You do have the Shen shield in the back line to try and deal with the extra bit of damage that can come on through, especially from that Blitzcrank. But the Corki's just getting CC'd time and time again. The knock up from the Blitzcrank and the knock up as well from the Nunu. Is the Corki going to be enough? The Rammus is tanking quite a lot though as well. No, it's not going to be enough. And David is going to be knocked out. We're going to be going to a game number 3.
max games yet again in this series. FNYX is able to clutch it up. There were some pretty dicey games, to be honest, from Nettlemage and Fabulotes. It was not looking in their favor at all. I think Hypno was not quite able to cap out around this Graves Matrix line he was going for in the end. So a tied game, or tied series rather, from FNYX. A big showcase here from Yatora and from Crescent to tie up this series. And a final game, Stuart, between these two teams to see who can actually make it to the global qualifiers and who ends their journey when it comes to 4v4 in set 17.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for the final game. I mean, the pressure is on for these two teams. It's not as crazy as the previous series where, hey, as long as you even if you lose the previous series, then you still have the global qualifier. But this one is, you lose, you're out. That's it. You're done for EWC, and there's nothing else. But we're going to be taking a quick break. Hopefully everything is good on my end as well. Hopefully no more technical issues. But we'll be back for game number 3 of the final series here at the EWC, Road to EWC.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Can't get to you. 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 Can't get to you.
Welcome back, everyone, for the final time in this road to EWC EMEA closed qualifiers. We've gone the full amount of games possible, third game in every series, and this one is the case as well between Team Heretics and FNYX. I'm Petrus Panda, joined yet again by an image of Stuart at the very least for the final cast here.
I am here, I promise. I am here, just you cannot see me, unfortunately. I guess the games have been good and the games have been long, but my internet and everything would have preferred a shorter day in total. But I mean, nonetheless, it's been an incredible day so far. I mean, both these teams are taking us to the wire for this final spot that we have for the global qualifiers as well. Team Heretics taking game one. But FMYX, you know, coming back in game number 2. Of course, these two teams played against each other in the first round, so it's really good to see that they are coming back as well. We can, you know, take a look at their roster as well. You know, these are names, if you're familiar with the CIS region in TFT, these are all very familiar faces that you've probably seen before in previous Tacticians Cups and also regionals as well. The likes of Nettlemidge and Fabulotus as well, both names that have been staples in the CIS region for a very long time.
Especially Crescent, going all the way back to the very first few regional finals we had, especially from set 6 onwards in TFT, Crescent very quietly became one of the players who had the most qualifications to regionals as a whole in EMEA, which is very consistently making it through the CIS ladder spot across so many different sets, has made it, you know, over 8 times, I have to imagine at this point, to regional. So very consistent and lengthy career, now trying to find success in this 4v4 format as well. And to do so, he teamed up with the best talent that there is on offer from the CIS region. There's the strongest 4 players in the current moment, with Yatora being really that player rising up in the last few sets in particular. Yatora and Crescent in particular were the strong players in that game 2, the players who really put the team on their backs to try and do the impossible and come back in that game 2, play for that first or third. It was a first and second in the end. And now they'll try and repeat that in this game 3. We'll see what combination of gods and encounters and stargazers we have. But it's a last game, Stuart. Let's make it, you know, the most exciting game possible.
3 emblems encounter. Are we? What do you think, David? 3 emblems encounter to end the day off on a high.
As a competitive player, you know I want the least variance possible.
No encounter then. Oh, Tom Kench again.
For the 5th time today, it will be Tom Kench as our encounter. So we haven't had the craziest options, but we could have, of course, emblems being offered. We could have gold being offered. We could have items being offered. We have the chance for just a lot of different loot opportunities in stage 2, but also throughout every single stage of the game.
I think the biggest variation we had was the you know, the +1 units that were able to get on the board at the start of stage 3, I believe it was, in the previous series. That's kind of the main one that we've had so far. The rest have just been either a little bit of gold or a little bit of rerolls or some units. So like I said, it is high varied loot, so you do have an opportunity to get things like, you know, spatulas maybe, or, you know, some emblems or something, but nothing has been too crazy so far. But this could be the game to end all games, to give us that high varied loot that Tom Kench always wants to give us.
Yep, 8% chance for a spatula, a 1% chance for a Tactician's Crown, a fawn essentially, an extra slot on your board even as early as stage 2, but the most likely will be the component or just a lucky item chest. So we'll see if those will be the offers. One key thing to mention, we mentioned before, you do not get information on what the loot sub is until after you pick your augment. So if someone on your team has a very clear spot that they do not care what the loot sub is, they'll just pick it regardless and play into this line or reroll line, they can pick it first, give the information to the rest of the teammates, and then have them pick their augments, knowing what is coming up ahead.
Yeah, we've seen that happen before to make sure that everyone's in the right position as well. So we'll have to wait and see. We've seen savings account already in today's games, seen it be really big benefits or for some players at reaching level 8 and making sure that they can roll down for their units. I think that's a really important one, but maybe potentially going for clear mind, just anything now that can ramp you up, that can scale you up as well and try and get you in a really strong position to try and go to level 8 and roll down for your board is a really strong spot.
Interesting option here for Hypno. Picks up Birthday Reunion, picks up the Jax 2 off of it, a very strong tank. Doesn't have the best in slot tank item for the Jax, can slightly adaptive. Definitely wants to level up here and play for the win streak. That's really the game plan, of course, for Birthday Reunion. The Arbiter here will be, when an Arbiter spends 50 mana, they gain 20 armor and MR. Not the best for Leona. Could potentially be quite strong for mana reroll. I know I've mentioned it a few times today. I'm not crazy. This is a line that can exist and can be strong on this patch. From the right position, you have to have a lot of conditions in your favor. But this is a pretty good setup for it. Armor and MR on Diana, plus I guess the mana is not so good. You would want to attack 3 times or deal damage sometimes. Never mind. It'll just be some kind of AP flex maybe.
I mean, interesting enough, in the not slamming the jeweled gauntlet, so maybe he wants something else instead. Could try and go for something like the LeBlanc and try and go for the extra attack speed. This is a pretty good arbiter though, when you attack 3 times.
Okay, we're back.
Wait,
we're back.
maybe?
Now Diana is potentially an offer here for Yatora.
I mean, Diana without
I knew-
the Vanguard, like normally it's with Vanguard spat, right? Like, you want to try and, or the Vanguard emblem, you want to try and like get the Diana online, or could you even play it without it, do you
I will
think?
say, from a very high roll game, I will be honest, but no Vanguard emblem, Diana on this live patch on Challenger lobby on the US. I had a very, very strong like top 2 for Diana. Diana MF with like Nasher's misfortune, so don't even ask. And it was a Hodge, Edge of Knights, Titan Diana. So no Rage Blade, no VTA.
Oh wow. I mean, if you can make it work, maybe these teams can make it work as well.
It's a Challenger emblem. What else can you do with a Challenger emblem? Play Yi. You don't really find much edge from the emblem itself. I think it's not a bad game plan from Yatora. And it would be
Slam Demon Shroud,
courageous to Yeah, that's true.
I don't think you're going Diana if you're slamming Even Shroud, are you? Am I going crazy?
I don't think you want to... You maybe just don't want to risk playing Diana reroll in a do or die game 3 to make it to the global qualifier with your team in 4v4. To be honest, you can't have you can't be that courageous, I think, as a player.
You have to be pretty staple. As we see, Stargazer is the boar, so if you can try and win streak early on, which Hypno can do with this board, with that early Jux 2 with Birthday Reunion, was able to find the Twisted Fate and also the Talent in there. Also has the Aatrox 2 front line, so this is definitely a spot that Hypno can try and win streak and benefit a lot from the board to get the extra gold. Maybe look for a tempo into Xayah later on with that Kraken Slayer on like Caitlyn right now.
Actually, yeah, really, just this constellation in particular feeds directly into the game plan he wanted to go for anyway, which is trying to snowball, trying to level aggressively, trying to play for kind of this win streak and almost like Warpath-esque game plan in stage 2 and 3, which is exactly what I want to do with the boar as well. You get gold from the traits, you're able to pump levels, get more Stargazers, get more gold. And it's actually one of the ways that I think you can best play Xayah on this patch, which is playing it from super high tempo, having a huge win streak, even playing something like 5 Stargazer on stage 4 and having a ton of gold every win, and just trying to continue snowballing that gold to go to level 9 really quickly and play around a huge cap with Jhin, with Bard, and slot out those Stargazers on level 9.
I mean, Ari's going to help you with the gold as well that you mentioned, Panda. You know, most players are probably going to be picking the gold from Ari now, which, again, this early on, you know, stage 2-4, it's really important to try and hit them thresholds, whether it's 30, 40, even 50 gold. And just having that opportunity of getting that little bit of extra econ early on just allows you to get to 50 gold as quick as possible and to try and hit them right spots at the moment, which for, you know, this player on 24 gold, going to get a little bit of extra gold and hit that 30 gold point that you want to try and hit to try and get as much econ as possible. So a lot of these players now are going to have more gold when we hit into stage 3 and stage 4.
Most likely for Hypno, he might have even not picked Birthday Reunion as his augment had it not been for Ari being the God Offering, because you have this, you know, slight guarantee you will be able to make it to 9 a bit more comfortably and make it to 7 quicker on 3-5 at the latest to hit the spike with Birthday Reunion for both the TG on 7 and the 2-star 5 cost on like 9 of course as well.
Yeah, really important,
Talon
especially when
looks
you get
scary
the boom.
though.
I mean, Talon doing Talon things, and Spirit Shogun's going to be jumping around, dealing a lot of damage. I don't think he's winning
He's
this
level
round.
6 though.
Or is he?
Hypno's at level to 6, one more cast from TF. Oh my god, if you lose, it's tragic.
Oh, it's so close. So close.
This is an augment where the moment you lose this fight, the win is out of your sails and you're in big trouble in terms of continuing to win streak and gain gold from both the Stargazer and your win streak gold. So really important win there for Hypno.
Yeah, Team Heretics, both win streak players at the moment. They're hoping that they dodge each other to try and keep these streaks. But I think your Team Heretics, you probably want Espat's board to be a little bit weaker, but maybe not too much weaker, to make sure that he also doesn't lose as well his win streak if they don't play against each other. But yeah, I mean, a level 6 against a level 4 board, I think, you know, Hypno is completely fine if they do play against each other. That Hypno will be able to keep his win streak, as we'll see. Yeah, they do play against each other. Like I said, I don't think Espat is going to win this, but I think you'll find if your Team Heretics in this spot, you know, you would have liked to dodge each other to both keep the win streak. I think in this spot, you'd much rather, Hypno reach the win streak and reach the full streak on stage 2 compared to SPAT.
For SPAT especially, I think he's really going to want to hope for an item augment on 3-2. Right now he has an angle obviously towards Leona 3 and towards Teemo reroll, but not really Teemo items. He has more Zoe items with JG and the open glove, as well as no Leona items whatsoever slam. So he really needs to find a lot of items to have his comp spike properly when he hits the Teemo 3 and the Leona 3.
Early Corki.
He'll just hold on to that one. Make sure Corki does not get lost. He'll hold his hand up to stage 3, try and deliver it straight to his teammate, potentially in stage 4. Maybe even the Kindred, right? There's I think a better option to play the Kindred is the Nova on the board here, and the Kraken on the Kaelin can move on to the Kindred actually.
I guess it depends what position the rest of his team is in. You know, do they have a Corki player? Do they have someone that potentially might be going for Master Yi? Maybe they want to try and keep that. You can try and sell some of the bench slots here to pick up the Kindred, but no, instead actually picking up Kai'Sa.
It's early enough. I don't think any player from your team will be mad at you if you're playing a Kindred in stage 3 before they've been anywhere close to their level 8 roll down. It's just temporary.
You just sell it before stage 4, right? Like, as long as you sell it before stage 4, you should be fine.
We're seeing the roll down here from SPAT. Still quite a few copies away from everything, really. Has rolled down to sub 30 gold, but it has not found any copies of Leona. We're on 6 already at the end of stage 2, and is still very far away from both the Zoe 3 and the Teemo 3, of course.
Does have a stone plate though, so he was able to get some items. He actually decides to put a stone plate on Mordekaiser, interestingly enough. Maybe just understanding that Mordekaiser is going to be the better tank at the moment at 2-star, and Leona maybe he's not going to be as strong. I can't remember exactly what his arbiter was. Was he the one that had the armor when you drop low on health?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think it's every 50 mana you get armor and MR. So not the
mana, yeah.
highest value on Leona just yet. Maybe it'll scale more in the future, but for now I think he chooses believes the Mordekaiser is stronger. Tries to slam the tier for the last cast. Does it come through in time? Oh my god, it might be the disc, but I think talent damage is too much. He takes the loss regardless.
Talent is so strong early on as a 2-star. If you can get 3 items, you can get a bit of extra power on the board. Trait tree? Could we be seeing it here? No, just skip past. Okay, well, I tried.
That's for the dual Lotus. Oh, this is Fabulotus. Okay, it's not. And there's a Teemo 3 as well. Rabbit on Slam, has Treasure Hunt, so it gets the extra item component here.
Dual Lotus is really strong for Teemo, right? It could be very, very powerful.
It is Leona 1 though. That is not very strong. How did this happen? How does he have Teemo 3 and Leona 1?
Enemy dies, you have 18% chance. Okay.
The funniest thing would be if he hovered that and it was get a Leona at the end of the combat.
Just found the 0 Leonas.
And yes,
no
two
chance
Leonas.
at all. No,
This
the
is
secret tech
difficult.
is you keep the 1-star so it dies every round, so then you have a chance of getting a reroll for free.
I see.
That's the hidden
I'm
tech.
curious to see what Fabulotus does if he actually decides to change his game plan and pivot this into some kind of other just 4 Vanguard of levels now, because he is so far away from Leona. His Arbiter does want him to reroll more often, but he's only on 2 copies. And we know, of course, that SI will also be rolling heavily for Leona 2.
Yeah, it looks like Flauders here might be the Master Yi player potentially with the Giant Slayer and Edge of Night Slam. Edge of Night normally doesn't get played in a lot of other different comps, unless you can maybe put it on the Riven, maybe try and find the Corki, but for Team Heretics looks like they have their designated Master Yi player.
It could be Darkstar or a Corki with a Voyager +1. Both would feed into those lines.
True.
And both items are still fine on both Kai'Sa Riven or Corki Riven. We'll have to see.
There's a lot of potential. SPAT's still rolling down to below 30 gold again, you know, trying to find that Mordekaiser as a tank. Was able to get the Radiant Lucky Item chest though from his Prismatic Augment, so does have double Gargle Stone Plate, and one of them can be Radiant as well. And Radiant Stone Plate, if you can find that Leona 3-star, is pretty unkillable.
And Natora saying, you know what? I'll play Leona as well. Why not? Leona 2 for him, with the most unusual Leona build of all time. Challenger Emblem, Nova Emblem, and the Even Shroud. Playing the Diana here as an item holder. I have to imagine not going to be an actual Diana reroll comp, but an interesting tempo game plan from Natora. I think it's something he's he showcased he's very good at in stage 2 and 3 in particular.
Yeah, not really too sure where the late game of this is going to go with the Challenger, Nova, Voyager. It's a bit of a difficult spot. Again, it could very well be Master Yi because you can still use the Challenger +1 with the Kindred on the back, and then Nova can also benefit a lot from Master Yi. Just an extra Giant's Belt from Soraka this time around, or an extra item I should say from Soraka, and then Ari again giving us more economy, giving us more rerolls to try and hit our boards a lot sooner. So yeah, as you mentioned, I think Ari in general is just allowing these players to roll down, hit their units, potentially even go for level 9 as well with the boon that you get a little bit later on, but just getting so much from these, you know, from these spots and from these positions to get a lot of gold. But Master Yi found here from Fabulotus, so could hold it for now, maybe sell. Oh, okay, well, it's gone now. Goodbye, Master Yi. Nice knowing you.
Some rolls coming in here from Fabulotus. Does finally find the Leona 2-star, which is not where you want to be. Finds a 4th copy, gets the next treasure hunt proc online. It's a TG. You have a chance to itemize the Nasus 3 as well if you go for both Leona and Nasus. An early pair of Corkis for, I believe that is going to be Hypno, who is still our 100 HP player playing around. The birthday reunion, making it to 7, has a TG online, has the Corki that can deal a lot of just damage by themselves, even without much more of a board set up around the Corki. And Teemo will be close, but will be taken down a notch here as well.
Hypno still on a win streak, 100 streak, one more round to potentially look for the streak going into stage 4. As looks like Espat has actually completely just forgotten that Leon. I mean, forgotten that Leona's the thing, is now going for Mordekaiser 3. There's a lot of economy on his bench to try and hold for a Mordekaiser 3-star for sure.
The idea here is that he knows that his Leona contester, Fabulotus, cannot roll right now because he wants to save his gold to proc treasure hunt again on the next stage 4 treasure hunt proc. So he's using this window of time to try and go for this Leona 3 now, even if that means sacrificing all his gold, and making it almost impossible or much harder for Fabulotus to hit the Leona in the first place next stage. The gamble has not quite paid off because he's rolled to 0 and not hit it, but I like the idea here.
It makes sense. You're trying to deny, but also trying to find that other carry that you can help yourself as well with the Mordekaiser. It's tanking up a lot of damage, but Mordekaiser is no Leona, unfortunately, and isn't going to be getting as much stats. And with the Kaiser now going straight onto the Lissandra on the back line, that is going to be another loss. And like you said, on 0 gold, I think in this position, Espat just has to, you know, from this spot, it feels like he's going to go bottom 4 from here. So he just needs to try and deny units now and try and play for as high a position as possible.
And especially, I think Yatora will sell the Leona 2 he had, and he was playing with the Arbiter on his board before Fabulotus rolls on 4-1, I have to imagine. That is going to be the idea here from this players. And that would make sense to me, at least. They'll just get the best timing for Leona to come back into the field.
I might want to keep it for one more round though, the Leona, because doesn't really have a lot of economy here, Yatora, to try and go to level 8 at 4-1, so maybe might need one more round before he can try and go for level 8, but yeah, we're still rolling, still haven't sold that Leona 2 that you mentioned, we're still rolling down here just to at least hit one more 3-star, you know, we're so close, one away from Leona, one away from Mordekaiser, and now one away from the Zoe. It's one of the disasters of TFT that I think everyone hates when you see a bench like this and you think to yourself, what more do I need to do? How many more times do I need to roll?
And now Fabulotus just loads up with Leona 3 out of nowhere. That would be difficult. Gonna be only 4 Leona still for Fabulotus here, but all his gold to work with still. David Ace, yet again, has proven he is the Corki player on this team. 3rd game in a row, playing around Corki. This time not on 1 or 2 lives. He's actually much healthier, sitting at 56 HP, and he is once again looking very menacing for this stage 4. Hypno does finally get his loss here, understandably so. Is on 5 Stargazer, as I mentioned. This is one of the ways to play around the Stargazer to get just maximum econ from the boar. Interesting to see if he actually plays around 5 Stargazer all of the stage, or if he tries to play around just going fast 9 maybe and playing on Timebreaker instead. Ooh,
Another
interesting.
prismatic augment to end it. Hold the line, of course, being one of the strongest combat augments that we've seen throughout the day, has been very, very important as well. Leona 3-star finally hit here for Espat, so maybe this could be the turning point, and going for another lucky item chest as well. So really wanting these perfect items on the Lissandra, on the Zoe, and maybe even potentially the Leona on the front line as well. And that does mean that Fabulotus is very far behind. Has saved up all of his gold though to try and roll down here, but still only has 5 Leonas, and with a Leona 3 off the board now, it's going to be really hard to try and hit it.
Oh,
One off.
we're on 7 copies.
One off. Oh,
2 off.
Oh, it's 2 off. Oh,
I can imagine the comms. Yatora's like, all right, Fabulotus, 37 HP, you're good to go, I sold her. He just starts rolling on 4-2 for Leona 3. We'll see if he can win this fight. He is facing against Metal Mage, who is going to be the core key player for FNYX. Can the Team of 3 do enough here? Leona's handing on for a long time. The Radiant Bramble is definitely going to help, but this will be another loss for Fabulotus, who is going to be has been the designated Teemo player for the FNYX team in this series.
Yeah, really difficult spot now for Fabulotus. Can he hit at least something? There you go. Okay, he's found it. The items are not particularly good though. I mean, you'd of course prefer to have the Gargoyle so you can just solo frontline the Leona. The Radiant Bramble does do pretty well though, especially with a lot of AD lines going around. There's, most of the compositions at the moment do have a lot of AD damage with the likes of the Corki and the Master Yi. So Leona can still tank a lot, but I think the Stone Plate would have been a lot better as a frontline. But getting 0 chains to try and get the Goggle Stone Plate is not going to help out.
Seeing the Radiant Giant Slayer from Clouder's report as well. Looking at Leona now, just check the Arbiter here, because I think potentially the Arbiter is not actually a max HP. Yeah, this is why I think he's playing more around the Warmogs. And the Radiant Bramble, it is kind of just a lot of extra armor, and it's going to work well against all of these 80 matchups. So it's not terrible, I would say. Fabulotus here, but the bigger problem is the tempo with which you hit, right? Hitting as late as 4-2. Leona team was a comp that really wants to spike in stage 3 and dominate stage 3, and then slowly potentially bleed out, unless you have kind of the god tier Arbiter, and then you can maybe win the game.
Yeah, Fabulosus has been falling really far behind. It does have an opportunity to pick Soraka here, though, as one of the god options to get a little bit more HP back, but, I wouldn't be surprised if pretty much most players in this lobby also go for Soraka as well, as Fabulosus did have an option there to also pick up the LeBlanc as another Arbiter, but instead would rather just get a little bit more econ so you can try and level up from this spot. But Espat's spot looking pretty good as well. Again, one more Mordekaiser, one more Zoe. These are the 2 players at the moment kind of fighting out for these reroll lines. But I think Espat really was able to finalize his composition and realize, like, hey, Teemo's not going to be a possibility this game. Let's play around some other carries instead, like the Lissandra, like the Zoe. So really nice adaptation here from Espat to have a really strong spot with a lot of HP to save up for.
And more so the items, right? The items were not leading Teemo at all. They were just crit items instead, so you want to play more around Lissandra, more around the Zoe as well, without any attack speed items. So just makes a lot of sense. The adaptation, as you mentioned, in a format like 4v4, I think it's super important. And Fana has done his job. He's saved so much HP in stage 3 and 4. He will not be the stronger player. Obviously still level 6 coming to the end of stage 4, start of stage 5. But he has done his role in this team, which is just to preserve HP and be able to trade that HP to his other players in the next few rounds.
As Bat's still rolling down now, trying to hit one of the others. It's going to be the Mordekaiser 3-star, so another extra tank here to help out with the front line to try and get the Zoe and the Lissandra to do a little bit more damage. Probably would have hoped for a Zoe 3 instead of the Mordekaiser 3, because you already have that Leona front line to tank up a lot of damage, but now it's just down to the Zoe and Lissandra in the back line to see if it can do, if they can do enough damage. But on the other side here, Crescent going for just a standard Dark Star board with the Kaiser 2 and the Karma 2. Can be pretty nice, especially if you high roll a Jin at level 8 to try and reach that 6 Dark Star. Hasn't hit it yet, but we know how powerful that Kaiser 2-star can be, and it's doing quite a lot of work in this matchup.
Is it enough though? Lissandra cast comes through.
It's
Leona is
close.
still alive. Leona can potentially carry this fight. Lissandra gets a
No.
kill, and that's going to be it. Kaisa down as well. This Leona, the problem is she is both your tank and your damage carry. This is why she is so impressive on this patch when she's restarted, especially with Radiant Stoneplate. For any viewers who are not aware, as many I think even top players might not be, Leona's damage scale off of her resists. This is why Stoneblade is such a good item. She tanks for a long time, but she also does much more damage with her ults.
Makes total sense. We see Hypno here going for, as we mentioned, Stargazer being very nice. Also has hold the line, so this Xayah is going to be doing a lot of damage in the back line with the Samira. We had the scaling Stargazer from pretty much the start of the game from the win streak. The HP has gone a little bit down now, but it does mean that Espat has now gone up at the moment. But if you look at the top 5 right now, it's all looking Team Heretics' favor, as Fabulotus here has to try and savor and trying to get a few more positions, because at 8th place, especially with Nettlemage and Yatora also sitting in the bottom 4 at the moment, they have to try and creep out if they want to keep their EWC hopes alive.
Not looking good here. TG without really a good holder, just the Mordekaiser 2. No more gold to work with. Kent even looks like it proc the last treasure hunt round as well on stage 5. So unfortunate game here from Fabulotus. I think this will be an 8th place up against David Ace. The Corky board is a little bit too strong here, but it is Radiant Bramble, so maybe that buys enough time. We'll see if the Corky can push through this Leona in time.
Leona's going to try and tank up a little bit. Does have at least one stone plate now, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough. That Corky's going to be doing a lot of burst damage on the backline, and the anti-heal from the Milio.
Ooh, the Milio
at the
cast.
end as well. The Milio cast was so huge. Fabulotus goes out in 8th place, and that does mean now that FMYX are going to be on the back foot now, and Team Heretics could potentially look to try and close out this final game of today.
Some know him as Milio, others know him as Leo Messi. In the end there, he looked to be the clutch factor in that fight. And sometimes you say it's a 2 cost, but in this Corky line, Milio just actually does so much damage and he's so impactful. We saw a lot of top players in the TPC, players like Weijin, actually itemizing Milio sometimes before Riven even, because of how much more consistent he is with his damage output.
See if Espat can try and finish this off as well and try and take out Nettlemage. I think if Nettlemage goes out here as well, that's pretty much going to be it. Nettlemage still only has Corky 1, only has 2 Corkys, and also just 1 Riven as well. So it's going to be really difficult for this Corky 1-star to try and break through this Leona, especially with Radiant Stoneplate as well. The shielding, the final cast there for Leona being so huge, and Nettlemage is going to go down to 11 HP. Yatora was able to win a round, but now look at the position that Rim Panda, everyone on Team Heretics is looking really confident right now, all sitting in that top 4. And it's going to be, I feel like at this point, it's going to be a miracle for, Nettlemage and FNYX to try and come back in this one.
Yeah, really tragic stage 4 and the start of stage 5 here as well. Ari boon for Nettlemage, he's stuck on 8, he's been donkey rolling, finally hits Corky 2, but it's just not enough, whereas his contesting Corky player, David Ace, has been dominating the entire game, is now on a huge win streak as well. Yatora's board looks very strong, did end up playing around the Challenger Yi, but it's going to be a team kill here potentially, if Yatora can beat out Nettlemage. The Corky was enough of a diff here. Fiora's now onto the Corky. There's no Robogallo, there's no Edge of Night. Fiora solos a Corky in the backline. That means Nettlemage guaranteed to be 7th place. FNYX 7th and 8th is forced to the 1st and 2nd from the rest of the players. But they're currently sitting in 6th and 7th. It is, or 5th and 6th. It's looking very unlikely.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's going to cause a miracle here. I mean, Yatora does look like he's in a pretty nice spot here. You know, that Fiora 2-star we know can be an incredible carry. Also has Moss Yi 2 and Kindred 2 as well. So this, in my opinion, definitely looks like a win-out position and a win-out possibility here for Yatora. We have to look at Crescent's board as well to see if Crescent's can do it. Yeah, still stuck on 8, but Crescent's board, yeah, hasn't hit a Jin yet. Doesn't have, 6 Darkstar online. This is looking a lot weaker than your Taurus spot, and both of them now need win-out positions, but from this spot, I don't think both of them can go 1-2.
It's just the HP totals as well, right? Even if you have for 100% fact the strongest boards in this lobby. If you're Crescent and Yatora, you still have a lot less HP to work with. You'll still be matching each other. You'll still be potentially using some fights to fight RNG depending. So it's a tough position to be in. Ribbon on the backline now from Crescent, able to maybe get a win here against Hypno. Starting to even things out a little bit, but Yatora also took a loss. Is down and out to 20 HP. And David Ace, I mean, if someone is the superstar for this team, if someone needs to get a new contract and a signing bonus for next year, maybe it is this guy, because he has been the star of the show pretty much every single game for Team Heretics. He has been the Corki Whisperer. He has been the Loose Streak Augmented Whisperer. He played Enema in Game 2. He had Calcloss in Game 1. He had just insane roll down on 4-1. Executed very cleanly to end up with the strongest board almost every single time on stage 4 and 5, and he's been putting in a lot of work to make sure Team Heretics wins this game 3.
This is going to be really important now to see, if they were able to close it out. So basically what you're telling me is a non-EMEA player is a MVP of the EMEA EWC day?
He's like EMEA adopted. He's like French speaking.
Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that.
French community. He's more EMEA than Dehua, that's for sure. Even though Dehua is German born.
We'll take that. We'll take that. Yatora, unfortunately, I said that he was in a win-out position. Loses another round, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, this Fiora is not as strong as what I first thought. And I thought that, with multiple two costs on the board, or 2 stars, I should say, on the board, that maybe you can try and sneak out a first place with this board. But another loss means that he's now 1 HP, and it's going to be a situation during this game where Crescent is going to be against Yatora. So the lower the HP totals go for them two, the harder it becomes for them two to get top 2.
And Yatora is trying to make it to 9. I think he has to sell the Ys here. We know that there's 3 Ys being held by Flouters. So you make it to 9, you have 15 free rolls to work with. What can you make out of this? How can you make this board stronger? What 5-ups can you add to this board to potentially win out? Do you play around the Kindred 3? That looks to be the angle for now, but you're still just a lot of copies away from it. No Vex angle. Fiora 3 is just very unlikely. Obviously, you're on your last life here. Zona 2 is your best in. Is it enough? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, he's hitting a pretty good spot here. I mean, level 9 is pretty powerful, and the Zona 2 can be pretty good. I mean, he's fallen behind now in terms of even items. Like, look, he's sitting there with 2 component anvils on the bench, and he's just hoping that he wins this round and he can think about his other choices. But, yep, and he's going against the Jin 2 as well.
Enough. Gonna win this fight. Crescent taking down to his last life as well. I think the HP is just not there. Crescent and Yatora have to go first and second. They're currently at 7 and 5 HP. Yatora has a Reforger. He can maybe reforge the Voyager emblem and try and... I just don't know what the high roll could be here. The Ys have come back, but it's just too late, right? Unless Flouter sold them, and he can go back into the E3 game plan. But the HP is just not there. I think FNYX have tried their absolute best, but mathematically, I think it should be close to impossible with Flouters and David Ace both sitting at 40 HP and above. And David Ace is only getting stronger. Level 10, playing Corki, which is a rare sight. Has the Bard 2, has pretty much everything online here. The strongest Corki board we've seen today, and most likely the lobby winner.
Yeah, and the Golden Remover is making it so much easier for these guys as well to help out. But is he going to go up against another Jin on the other side as well? This time for Team Heretics. Can the Fiora clutch up here as well? We'll have to wait and see. Looks like he is winning this round, but how is Crescent doing? Looks like Crescent is going to be losing, and that's going to be Crescent going out in 6th place. And Team Heretics are going to book their spots into our final spot for EMEA for the global qualifiers next weekend. An incredible way to end off today.
A great day for Spanish orgs in TFT. Spanish orgs have decided to invest into TFT as well to pick up some promising rosters that have had a lot of success in this pivotal final day of the EMEA closed qualifiers. Koi making it through to the main event, and now Team Heretics as well with his French team, but Spanish org, of course, making it through to the global qualifier and having at least that one more chance to prove themselves with, I think, some good inertia, good confidence as well after their win here against FNYX.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely confidence plays a part as well. Glad you said that, because the confidence now going into next weekend. Of course, there'll be a lot of practice for Team Heretics during the week as well to make sure they get enough scrims in, they get enough practice for that next week. Because next weekend is going to be a crazy show. It's going to be really, really fun as well to see teams from APAC, EMEA, China, and also the Americas to bring it all together as well. Of course, we've got still one more qualifier to go today with the Americas going to be coming up after this, and then it all comes down to next weekend, Panda, to see what other teams are going to be making it to that main event. We only have a few more spots left now, and that's the exciting part about it, which are going to be the final teams to make it.
And maybe a bit of a disappointing day for Glorp Gang, but at least they have their chance to still fight through that global qualifier as well. Big props to Team Heretics on their win here in the final series for today. We've gone the maximum amount of games in every single series. So if you liked 4v4 TFT, you have been in for a treat today. And as you mentioned, Stuart, we're still not done. Well, we're done on the broadcast, but there will be, of course, still the Americas tournaments to go through today and a chance to see some more high-level TFT. Team Heretics, big shout out to David Ace, Espat, Flouders, and Hypno on their performance representing this org, but especially to David Ace. I think he played a fantastic 3-game series, was just the master, the Corky Whisper in all 3 games, and huge props to him individually as well.
Yeah, incredible day, as you mentioned, for Spanish TFT. I think yesterday they would have been pretty hard done by having to play against each other and kind of doing a team kill in the end. But it's great to see the Team Heretics were able to come back as well. And we can take a look at the final bracket here for the closed qualifier for the road to EWC here for Team Fight Tactics. And there you have it. We have our first seed coming in, who's going to be Mouse Esports. Our second seed for EWC is Godlike. Then our third seed is going to be Movie Star Koi. And then Team Heretics and Glorp Gang are going to be going to that global qualifier next weekend. So I think we're sending some incredible teams, Panda. And we still potentially have 2 more teams that could make it as well next weekend.
And shout out to all the other teams here as well. NIP, Ninjas in Pajamas, Gentlemates as well. Even making it to this closed qualifier in EMEA is incredibly hard. I think EMEA is a region that really values 4v4 and tries to some of the best teams possible. Make it to the open qualifier is already a big journey. So even though their goal was not met, even though they didn't make it to the main event or to even the global qualifiers, still shout out to them on trying their best to perform in this setting, and hopefully good luck to them, and hopefully they can keep those rosters in the same way for potentially next year's EWC with a chance to make it back and have a comeback. But that'll be it from us here on the broadcast desk, from me and this image of Stuart. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the broadcast today. We'll have, of course, the Americas broadcast later on today with a different broadcast team, and we'll have the global qualifier, especially next weekend, as we've been mentioning, the true last chance qualifier for teams from all over the world, from Americas, from EMEA, from APAC, from CN as well, to slot in those last few remaining spots to play in the main event over in July for TFT. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Stuart, any last words?
No, it's been a great day. I mean, a few technical difficulties, but overall, 4v4 TFT is what we love about it. I mean, it's great to, cast back with you again, Panda. It'd be great to, I can't wait for the main event to happen and see how well we perform as the EMEA this time.
Fingers crossed. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time.
キドキしようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間Taking over control.